They had primarily encountered tales featuring frail outcasts and underdogs who met their end, only to be given a second chance through reincarnation. At first, they seemed weak, but eventually, they transformed into unstoppable forces. The tale centers on a king who accomplished many great feats during his lifetime before passing away. The cause of his death was still unknown, leaving everyone puzzled. However, once he passed away, he awakens to the world as an infant. Instead of the grand and luxurious chamber one might anticipate for royalty, he opened his eyes to find himself in a modest dwelling. His mother, Alice, was known for her gentle and caring nature, while his father stood out for his reliability and charm, though he sometimes acted a bit immature. The time period into which the king is reincarnated proves to be far more ancient than before. After spending several weeks watching everything around him, after much reflection, the king realizes he has discovered all the knowledge and experiences this world can provide. At that moment, he realizes his mistake. Later on, he finds out that magic exists in this world after witnessing his mother heal a wound with a magical ability. The trouble caused by his father. At that moment, the king comes to understand that the world holds far more mysteries than he had ever believed, and facing the truth, he admits to himself that he truly knows very little about it. As the moments slipped away, the hours quietly moved forward. Once the king manages to move on his hands and knees, he frequently manages to climb out of his crib when no one is watching. The action involved opening a book and reading its contents. He wanted to learn more about how this world worked. Since the moment he had found this hidden spot, he spent each night slipping away quietly, eager to uncover its secrets. He discovered that the world where he was born consisted of 3 main kingdoms. Deep within the heart of the forest lay an ancient kingdom inhabited by elves. Beneath the earth stretched an immense subterranean realm that the dwarves called their home. Stood as the largest human kingdom, known for having the highest population among all the regions. In both his current world and the one he left behind, a monarchy governs the people. Leadership in this place was inherited rather than achieved through merit. This indicated that in comparison to the place he once knew, this world still lagged far behind in terms of advancement. He comes to understand why technology has not progressed. Magic exists in this world. He had dedicated himself to learning the basics of magic from that moment onward. In his previous world, a mystical energy known as existed. Practitioners relied on intense training methods to enhance both their physical strength and the power of their weapons. In this world, a comparable energy known as mana exists. Unlike which can be found solely within individuals, mana surrounds everyone in the environment. The ability to manipulate mana is mostly inherited through one's genes. About 1 out of every 100 children is born with this ability, which can be applied in many different situations. The 2 primary techniques involved are known as augmentation and conjuration. Used mana to boost their physical abilities, gaining remarkable power, protection, and speed. Despite these advantages, they struggled with attacks that required greater distance. In contrast, release mana outward, manipulating their environment to suit their desires. However, in order to perform a spell, they needed to draw additional mana from their surroundings to boost the power of their own mana core. It turns out that his mother is considered a deviant. In fact, she is classified as an emitter. Deviants were an uncommon kind of mage, each possessing distinct powers, while emitters, such as his mother, focused their magic on healing through restorative mana. Based on what he had learned from his reading, the first time a mage discovers their powers usually occurs sometime between their early teens and the end of their teenage years. There would eventually appear, and the idea behind it struck him as eerily reminiscent of the center he had known in his past life. In his previous life, it was common for youngsters to learn how to meditate, focusing inward to find the bits of hidden within themselves, and bringing those pieces together to create a central point of power. However, when the young ruler attempts to use this method on his own, much to his astonishment, he succeeds flawlessly on his very first try. Before he could take any action, his mother stepped in and stopped him. The impact was considerable. The hours continued to pass without pause. 2 years passed quickly. Despite everything, Alice still senses that she hasn't completely understood her young son. She was gradually uncovering details about him, discovering new fragments of his story one at a time. She had given him the name Arthur. To her, he was the sweetest and most cherished part of her world. One afternoon, she observed her husband showing their child the basics of wielding a stick and defending themselves. Her frustration rose sharply, knowing that their child was still too young to even crawl. Alice had a passion for recording every detail of her life, faithfully writing in her diary each day. Moments such as these always managed to bring a cheerful grin to her lips. She had observed that Arthur was especially fond of spending time at the cozy row of shops located in the heart of, rather than making trips to the grocery store once or twice each week. She had developed a habit of visiting the downtown area every second day. She quietly reassures herself that her actions aren't indulging him too much. Everything was done in the name of education, as Arthur had a passion for discovering new things and expanding his knowledge. Bringing home fresh food every day was simply an added benefit for her. As she observed Arthur maturing at such a rapid pace, she often found herself imagining the person he would become in the future. She felt certain that having for a father, the child would naturally want to become an adventurer too, though concerns still lingered in her mind. She could only wish that his journey would be more successful than those of the inexperienced teens who once aspired to achieve greatness as adventurers. She often wished she could find a way to stop his constant sneaking into the study, a problem so persistent that she had even considered placing his crib right in the study itself. That choice would have to wait until a later time. Up to this point, Alice's understanding of her son had grown considerably during the last 2 years. One afternoon, Arthur gazes out the window. He notices his father getting ready to cast a spell. Shuts his eyes, focusing his mind as he tries to concentrate. His unwavering focus captivates everyone around him. Arthur's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he waited in anticipation to witness the kind of magic his father would unveil. Without warning, the small stones scattered across the ground started to rise into the air. As his father becomes completely captivated, the scattered fragments rise just a short distance above the ground, barely reaching a few meters into the air. Arthur gazes at the scene before him, a wave of deep disappointment washing over his face. He appeared visibly satisfied with what he had accomplished. Arthur remained unimpressed as he observed his father. The older man spent an agonizing 3 minutes, concentrating intensely just to move a handful of pebbles a short distance, which struck Arthur as absurd. In Arthur's mind, simply picking up the stones by hand would have been far simpler. At that moment, Alice approached and stood beside him at the window. She casts her eyes toward the world beyond the window. She notices the state of the front yard and her face changes, showing a hint of irritation at her husband's handiwork. Up to this point, Arthur has discovered that his father possesses the abilities of an. This newfound mystery makes him even more eager to understand who he truly is. He found himself imagining what kind of person he might become once his mana core finally awakened. After observing his father rehearse for some time, Arthur made the choice to withdraw from the situation. He attempts to get down from the bench. He lost his balance and had difficulty making his way downward. His eyelids drooped as he concentrated intensely, yet Alice saw this and mistakenly assumed he was starting to feel drowsy. She gently lifted him into her arms, making up her mind that it was time for him to rest. Despite his hardships, the young boy swiftly brings his small hands together, looking up at his mother with pleading eyes as he sincerely begs her for permission to continue his studies. His presence exudes such purity that it feels almost overpowering. With no other options left, Alice reluctantly agreed to what he asked. Arthur settled into his seat, facing a book so immense that it dwarfed his own frame as it lay open before him. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded from outside, drawing everyone's attention away from him. Alice worried that her accident-prone husband had possibly toppled another tree, so she rushed outside to check what had happened. This turn of events presented Arthur with the perfect chance to work on perfecting his formation. Aside from gathering information about this world, Arthur's most significant achievement up to this point was the advancement he had made in developing his mana core. For the last 2 years, he had carefully guided countless minuscule shards of mana through his body, slowly collecting them in the area just below his chest. Arthur realizes that it usually isn't until the teenage years that a manticore develops on its own. The shards inched toward the center at an excruciatingly slow pace, turning the effort into a grueling challenge that tested both physical endurance and mental strength. Despite everything, the boy's tireless determination had finally begun to pay off. He was getting closer to his destination. Only a single piece still needed to be placed. The moment he fits the last piece into place, inside the house, a sudden blast shatters the silence. With a single, overwhelming surge of force, the whole building was reduced to rubble. Stepped in front of Alice, automatically raising his arm to protect her from whatever danger might be outside. He pulled her close, shielding her from the scorching heat and flying debris with his embrace. As the dust cleared, the heartbroken pair looked around and saw that their house had been destroyed. Alice appears completely overwhelmed, her expression frozen in disbelief. Grief filled them as they hurried toward They searched through the debris, anxious to find their son and make sure he was safe. hurriedly cleared away the scattered rubble, his movements filled with urgency. As soon as he caught sight of his son, his concern was swiftly replaced by a look of astonishment. The expression shifted, first to surprise, then to awe. Amidst the ruins, their son hovered effortlessly above the ground, appearing entirely unaffected by the chaos around him. Arthur's small frame was gently illuminated by a soft aura of mana, his expression calm and undisturbed. Once the young boy finished creating his manticore, he landed lightly on his feet. At last he became aware of this energy stirring within him. He was beginning to appreciate the feeling of the within him. The trees surrounding him appeared more vibrant and lush than usual. He suddenly notices that his home lies in ruins. He remains completely unaware of the person or force responsible for the destruction. 5 years had gone by since the accident occurred. In addition to his mother guiding him in reading and writing, Arthur was also being introduced to the fundamentals of controlling and enhancing mana. In the beginning, his small frame made it difficult for him to manage. During their sparring session, both participants concentrated on practicing fundamental body movements. It hadn't been long since the last time she exercised. Arthur's father finally concluded that the moment had come for Arthur to train with the wooden sword he had been given for his 3rd birthday. Leads Arthur outdoors for training, and Arthur waits with his recently obtained wooden sword in hand. His father lifted a tree branch, instructing him to sync the rhythm of his mana with each breath. He went on to clarify that, much like the heart or lungs, the mana core functioned as another vital organ in the body. Arthur doubts that such unclear and general directions will help a child as young as 4 learn anything. Arthur positioned himself carefully, preparing to share his thoughts with those around him. He and his father exchange a series of lighthearted punches. The training match continues for a long time. Appeared to be having a great time. Arthur's irritation steadily intensifies. The boy understood that his father would not allow him to leave until he achieved something impressive. Having exhausted all other options, he mustered his bravery and struck with his wooden sword, hitting with such force that the stick in his father's hands snapped in two. Following this important decision, he quickly makes it clear that he wants to go back to his schoolwork. After the boy returned to focusing on his lessons about magic. In this world, the hue of a person's mana core reveals how powerful they are. Each core begins as black, clouded by impurities such as blood and other particles in the body. As time passes and these impurities are cleansed, the core gradually shifts to a lighter color, indicating increased purity and strength. The sequence shifts first from black to red, then transitions from orange to red. The colors shifted in sequence, first yellow, then silver, and at last white. Every stage separates into 3 distinct tones: deep, bold, and pale. Lighter colors indicated higher levels of purity and power. While the boy focused intently on his task, his mother broke his concentration by calling him inside for dinner. They gathered together and shared a meal. Arthur's annoyance intensified as his attempts to study were repeatedly disrupted. Explains the importance of Arthur finding a suitable mentor to help him advance his abilities. Alice quickly protested, emphasizing that Arthur, being just 4 years old, was much too young to take such a leap. Argued that their son already displayed impressive talent despite being so young, and he believed it would be wrong to limit his abilities. Alice, on the other hand, remained firm in her decision, making it clear she refused to let their child be sent away to a far-off city. Tried to ease her worries by pointing out that this was no ordinary city, and he vowed that a close friend he trusted would look after Arthur himself. Arthur barely listens as his parents talk, feeling drained by their constant arguing. Without warning, the group shifted their attention toward him, eager to hear what he thought about the situation. His father wonders aloud whether his son would like to move to the bustling city to learn from a proper instructor. He felt a wave of discomfort as he watched his father seriously consult a child who was just 4 years old, wondering why an adult would seek advice from someone so young. Regardless of everything, he pretends to be a child and timidly wonders if his parents could possibly accompany him together. The crowd instantly grows quiet, with not a single word spoken among them. Before long, laughter bubbled up between them. It became clear that this pair had never even considered the option of accompanying their child themselves. With the decision made, his father announced that the whole family would be traveling to city as a group. At last, the long-awaited day comes when they must depart from their home. They would not be making the journey by themselves, as a group of fellow adventurers would accompany them along the way. The boy's father offered a warm welcome to one of the adventurers. He presented his son to the group, and the young boy immediately lowered his head in a gesture of respect. He thanked them for coming along too and supporting him. The adventurer found himself drawn to the boy's behavior and had already developed a soft spot for him. He was known as, and whose main weapon was the spear. Rose entered the scene, known for her expertise in wind magic as a skilled. Among the group, she drew attention because of her noticeably large chest. The next contestant introduced was Walker, who possessed the abilities of A as well. However, his main strength lies in manipulating earth magic. Jasmine, known for her expertise with dual daggers, stood out among the. Out of all the adventurers, she tends to hold back the most. She approached the waiting carriage in silence, her footsteps soft and her demeanor reserved. The final member was Helen Shard, and who excelled in the art of magical archery. With introductions out of the way, signals that it's time for the group to continue. The group carefully packed their belongings into the waiting carriages. The adventure was set in motion. Arthur stood at the edge of his small village, feeling the excitement of setting out to discover lands he had never seen before. Their adventure pressed onward. Sun rose, signaling the start of a new day. The monsters did the same. The group of adventurers swiftly defeat their opponents. They established their campsite far within the dense forest, preparing to stay there overnight. While the group gathers around the glowing bonfire, a sense of enjoyment fills the air. Arthur appeared somewhat downcast, burdened by the monotony of the trip. Helen Shard shifted her attention to the young boy, taking a seat next to him. Her curiosity about him had grown after listening to his father repeatedly boast about his magical abilities during their travels. At the same time, observes the pair engaged in conversation. He makes up his mind to personally evaluate Sun. He suddenly scoops the small child up from the ground, giving hardly any notice before acting. He suggests settling the matter with a swift duel. Arthur found himself standing opposite, ready for a confrontation. He hesitated, uncertain whether confronting an adventurer in this way was the right thing to do. The boy glanced desperately at his father, silently begging for understanding. They search desperately for an escape. Despite everything, his father merely flashes a wide grin and energetically urges him to come out on top. Arthur felt completely defeated, unable to comprehend how his father could be so ineffective during times like this. Despite everything, his companion positions himself, ready and determined. He drew upon the memories and knowledge he had gained from his past existence. Gripping his sword tightly, he surged forward. At that moment, he found himself at the center of the commotion, surrounded by the noise and intensity of crunch time. However, remains calm and composed. Prepared to evade the oncoming strike, the character braced for action. To him, the boy disappears from sight in an instant. He vanished from sight, only to materialize again right behind his enemy. He steadied his small frame and focused his energy, allowing magic to flow into his blade. He wasted no time and launched a swift attack in his direction. Manages to evade the assault by skillfully using the move E. He counterattacked, swinging his weapon in response. The smaller opponent quickly crouched, narrowly avoiding the strike as the stick whistled harmlessly above him. He seizes the fleeting chance and hurls himself directly at, aiming a powerful blow at his ribs. The large man crashed to the floor from the force. Refuses to be defeated without a fight. He swiftly attempts to trip the boy by swinging his leg, but the other manages to dodge just in time, ducking beneath the attack and escaping harm. Despite evading the initial attack, he felt uncertain about his ability to withstand the upcoming move, which was already in motion. As expected, the moment's stick made contact with him. Force of the blow hurls the boy through the air. He touches down several feet from his starting point. His back throbbed with intense pain. Walker lightly smacks on the back of the neck, silently warning him not to be so harsh with a child. Stood in amazement, completely taken aback by the remarkable talent Arthur had just shown. He struggled to comprehend how his father could insist that he had never given Arthur any instruction at all. The father, as he often does, claims that he never taught his son anything at all. Arthur's caring mother hurried over to tend to his wounds, her hands gentle but her words filled with concern. As she healed him, she expressed her disapproval of his dedication to learning how to fight, making it clear she worried about the path he had chosen. Arthur attempts to downplay his skills, insisting that he simply learned a few techniques from observing his father and reading various books. Remained doubtful, suspecting that such impressive skills couldn't possibly come from reading alone. His curiosity about the techniques Arthur had just demonstrated only grew stronger as he watched. In time, Arthur demonstrates the steps required to execute the impressive acrobatic stunts he had shown earlier. However, when the others make an attempt, their attempt ends in complete failure. Several days had gone by since their journey to city had begun. As these events unfolded, Arthur's birthday quietly came and went. He was given presents not just to celebrate his birthday, but also as thanks for all the hard work he invested in teaching them new skills. To his astonishment, Jasmine, who was typically reserved, turned out to be one of the gift givers. At the same time, training sessions involving Adam, Helen, and his father moved forward steadily, showing noticeable improvement. Arthur was taken aback when he discovered that Jasmine had already mastered several techniques. He remained impressed by how swiftly she picked up on his guidance, particularly when she was mastering the step. Following an enjoyable time by a scenic waterfall, the group chose to continue their adventure. In time, their journey brought them to a lonely stretch of land, empty and lifeless. What lay before them now appeared barren and desolate, a sharp difference from the vibrant, green landscape they had recently departed. While the group exchanged cheerful jokes and laughter, the group made light-hearted remarks about how Arthur's father always seemed to attract mischief wherever he went. She had a knack for pulling everyone around her into chaotic situations. At the same time, Arthur attempts to concentrate on his book, yet he quickly realizes it's difficult to stay engaged. Focusing became almost unachievable. The source of his discomfort remained stuck. For quite some time now, she found herself unable to look away from him. Without warning, bandits appeared and brought their travels to a sudden halt. As the threat approached, the group prepared themselves to confront it. A hail of arrows soared through the air as the looters outside attacked relentlessly. Rose's mastery over wind magic quickly brought the oncoming projectiles to a halt, dispersing them safely before they could cause any harm. The adventurers swiftly displayed a powerful energy filled the air when each person reached for their own weapon. The character themselves for the upcoming battle. Helen quickly positions herself, ready for action. With swift movements, the character pulled an arrow from their quiver and positioned it on the bow, preparing to take aim. Despite her determination, the overwhelming horde of bandits cresting the hills made it obvious that a lone arrow could never stop the approaching threat. A large number of bandits had gathered all around them. The group found themselves surrounded on every side, leaving them with no way to escape. At last, the repulsive man comes into view. The man appeared to be the one in charge of the group of bandits. Without hesitation, the man immediately commanded his to spare the women and the child. He insisted that no harm should come to the two individuals he referred to, knowing that anyone injured would lose their value and be difficult to sell for a high price. At this crucial turning point, Arthur comes to understand that the new world mirrors his old one in unexpected ways. He witnesses firsthand that cruelty and crime persist here just as harshly as before. Regardless of the situation, he felt fully prepared to tackle whatever obstacles lay before him. He clutched his dagger with determination, bracing himself for whatever awaited him next. However, he hesitated just a moment too long. Without hesitation, his mother wraps her arms around him, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. She quietly reassured everyone of her presence, promising that everything would be all right. Another shower of arrows flew through the air as the bandits launched their next attack. Walker reacted swiftly, summoning a barrier of solid stone. With a swift motion, Stone summoned his earth magic, raising a sturdy barrier that shielded him from the majority of the oncoming assault. Despite their efforts, the group soon found themselves surrounded as the bandits launched attacks from all sides, pressing in with relentless force. Several arrows found their way through the gaps in the stone barrier. The figure moved directly toward Arthur and his mother. Rose came to the rescue, skillfully summoning her wind magic to redirect the oncoming projectiles and keep everyone safe. The bandit gang's leader stepped forward at last, descending the hill with determination to face the group directly. Helen Shard was determined to stand her ground and wouldn't allow that to happen without resistance. She let her arrows fly, successfully hitting two of them, while their leader effortlessly blocked her attacks. At the same time, is giving everything he has. He was taking out his enemies one after another, without hesitation. In one swift movement, he swiftly defeats a large group of opponents all at once. A cunning assailant attempted to catch off guard by launching an attack from behind. Helen notices it at the last possible moment. An arrow shot with flawless precision strikes him directly. The fight continued with relentless intensity. The scene shifts to who is fully engaged in the fight. He shows no hesitation as an overweight opponent attempts to ambush him, but reacts instantly, evading the attack with ease. A sequence of powerful, relentless strikes left a trail of destruction in their wake. The observers took note of Jasmine's intensity as she handled her two daggers with remarkable skill. She attacked her enemies without mercy, swiftly cutting their throats or blinding them with ruthless efficiency. A sinister figure lurking in the background snapped a whip toward Jasmine, his intent clear. However, the weapon veered off course and lashed into the leg of one of his own allies instead. Jasmine reacted just in time, narrowly escaping as a powerful and swift strike tore through the air. The relentless man showed no signs of hesitation and forced his way forward. Axe lashed out with his whip at a blinding speed, but Jasmine responded with remarkable agility, skillfully twisting and turning to evade each of his powerful strikes. Although she manages to dodge the worst of the attacks, she still receives several painful scrapes. This made it clear that she, too, had her limits and wasn't untouchable. As the fight unfolded, Arthur observed from a distance while Jasmine struggled against her opponent, who skillfully used a whip to keep her at bay. Arthur quickly realized that Jasmine was having a hard time dealing with the long-range attacks, putting her at a clear disadvantage. He comes to the conclusion that he must find a way to support her. Despite his strong desire to help, doubt fills his mind as he wonders if his small frame could ever compete with the power of a grown. Without warning, an individual collided forcefully with their carriage. Regrettably, the person in question turned out to be. He had suffered serious injuries. He stood no chance against his rival's overwhelming strength. The adversary standing before them turned out to be the leader of the bandits. Arthur hurriedly instructed his mother to use her healing abilities on. Alice, overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding her, could do nothing but sob uncontrollably, her magical abilities forgotten in her grief. Offered her a comforting smile, assuring her that his wounds were not serious and that she had no reason to be concerned. The father, filled with pride, turns to speak to his son. He insists that he is capable of holding off the leader, but he cannot do so if he has to worry about his family's safety at the same time. He tells Alice and Arthur to retrace their steps down the trail and keep running without looking back. Arthur, however, stands his ground, insisting that he is capable of joining the battle as well. Places a proud hand on his head, silently acknowledging the courage he has shown. He recognized Arthur's courage, yet pointed out that Arthur's true responsibility was to. His main goal was to keep his mother and her unborn child safe. Before has a chance to continue, Arthur makes a solemn vow, promising with his life that he will keep his mother safe. His father gives a quick nod and gestures for him to move faster. He noted that the opposing side was supported by 4 mages. The leader of the bandits begins to realize what they are planning. He devised a strategy and instructed his followers to seize the healer. Arthur immediately seizes his mother's hand and dashes forward, unwavering in his resolve to reach her. Without warning, one of the attackers sprang toward the pair. However, swiftly steps in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. Without hesitation, the character rushed forward and pinned the enemy to the ground. The mother and her son managed to use the opportunity to get away safely. A different attacker attempted to strike the pair from the shadows by launching an arrow at them. Arthur quickly detected the incoming arrow before it could catch him off guard. He swiftly swings his wooden sword in an attempt to bring it down. The force of the arrow was so immense that it shattered the sword, splitting it cleanly into 2 separate parts. The archer stared in disbelief, amazed that a young child had managed to stop his powerful arrow. As he remained preoccupied, an arrow struck him squarely in the head. Set loose by, who urgently instructs Arthur to escape, the chaos begins. While hurrying alongside his mother, the young child spots something unusual. He recalled that there should have been 4 mages present, yet no matter how hard he looked, the 4th mage was nowhere to be seen. He attempts to count them, noticing that one is already occupied with the task of crunching. Someone else appeared, covered in mud and accompanied by a shambling walker. The 3rd one contained Jasmine. At that moment, Arthur's attention shifts to a 4th person he hadn't seen before. From the crest of the hill, the figure summoned an enormous sphere of mana. The villain wasted no time, hurling the crackling sphere of energy straight toward the mother and her child. Arthur hesitated, uncertain of his next move as the situation grew increasingly urgent. Even with the use of mana as a shield, his mother would still be too slow to dodge the attack in time. Without hesitation and in the blink of an eye, the small child forcefully stomped his feet against the floor. He quickly moved his mother aside to keep her safe from danger. He hurled his dagger with incredible speed, sending it slicing through the shimmering sphere of mana. Without hesitation, the dagger plunged straight into the man's leg. The mana ball struck Arthur with devastating force, hurling him toward the brink of the cliff and leaving him badly injured. As he starts to plummet, he pulls the mage along, forcing both of them downward together. Arthur had thrown a dagger, cleverly tying it to a string made of mana. The assistance he received allowed him to drag the mage with him. Right as they are about to tumble over, the mage manages to grab hold of the cliff's edge. However, the section he grips cannot support them and breaks apart, sending both of them plunging into the darkness below. Walker catches sight of the young child plummeting toward the ground, clearly in danger of losing his life. He summoned a giant hand formed from solid earth to rescue him. It appeared that had already missed his chance. As Arthur moves downward, his eyes begin to fill with tears. His heartbreak comes not only from the fall, but also from realizing that his hope of becoming a big brother is slowly fading beyond his reach. The setting shifts to a private room belonging to a man called King Gray. Was actually Arthur. The character enters the room, where an elderly man awaits. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for his place among the council members. He also acknowledges that even though his role brings him fulfillment, he occasionally finds himself longing for the recognition and honor that rulers enjoy following their triumphs. Eventually, began to wonder why King Gray had come to see him without warning. He questioned the reason that led the young man to seek out someone as elderly as he was. At that moment, Gray quietly reveals a war medal he received for his most recent triumph. After setting the object down on the table, he turns to go, announcing his decision to retire. In a society burdened by falling birth rates and scarce resources, traditional warfare had given way to individual duels, with kings taking the place of entire armies. Among these rulers stood Gray, a prominent leader defending his lands as their champion. However, Gray chose to relinquish his position not because he was weary or incapable. He had never sought to be the mightiest or to revel in perpetual fame. Ultimately, what shattered his resolve was a profound loneliness, a lack of loved ones to hold dear. Once he had lost everyone he cared about, left completely alone in the world. Given a second chance, he was reborn as Arthur, but the ache in his heart remained. No matter what he had gained in this new life, he longed deeply to go back to, willing to sacrifice everything just to reunite with those he once loved. Some time passed. Arthur slowly started to open his eyes. He found himself completely lost, with no understanding of his surroundings or any reason for his survival. Close by, he spots the unmoving body of the mage sprawled on the ground. He immediately feels his stomach churn at the horrifying sight of the mangled body. He rested under the endless expanse of sky, his body drained of all energy. A single leaf floated gently through the air before coming to rest on his face. The sudden movement startled him out of his sleep. He notices a water pouch and a sack of food resting on the ground close to him. Summoning the final reserves of his energy, Arthur drags himself across the ground in their direction. He quickly snatches the food and eats it eagerly. No matter how many hours passed, they made a point to drink plenty of water as well. Once he finished eating, he let himself fall back onto the ground, exhaustion washing over him. He felt completely drained of energy. After some time had passed, he pushed the door open. He blinked his eyes open once more and made an effort to rise to his feet. His legs buckled beneath him, causing him to collapse onto the ground once more. Even so, he gathers the last bit of energy he has within himself. At last, he summoned the strength to rise to his feet. The very first action he takes is to retrieve the dagger from the lifeless form of the mage. As he lifts his gaze, he becomes aware of the daunting height of the cliff from which he had taken his fall. Surviving a fall from that height seemed impossible, yet he had managed to live through it. He has no opportunity to think about it any further. He sets out on his solitary journey. Without warning, a distant voice called out to him, catching his attention. The very first idea that entered their mind. A thought crossed his mind, suggesting that the deceased mage could be attempting to communicate a message to him. The mysterious voice resonated once more, this time inquiring about how his body felt. The frightened boy gathers what little bravery he has and, with trembling hands, reaches out to cautiously prod the lifeless mage, hoping to see if there is any sign of life. The voice quickly calmed his fears, explaining that this body would not come back to life, so he had no reason to be concerned. Arthur lets out a deep breath, feeling comforted by the surprising encouragement. Despite the brief moment of ease, he quickly becomes defensive again. He wonders aloud about the identity of the strange voice. The character wondered whether this was the being responsible for rescuing him from his dangerous plunge. The mysterious presence immediately acknowledges that it was responsible for rescuing him. However, when Arthur asks who or what it is, the presence only offers a vague promise that its true nature will be revealed to him in time. Arthur listened to the strange voice with growing annoyance, his expression making it obvious that he didn't trust anything it said. The voice, remaining composed, informs him that it alone holds the power to return him home from this strange place. Hearing the word home suddenly brings Arthur's thoughts back to his parents, reminding him of the family he had to leave. He also thought about the new brother or sister his mother was expecting. He remained uncertain whether they had reached unharmed or if they were safe at all. With a flood of unanswered questions swirling in his mind, he quickly becomes humble. With careful politeness, he referred to the strange figure as Mr. Voice and requested assistance in finding a way to leave this unfamiliar place. Amusement colored the voice as it noted how the formerly proud teenager had been brought down to a state of humility. It revealed an appreciation for Arthur's sharp sense of humor, but also expressed frustration about being addressed as Mr., which was not actually correct. A woman stood before him. Although cautious, she noticed Arthur's respectful tone and chose to offer him guidance. Shortly afterward, a wave of shock sweeps through Arthur's thoughts, leaving him completely stunned. He suddenly becomes aware of his surroundings, noticing every detail around him. He could see locations that were far away. Having realized this newfound understanding, Arthur began to head out of the forest. By the afternoon, most of his discomfort had faded, with just a few lingering aches reminding him that he was still healing. Arthur continued to puzzle over the mysterious magic she had used to rescue him. He wondered how she had sensed his fall and questioned her reasons for saving only him. Each attempt to find logical answers led Arthur to even more confusion and uncertainty. Without warning, Arthur notices the gentle melody of running water reaching his ears. He scrambles over an enormous boulder that stands in his way. Without any hesitation, the character veered off the path and plunged straight into the river. He savors the cool and invigorating sensation of the moment. The enigmatic woman remarked on his relaxed demeanor, drawing attention to how unconcerned he appeared. She criticizes the size of his manhood, showing clear dissatisfaction with how unimpressive his gun appears. Arthur's cheeks burned with embarrassment as a wave of humiliation washed over him. He hurriedly put his clothes back on. He paused for a moment, then resumed his journey. He carefully fills his pouch with fresh water, ensuring he has enough for the journey ahead. He made sure to consume sufficient food to maintain his energy. It was likely that he had landed close to the elves' territory, given that his fall had taken him down the eastern side of the mountain. He notices that the thick mist, often associated with, is nowhere to be found. His worries about journeying through the beast glades faded when he noticed that only harmless, small creatures wandered nearby. Despite the area's abundant mana, he finds it unexpected that no mana beasts have appeared. He wished he could remain and gather more mana, but he understood he needed to leave quickly. There was no room for delay. Returning to his parents was his top priority. Since his mother was expecting a baby, the worry over his possible death might put the unborn child at risk, so if he was still alive, he felt he had to stay by their side. After traveling for quite some time, Arthur eventually reaches the location where the enigmatic woman lives. For an instant, he confuses her still form with a pile of stones, and a wave of relief washes over him as he realizes he has located her at last. The woman hastily clarifies that she is not a living heap of stones. She insists that if he wishes to see her, he must venture down into the crevice. Arthur, not pausing for even a moment, steps forward into the tunnel, where a mysterious, dim light softly glimmers around him. Summoning his courage, he pushes aside his anxiety and takes the lead down the path. The character moved forward, stepping into the passage. He moved forward, letting out a weary breath. Without warning, the character lost their balance and collapsed to the ground. The character plummets into a seemingly endless void. The object radiated a mystical blue light, shimmering with magical energy. After a rapid descent, the character crashed forcefully onto the unyielding earth. The impact is devastating. A sharp, throbbing pain pulsed through his jaw. Despite his exhaustion, Arthur compels himself to rise. He managed to rise to his feet, but almost immediately, his strength failed him and he crumpled back down. In front of him, a tall figure comes into view. A fearsome creature stood before him, its presence so overwhelming that it drove him to resort to deception. He trembled with fear, but it soon became clear that things were not as frightening as they first appeared. The creature revealed itself to be the enigmatic woman who had been speaking with him the entire time. She moved toward him at a measured, deliberate pace. Arthur's face drained of color as terror him, his mouth gaping in disbelief. The girl warned him to keep his mouth closed, hinting that otherwise insects might find their way inside. She reached out to him, her enormous hands stretching in his direction. The situation unsettles him, causing a flicker of anxiety. With steady composure, she informs him that creating a dimensional rift powerful enough to send him back will require some time. The words lingered in the air, signaling a pause until a future moment. She encourages him to partake in the sustenance offered by the enigmatic vegetation surrounding them. Arthur lowered his head in a respectful gesture, silently conveying his appreciation before proceeding. The character moved closer to the unusual, luminous fruits that were nearby. The objects gleamed so brightly that his sorrowful reflection was clearly visible on their shiny surface. The sight of the fruits fills him with sadness, bringing back memories of sharing meals with his family. He begins to lose himself in his thoughts. The lady monster unexpectedly appears behind him, causing him to jump in surprise. Startled by the unexpected fright, Arthur accidentally squeezes the fragile fruit in his grasp, causing it to collapse. Juice sprayed across his face, covering him in a sticky mess. Later, the two of them found a place to sit and relax. They eagerly devoured the fruits. As Arthur sat down to eat, he realized the moment had come for him to take action. The creature prepared to reveal her name. The creature wasted no time in introducing herself after both sides shared their names. Arthur's first reaction to seeing was fear, but over time that fear gradually diminished. He starts voicing all the questions that have been troubling him since he regained consciousness after the fall. She looked around, confused about her strange surroundings and uncertain why she had ended up here by herself. No one seemed to know where the girl had appeared from or how she had received her injury. Most importantly, the question lingered about the reason behind her decision to rescue him. Begins by responding to the initial question he asked. She clarified that this location was a slim stretch of land lying between the beast glades and the forest. Its existence remained a secret because she had always kept intruders away. Furthermore, very few people ever ventured into this secluded area. Arthur became the very first individual to step into her territory. Now that Arthur feels more comfortable around her, he tells her she can use the nickname Art, a name usually reserved for those closest to him. Gives a small nod, signaling her understanding before she proceeds to address his next question. She reveals that she is by herself because there is no one remaining in her life to keep her company. She is surrounded by numerous adversaries, each eager to claim what she holds. During her final clash with those enemies, she sustained the chest injury that she now bore, occurring just before she succeeded in fleeing. She had her own reasons for choosing to rescue Arthur. She acknowledges feeling touched by his bravery and the selflessness of his actions. Maybe she just felt isolated and longed for companionship, reaching out for someone to share her thoughts with. In truth, she couldn't fully explain her own reasons for rescuing him from the start. She offers an apology, letting everyone know that she must leave for the evening since her injury is getting worse. She explains that it's important for her to recover so she can work on the dimensional rift the following day. Arthur expressed his gratitude with courtesy and offered her a warm farewell for the evening. As the armored figure strode off, thoughts lingered in his mind about the solitary air that seemed to surround her. Just before she departs, offers him one last important detail. Although she cannot see precisely where his loved ones are, she comforts him by saying that everyone he cares about is unharmed. Arthur stood in stunned silence, unable to find any words in response to the news. Suddenly, a surge of emotion washes over him, leaving him feeling completely overcome. Feeling reassured of their safety, joyful tears streamed down his face as a broad smile appeared, his gratitude evident for the long-awaited good news she had shared with him. With the passing hours, and Arthur often found themselves deep in conversation about a wide range of topics, whenever she took a break from working on the portal. Time slipped by, with hours stretching seamlessly into days. Weeks began to pass as the days slowly slipped by. They were almost always together, rarely spending a moment apart. Although rarely shared details about her past, Arthur gradually uncovered the true nature of her enigmatic personality. Arthur had learned, after spending time with the enigmatic woman always dressed in armor, that truly represented the idea that appearances could be deceiving. Despite the fear her looks inspired, her true nature was caring, gentle, understanding, and full of warmth. Her gentle care brought back memories of how his mother used to look after him. The person showed a soft and caring nature. She could be firm when the situation called for it, particularly whenever he made a mistake. The topic of strictness came to mind. Arthur's mind drifts back to a memory that brings discomfort. He once made it clear how much he hated the bandits who had assaulted him and his loved ones. A vivid memory of the notorious gang leader lingered in his thoughts, impossible to forget. He realizes that his mind will never find calm until he tracks down the man responsible. At that moment appeared out of nowhere, interrupting the scene. With a gentle gesture, she tapped his forehead with her finger. The impact hurled him backward through the air, carrying him several feet from where he had stood. She acknowledges to herself that his point is valid. The belief was that the bandits had earned their fate. That was exactly the reason she chose not to help the mage who had fallen with him. Nevertheless, he realizes that allowing anger and the desire for revenge to take over his heart would ultimately bring pain to himself over time. Rather than offering comfort, she encourages him to move forward with his head held high. He looks straight ahead, unburdened by thoughts of revenge. He would face hardships once more, yet he needed to guard his thoughts against being consumed by sorrow and anger. Rather than ignore their lessons, he needed to take them to heart, greet what lay ahead with optimism, and only through this approach could he find real success. Arthur found himself caught off guard, receiving advice about values and living well from a person who appeared to embody everything wicked. Although she spoke simply, her words lingered in his mind, leaving him quietly absorbed in contemplation. He hardly realizes it when she interrupts his thoughts and brings him back to the present. She reminded him that he still needed to eat the fruit she had given him. While he ate, she realizes that her injury has become more severe. She calmly put his mind at ease, explaining that he didn't need to be concerned. For her, it was common for the injury to become irritated every now and then. Even so, her thoughts remained preoccupied with something different. Based on what she knew, people typically discovered their mana cores when they were about 12 or 13 years old. Yet he had somehow not only developed his core much earlier but also mastered mana control better than most experienced mages. In response to her question, Arthur confidently claims that his remarkable intelligence comes naturally to him. Given the situation, she explains that she has a lesson to share with him. The method served as a form of meditation, allowing someone to gather mana even as they moved, and with enough skill, possibly continue doing so in the midst of battle. She shows how the technique works. Arthur stared in amazement, his fascination reaching new heights as he tried to comprehend what he was witnessing. Proceeds to clarify that humans typically perceive mana in a straightforward, one-dimensional way. In order to become skilled at this technique, he needs to begin with easy, repetitive motions and slowly build his abilities from that point onward. However, Arthur found little comfort in these vague terms. Attempts to clarify that mana beasts have an instinctive ability to develop this skill on their own. Unlike most people who typically awaken their powers at a later stage and therefore cannot handle such complex multitasking, Arthur seemed to be an exception. Given that this limitation did not affect him, with enough dedicated practice, he had a real chance at mastering the skill. The brief encouragement motivates Arthur, filling him with determination as he commits to giving his utmost effort in response. As concentrated on creating a rift, Arthur devoted himself to practicing with determination. However, his misstep sends him stumbling forward. Mastering this ability involves becoming skilled enough to handle combat situations effectively while he kept a constant stream of mana moving steadily inside herself. Despite the circumstances, he remains completely self-assured. He resumed his training, repeatedly swinging and practicing as he focused on drawing in the surrounding mana. Over time, he gradually became skilled at drawing in mana, ultimately perfecting the technique of mana absorption. He eagerly tells about his small success, his face bright with pride. It appeared that she had already worn herself out. Unable to reply, they remained in no state to give any response. Arthur's heart raced with panic at the sight of her lying motionless. Her injury appeared to have taken a serious toll on her. Blood seeped from her enormous form, gradually spreading across the surrounding space. He swiftly takes hold of her large hand. Summoning all the power his tiny frame could gather, he pushed forward. He manages to flip her large body onto its other side. He realized her injury was getting worse. As he gazes forward, he notices that the rift she has been forming is now fully shaped and prepared for passage. Reflecting on the past, he suddenly understood that throughout all this time, while she focused on building the portal, her wounds continued to deteriorate. Watching this, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. She realized she had endured hardship in her efforts to build the portal for his sake. He only realized now that the weight was overwhelming him. At that moment, quietly murmured, her voice barely audible, offering him gentle reassurance that all was well. Arthur held onto her tightly, his face wet with tears as he sobbed uncontrollably, unable to do anything else. He couldn't understand how things could ever be okay while she was preparing to walk away from him like this. Realizing that she had sacrificed her own happiness for his sake, he felt an even deeper pain in his chest. At that instant, tears streamed down Arthur's face. He weeps for a length of time he would never willingly acknowledge. For the first time, tears streamed down his face, revealing the vulnerable child hidden beneath his outward appearance. Softly points out to him that they do not have much time left to spend together. She certainly didn't want her efforts to go unrecognized because he was too busy blaming himself. Arthur struggled to understand how he could avoid feeling responsible, knowing she was giving up her own safety just so he could see his family again. Feels a sense of gratitude. Thanks to Arthur, she now has the chance to escape the lonely cave earlier than expected, and this single fact leaves her without any remorse. Before long, her form starts to break apart, gradually dissolving into a cloud of ashes. As her dark armor shattered and fell away, brilliant white wings unfurled from her back. Appeared before him, transformed into a completely new version of herself. In this moment, she appeared more like her true self than she ever had in the past. Arthur had never imagined that would reveal herself as a dragon. She acknowledges the truth, she is, in fact, a dragon, or so humans would name a creature such as herself. Despite the situation, she pointed out to him that there was no reason to linger on pleasantries. She explained that completing the portal required her true form, and since her disguise had vanished, it would not be long before her foes arrived. Just before she leaves him behind, she explains to him that she has several important things to share. She hands him an egg that shimmers with all the colors of the rainbow. Along with several of her feathers, she instructs him to use them to keep the egg warm and to hide its presence, leaving Arthur too stunned to fully grasp the situation. Without warning, she collides with him. At that instant, a sudden reaction made his clothes rip apart. Patterns slowly started to form along his skin, while offered comforting words, promising that clarity would come to him eventually. Having accomplished her task, she chooses to activate the portal. She couldn't spare enough time to create a path straight to his house, but she managed to guide him near the humans. She encourages him to move quickly and leap through the portal. As he prepared to jump, stones suddenly tumbled down from above. Acted fast, unfurling her enormous wings to shield him just in time, preventing the heavy debris from falling on him. The individual who caused all the devastation turned out to be a strange and unsettling person appeared, bearing an uncanny resemblance to. He spoke to with a formal tone, urging her to stop being so obstinate and give him what he wanted. He implied that if she cooperated, he would consider tending to her injuries. Even Arthur immediately notices that the newcomer appears remarkably. The shape closely resembled the one had assumed before. Activated a power that halted the flow of time in her surroundings. The ability to move or speak in that moment belonged solely to her and Arthur. She appeared as though she was about to share a significant secret. She confessed that she had delayed the teleportation magic on purpose because she wanted to be near him a little longer. Realizing that her actions were self-centered, she acknowledged her selfishness, but explained that she had one last favor to ask. She hoped he would agree to call her grandma, if only for this one moment. Arthur stood there, utterly confused by her words, unable to grasp what she meant. He stared at her in shock, unable to believe what was happening. Yet, as everything around them stood still and their encounter hung in the balance, he urged her to escape this place by his side. Tears rolled down his cheeks as she explained to Arthur that she was unable to go with him, before he had a chance to argue again. With a heavy heart, she musters all her strength and hurls him into the portal, her goodbye filled with both sorrow and love. As he fell headlong into the swirling rift, his body spun uncontrollably. Arthur spoke to her for the final time, honoring her wish by referring to her as Grandma. Lips curved into a soft smile in response to his remarks. She quietly expresses her gratitude, and with those final words exchanged, their journey together concludes. Arthur's journey does not end there. Instead, he finds himself arriving in the heart of a thick, shadowy forest. The area was encircled by immense, sky-reaching trees. His mind focuses solely on her, and a dull pain settles in his chest. He felt a mix of sadness, frustration, and anger. He understands that this moment marks the last time he will ever lay eyes on her. The heaviness of understanding pressed down on them, making it almost impossible to endure. He finds himself unable to do anything except let out a desperate scream. Given her absence, it was only natural that he felt completely shattered. For the past 4 months had become an unwavering part of his daily routine. His mind became crowded with memories that stubbornly lingered, unwilling to disappear. For a span that felt at once brief and endless, she cared for him with the same warmth and devotion she would have shown to her own family. Since arriving in this world, he had been missing care, guidance, and love, gifts she had generously provided him. Although everything appeared to be over, the situation had not truly reached its conclusion. While he remains sprawled on the ground, her voice gradually reaches his ears. However, he soon realized it was merely a recording. Before they separated, had imprinted the message deeply in his memory, offering him a final remnant of her presence. The recording of his voice starts to play, informing Arthur that he still has a long way to go before he can handle the complete truth. The shape of his body remains that of a child who has only recently turned 4 years old. Even though his mana core had already advanced to the stage where it glowed a deep, dark red. She reveals that she has left him with a final gift, something she has infused into him before their farewell. He possessed an extraordinary will, and his destiny as a mage would be shaped by how skillfully he mastered this ability. Arthur, however, finds it hard to appreciate what others call a gift. A storm of bitterness swirled inside him, blending sorrow, anger, and guilt until his thoughts became murky, as though she could somehow feel what he was experiencing. Completely understands his emotions at this moment. He needed to remind himself that his family was still out there, relying on him, and that his life still held an important mission he had yet to complete. Hopes that he will experience the happiness and purity of being young, eventually becoming someone both his parents and herself can admire. She ends her message by making a heartfelt vow. Once his manicure advanced beyond the white phase, she would reach out to him once more. At that moment, she planned to reveal everything to him. She said her goodbyes to King Gray before departing. Arthur immediately becomes alert when he hears someone refer to the title he held in his past life. He remains motionless, unable to move. His thoughts were tangled in a haze of bewilderment. The question that lingered in his mind was how much time had passed since she discovered who he truly was. She wondered how she had come to know him at all. At that moment, he pushes aside any thoughts about her and concentrates solely on the problem in front of him. He realized that dedicating this life solely to training for revenge would make it no different from the one before. Determined to break the cycle, he knew he had to keep moving ahead from this moment on. Before anything else, he pauses to question his own location, unsure of where he could possibly be. He unleashed his mana absorption technique, surging through the forest at an astonishing, almost supernatural pace. After sprinting for some time, Arthur comes to the realization that even with the aid of mana, his eyesight remains partially limited. One fact soon stood out: he had ventured far into the heart of forest. Despite his struggles, he could just manage to use the mana rotation technique that had shown him. He was now able to maintain his magical abilities for a significantly extended period of time. Despite wandering aimlessly for what seemed like an eternity, he remained unable to discover an escape. Had assured him that he would find himself close to other people. Up to this point, he had found no evidence of their presence. After what seemed like an endless journey leaping from branch to branch among the treetops, Arthur began to sense a new confidence, moving through the trees with the skill and ease of a monkey that had perfected the art of swinging from branch to branch. Without warning, he becomes aware that a person is nearby. He swiftly falls behind the others. Moving swiftly, the figure traveled between the trees, carefully observing each location. Beneath them, a carriage waited. Utilizing his agility, he carefully lowers himself while keeping a safe gap between himself and what lies below. He attempts to overhear the group's conversation, hoping to discover what they are planning. They appeared to be unsavory individuals, giving off an unmistakable sense of menace. The group had recently taken a woman into custody, only to discover that she belonged to the elf race. Because she was both youthful and inexperienced, people had already begun to imagine offering her a lucrative deal. Although Arthur tried to remain calm, the fury and bitterness carved into his expression made it obvious that none of his enemies would escape this place alive. Making easy money at the elf's expense was out of the question. Arthur was completely baffled by how the pigs had acquired forest hounds. He realized that obtaining one of those was his best chance to escape the forest. The topic then shifted to the fate of the slave traders. He intends to vent his frustration by treating them like a punching bag. Although Arthur is anxious to return home, he realizes he must first come up with a reliable strategy for making his way back. It was clear that confronting the slave traders before anything else would be the wisest decision. He hesitates, knowing that launching an attack without a clear plan could be fatal. Confronting the entire group directly would surely lead to his own destruction. He decides to trail behind them, making sure to remain unnoticed. He lingered in the shadows, watching closely for just the right moment, quietly building up his energy so he could attack when they least expected it. When darkness settled over the city, he knew the moment had arrived for him to take action. Arthur put his plan into action by tossing a nut inside. A tree standing close by suddenly draws the attention of the hounds, causing them to become instantly watchful and tense. One of the men urgently instructed his companion to quiet the dogs, fearing their noise might rouse threats hidden in the forest's shadows. As one of the men focused his attention on the hounds, Arthur quickly takes advantage of the moment. He decides to take action by. Figure suddenly materialized directly before the villain. With a swift motion, his hand, pulsing with mana, sliced through the air. With a swift, precise motion, he cuts across the man's throat, ending it in a single, flawless move. Once that scoundrel had been defeated, Arthur carefully searches the body, determined to claim any valuables left behind. The character selected a sharp, well-crafted dagger from among the man's possessions. At the same time, the second heavyset man who had earlier ordered his companion to deal with the dogs started to question the delay, noticing that the sudden silence from the hounds seemed unusual. He moves closer to investigate. Arthur catches him off guard with a sudden attack. He applied exactly the right amount of force. The blade slices across his throat in the same way it did to the first victim. Although only 2 opponents remained, Arthur's strength was fading fast, his body growing exhausted from the fight. Without warning, the elf girl seated inside the carriage began causing a disturbance, creating exactly the kind of scene Arthur had hoped to avoid. Both of the remaining hesitantly left behind their usual sense of security. They began to search the area, hoping to find their lost friends. Arthur remained concealed in the shadow of the carriage. However, one of the figures suddenly detected a presence and lunged forward with an attack. Arthur reacted just in time, raising his guard and narrowly deflecting the blow. The character launched a swift attack, skillfully countering by severing the man's legs completely. A sharp, chilling scream rang out, cutting through the darkness of the night. The other bandit, who had been looking the other way, suddenly noticed the commotion. He hurried back to where it all happened and saw his friend suffering on the ground, fatally hurt. The wounded man, clutching his side in pain, managed to warn him to stay alert, explaining that the kid they were up against had magical powers. The long-haired bandit grows more interested at the reference to a mage. He quickly discards his sword and chooses to rely on his own strength instead, showing a clear desire to avoid injuring the golden hen as he prepares to catch it. They considered that if kept unharmed, the boy could be sold for an even greater sum than the elf girl. Keeping his goal clear, he lunges ahead with determination. Arthur managed to dodge at the last possible second and struck back immediately. With a swift motion, a rock was hurled directly at the man's face. The stone struck the man so hard that blood began to trickle from his lips. Arthur noticed his opponent was disoriented, so he seized the moment to hurl a dagger infused with mana at him. The bandit reaches out quickly and grabs it before it can hit the ground. The attack only heightened the villain's curiosity, making him realize that the boy truly possessed some cunning and dangerous moves. The bandit drives his foot forward with great force, unleashing a fierce kick, colliding with Arthur with such intensity that the force shook his tiny body and knocked him down onto the floor. For a brief instant, Arthur lies incapacitated, struggling to catch his breath and exposed to danger. Without missing a beat, the bandit swiftly scoops the child up from the ground. Trapped firmly in the man's hold, Arthur refused to surrender without a struggle. He swiftly seizes the enemy's wrist, channeling mana into his palm, in a split second. The method results in a blast. The size was sufficient for the bandits to be left behind. His hand had been burned so severely that it was now completely useless. The bandit howls in agony, clutching his burned hand. Seeing this opening, the boy realizes it's the perfect moment to make his move. Without a moment's pause, he takes the opportunity and acts. His hand releases the knife in a swift motion, the blade slicing cleanly across the man's throat and bringing an abrupt end to his life. The bald man was the last one left, sprawled helplessly on the ground. His severed legs rendered him motionless, and he desperately pleaded for mercy, twisting in pain. Arthur had long discarded any notion of mercy when it came to people like these. Without hesitation, he made sure to eliminate every last one of them, guaranteeing that no one escaped the forest alive. After dealing with the troublemakers, he shifted his attention to the shy elf girl, who immediately shrank back in fear the moment she saw him. He softly attempts to ease her worries, offering kind words and reassurance to calm her fears. Once her emotions settled, he pressed the fabric firmly against her mouth. With her rescue complete thanks to his actions, he chooses to follow a direction of his own making. Although she feels scared at the idea of being by herself, the girl immediately grabs onto him, her eyes wide and full of an innocent plea. Arthur attempted to reassure her by explaining that, with the troublemakers now dealt with, she no longer needed to worry about them following her. He also mentioned that elves were usually protected from harm in this forest. The girl swiftly moves her head from side to side, making it clear that beasts fear only grown-ups, not children. Her parents warned her that children might be devoured by wild hounds or captured by living trees. Arthur found himself uneasy at the idea of taking on the role of a babysitter. With no other options available to him, he hesitantly inquires about the distance to her house. The girl casually replies that she has no idea. He exhaled softly, then turned and started to leave. He tried to put her at ease by explaining that he was just heading out to collect a few things they needed. Despite the circumstances, he managed to gather whatever supplies he could for the path that lay before him. They were both uncertain about how much time the task would require. He also needed to consider how they would return. Disappointment filled him as he realized they couldn't use the carriage, which would have made their travels much quicker. However, choosing that option would make them far too noticeable. He eagerly anticipated discovering the elves, hoping they possessed something that could help him return to the human kingdom. While searching for supplies, after searching through the carriage, someone discovered some clothes and offered them to the small elf. He suggests that she put on the cloak since the temperature might drop. Grateful for his thoughtfulness, the young lady smiles and he gently pats her head to show his care. Having prepared everything, they set off toward their respective homes. They moved along the path she had indicated, unsure of the exact way. Arthur learned additional details about the elf child. Found herself alone in the woods after being parted from her family. She wondered aloud whether he belonged to the human kingdom. Each time memories of that place surfaced in her mind. Her mind is consumed by the whispers and gossip that claim every man is the same. It was said that humans often acted in inappropriate ways and sometimes took multiple wives. Throughout their travels, the group filled their days with playful exchanges and lighthearted teasing. Darkness blanketed the world as evening took hold. The group pitched their tents deep within the dense forest. Arthur volunteered to stand guard outdoors, recommending that she take the opportunity to rest while he kept an eye out. After entering the camp, she prepared to enjoy a much-needed break. Arthur found himself sitting by himself beneath a sky filled with shining stars. While he pondered his circumstances, it became clear that he had intended to use this time to uncover the purpose behind this mysterious gift. However, it seemed he would have to postpone solving this puzzle until after he accompanied the elf girl back to her village. The girl stepped out and recommended that he take some time to rest too. Despite her grandmother's strict rule against allowing boys in her bed, she decides that just this once she will bend the rule. Arthur responds by assuring her that he does not feel tired. Before she returned to the camp, the girl cautioned him that drawing attention could attract more beasts. She prefers that he come indoors, believing it would be safer for the two of them, even though he is assigned to stand watch. In the end, Arthur decides to comply with what she wants. Both of them slipped under the same blanket, sharing the warmth. A new day begins. After enjoying some much-needed rest, they woke feeling refreshed. They pressed onward, moving through strange landscapes as the hours slipped by swiftly. The subtle changes in their surroundings were the sole signs that showed how far they had come. Arthur confessed to himself that concerns about his family and a strong desire to return home had left him feeling irritable and restless. Yet there was something that made the trip feel nearly impossible to endure. The unbearable pain radiated from sending sharp waves through his body. The situation would change without warning every so often. His suffering had turned into a routine part of his daily life. Each morning he finds himself unexpectedly overwhelmed by it. During their travels, a certain day stood out from the rest. The group soon realizes that a pack of wild wolves is trailing close behind them. The young man hurled the knife without glancing behind him, and the blade embedded itself in the tree beside the wolf's head. Before long, every unfortunate person in the room experienced the most terrifying shock they had ever felt. Extended her finger, gesturing toward the path in front of her. Once more, an intense and overwhelming pain surged through Arthur's chest. He darts behind a nearby tree, hoping won't witness how defeated he looks. He kept it to himself, fearing that if she knew, she would only become more anxious. Night fell once more, and the group pitched their camp deep within the dense forest. With the arrival of a new day, time continued to slip by in much the same way. During these passing days, gradually became more familiar with the once unrecognizable environment around her, a promising indication of progress. Despite their determination to continue, the group found themselves moving more slowly since was struggling to endure the strain of their relentless journey. In an effort to lighten the load she carried, Arthur decided to handle her luggage on his own. Arthur faced his own struggles as well. Even with the support of mana coursing through him, the ache intensified, making it increasingly difficult for him to conceal his discomfort from the concerned elf nearby. Night fell once more, quietly merging with the hours that had already passed. The day began once again. During their travels, unexpectedly asks for something unusual. As their bond had grown stronger, she considers whether she might be allowed to refer to him as Art, just as his family members do. The boy immediately signaled his approval, catching off guard with how quickly he agreed. Because of this, Arthur intentionally chooses to exaggerate his emotions for effect. With an unsettling tone, he expressed that it would be his greatest honor if addressed him as Arthur, despite his humble origins in the countryside. The girl reached out and squeezed his cheeks, responding to his playful teasing with a light-hearted gesture. Their playful exchange carried on, filling the air with light-hearted teasing. His attention is abruptly drawn to something unexpected. She hurries eagerly toward that way while the boy follows with clear reluctance. To him, the scenery offers nothing but endless moss, scattered leaves, thick fog, and an overwhelming number of trees. Nevertheless, the journey pressed on with a sense of honesty woven into the unfolding story. This particular journey stood out as one of the longest challenges the protagonist had encountered in the manhwa. While it played a key role in shaping his character, it also brought him nearer to the young girl. Even with a significant difference in their mental maturity, the two had noticeably deepened their bond. A new day dawned, ushering in yet another adventure through the mysterious forest. At last, after a lengthy trek, it appeared that their persistence had paid off as they found themselves nearing their destination. After she reached out and touched each of the trees that surrounded her. After a long search, at last discovers the person she had been looking for. She performed a bit of magic and unlocked the way. A green gate swung open within the trunk of the wooden tree. She gestured for him to come in after her. As Arthur enters, he immediately loses his balance and tumbles forward. Through written sentence, they made their way to the opposite side of the gate. As Arthur rises to his feet and directs his gaze forward, he gazes ahead and is captivated by a breathtaking scene. He found himself standing before an entire society of elves, and as he took in the breathtaking beauty around him, the single word that surfaced in his thoughts was pristine. Still, he sensed that even this description fell short of capturing the true magnificence of what he saw. The moment the nearby elves set their gaze on the boy, several soldiers suddenly emerged in front of them. Rather than attempting to capture him, the soldiers arrived to formally escort the royal princess, following every official procedure. Arthur stood frozen, utterly stunned by what he saw, his mind completely blank as he struggled to figure out any appropriate response. His thoughts swirl with countless uncertainties, leaving him confused and restless. He gives a subtle nod, quietly confirming that what he observes is truly happening. A knight explained that they had come immediately after realizing someone had activated the oral teleportation gate. He adds that both the king and queen have come back too. Without delay, the focus shifts to his anxious parents hurrying to her side. The woman holds the title of Queen of, and following close behind is her spouse, the reigning king of. Another prominent figure, Virion, made his entrance onto the scene. His name appeared in every history book, for he once ruled as the king of El Noir. He was recognized as the commander of the final battle waged against the humans from the kingdom. All of her relatives had come together in one place. Arthur carefully guided in the direction of her anxious parents. They greet her with affectionate embraces, sharing a moment of warmth together. Witnessing the touching display of affection before him, Arthur found himself thinking about his own parents. He began to imagine whether his mother and father would greet him with the same warmth and love when they were reunited. King faced Arthur, conveying deep appreciation, not only in his role as ruler but also as parent. To show his thanks for Arthur's help in bringing back unharmed, extended an invitation for Arthur to join them at their residence. He offered Arthur several days to recuperate, all the while anticipating the story of Arthur's homeland with great interest. Arthur noticed that although the man spoke with a steady and kind voice, his eyes revealed a different truth. By observing his gaze, Arthur could tell that the so-called request was not really a choice at all, but rather a command disguised as an opportunity. Arthur acknowledges the kindness extended to him, showing his appreciation for the offer. Without warning, seized his hand and began pulling him after her, abruptly interrupting his train of thought. The sight leaves the bystanders visibly shocked. The girl, in contrast, can hardly contain her excitement as she eagerly prepares to introduce him to all the wonders this place holds. The young man's initial reaction was filled with sheer amazement. He had anticipated seeing a grand castle upon discovering its royal status. He stood in awe, realizing that the grand structure before him offered much more than simply a place to reside. At one moment, Arthur begins questioning whether he has somehow ended up inside a fantasy story. The queen wasted no time in presenting their young visitor to the maids, instructing them to ensure Arthur enjoyed every moment of his stay. Arthur appreciated the kindness shown to him, yet he sensed it was important to clarify the events that had taken place. His parents appeared eager and ready to listen to every interesting detail. Every important member of the family was present. Several senior knights, along with others, assembled to listen to what Arthur had to say. The boy began by introducing himself as Arthur, mentioning that he came from a modest village in the kingdom of. He expressed his deep gratitude and respect for having the chance to stand before the royal family. Although the introduction feels somewhat exaggerated, Arthur understands that the conversation will stall if they continue to view him as immature. The king himself remarked on Arthur's surprisingly refined manners and knowledge, which seemed unusual for someone who said he grew up with little. This observation made everyone even more eager to hear what Arthur would reveal next. The boy began to share his story, offering a somewhat unclear account of being parted from his family after an encounter with bandits. While he wasn't being completely dishonest, he chose to reveal only part of the truth. As he continued, his tale naturally reached the moment when he met their daughter. The mood in the room changes as soon as the news is revealed. The king's face hardens with anger when he learns that was taken by slave traders, specifically by humans. From his reaction, it is obvious that he already harbors a strong dislike for humans, and this information only deepens his resentment. The boy felt frustrated that the elf king was judging all humans based on the actions of a few slave traders. With a polite tone, the young man clarified to the other that slave trading should be recognized as an occupation rather than being associated with any particular race. The boy's comment quickly results in several gleaming swords being directed straight at him. Swiftly intervened, preventing the knights from advancing. Virion listened with growing interest, wondering how Arthur had succeeded in rescuing his granddaughter from the bandits. He considered the possibility that Arthur might have pleaded with them or bargained for her release. The boy firmly rejected any accusations against him, choosing instead to truthfully reveal that he was a mage, even though he was still just a child. In the end, he had defeated the slave traders and managed to save their granddaughter. An irate knight, unable to contain his frustration, swiftly unsheathes his sword. To him, Arthur's words sound completely ridiculous, and he believes the young man is shamelessly deceiving the crowd. However, responded to the knight's rash move with a fierce, threatening stare. An icy stare cut through the darkness, stopping the overly enthusiastic knight in its tracks. At last, Arthur rises from where he had been sitting. He boldly announces his indifference to whether others trust his words. What truly matters is that he is now safe and sound. The only thing he desires is to go back home to his family in. His eyes widened in surprise when she realized that Arthur would be departing earlier than she had expected. The girl's parents are taken aback when they notice the deep empathy she shows toward him. At the same time, Arthur softly brings up the long past between humans and elves, expressing his belief that it wouldn't be suitable for a human to stay in the kingdom for an extended period. Right now, his main concern is making sure his family is out of harm's way and reassuring them that he is unharmed. The king chooses that it is his turn to address the others. He makes a short reference to the history shared by the two kingdoms and points out that Arthur was the one who rescued their daughter. Arthur had taken the time and effort to escort her safely back to El Noir. Recognizing this, the king announced that Arthur deserved a suitable reward. Before proceeding, the king revealed some troubling news. The portal that connected to the Sapin Kingdom could only be used once every 7 years, and that was during the summit held for the 3 races. The gate would not open again for another 5 years, leaving a long wait ahead. Despite this, the king gladly arranged for a team of guards to ensure Arthur's safe journey back to his homeland. He shares his hope that Arthur will remain for a while, allowing the elves the opportunity to treat him with hospitality and care as their honored guest. The king acknowledges that, although a few elves have accepted humans, many still harbor resentment from the ancient conflict. He instructs Arthur to settle in comfortably for the night, assuring him that an escort will be arranged and ready by the following morning. After some time, Arthur enters an opulent chamber that has been assigned to him. He begins by enjoying a refreshing shower, rewarding himself for his efforts. However, as he steps into the shower, pain surged from his once more, forcing him to bend over in agony. Once he completed his task, he settled onto the couch to relax. He carefully cradled the egg that had given him, feeling the weight of her trust in his hands. Without warning, someone rapped on the door. As he opens the door, appears before him, waiting expectantly. Without any hint or warning, she suddenly lunged forward and struck him in the stomach with her head, causing him to nearly choke from the unexpected blow. It seemed that she was bothered by the distant way he addressed her parents, as well as his intention to depart in the near future. Arthur made an effort to explain to the naive girl that his actions were simply out of respect, given their roles as king and queen over the whole kingdom. The truth was, he had every right to be upset. She had kept their royal heritage a secret from him until now. Firmly expresses her feelings, letting him know that she hopes he stays, since he is the very first friend she has ever had. Arthur couldn't help but break into a smile at those words. Wanting to show his goodwill, he offered a warm gesture. He casually rests his hand on her neck as if they have known each other forever and urges her to quit whining and give him a tour of the castle. Together, they began a venture through the castle's halls. Led him to the place she loved most, a hidden corner that became especially beautiful in the springtime when vibrant flowers blossomed all around. She goes on to acquaint him with an unusual species of insect called. These are grown with special care. At that moment, while she attempted to point out the glowing bees to him, Arthur became aware of a presence approaching him from behind. A small dagger was revealed. He reacted instantly, seizing the young girl and moving her out of harm's way. At that very moment, he finds himself unable to act. He seized the weapon in midair and struck back, moving with astonishing speed. The identity of the mastermind behind this scheme was just about to be revealed. Aside from her grandfather Virion, Arthur is stunned, unable to believe that her own grandfather might have tried to harm her. However, the elderly man remains composed and explains that the object in his hand is nothing more than a harmless toy. Upon examining the situation more carefully, Arthur's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he realized he had been fooled. Virion feels a sense of admiration as he observes Arthur's quick reflexes. Witnessing Arthur not only catch the small object but also immediately turn it into an advantage astonishes him. Although Virion recognizes that Arthur's control over mana is only average, he can now easily understand how Arthur managed to defeat several slave traders on his own. Arthur cannot decide if he should take offense or feel flattered, so he remains silent. Intervenes, rebuking her grandfather and firmly instructing him to stop making fun of Arthur. The old man appeared to have no plans of making fun of anyone. The real reason he walked up to Arthur was because Arthur intrigued him. It had been ages since he'd encountered anyone as captivating as this young man. Virion flung a wooden sword toward Arthur, sending it spinning through the air. Determined to test the boy's true abilities, the observer chose to find out what he was capable of. Arthur quickly takes hold of the item and acts immediately, showing no sign of reluctance. He moved it with all the speed he could muster. The attacker swung his weapon straight toward the elderly man. He swings at his target, only to discover it was nothing more than a mirage crafted from mana. Despite this, Virion feels a surge of admiration for the youngster's boldness. Refusing to yield, Arthur launched himself forward once more. He swung his wooden sword, but once again his target turned out to be nothing more than a decoy. Arthur's openness in this instant exposes him completely. The door creaked open and the elderly man seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Arthur moved swiftly, narrowly avoiding the danger at the last possible moment. He quickly sprang from where he had been standing, trying to protect himself. Even though Arthur moves quickly, he still gets struck hard by an unexpected elbow, leaving him reeling. Despite everything, the situation failed to disturb him. He unleashed his full strength, no longer restraining himself. Arthur rushed forward again, gripping his wooden sword tightly. His swiftness stood out as truly impressive. Despite his efforts, it was obvious that he was struggling just to keep up with the elderly man. The other person appeared completely unfazed, showing no signs of effort. Before long, Arthur is left exposed once again. The old man strikes, sending him stumbling backward. The object rolled farther and farther from its starting point. Hurried over to see if he was all right. The old man appeared to have suffered injuries as well before he left. Arthur at last succeeded in landing a shallow cut on the old man, who seemed to have earned it with his arrogant attitude, acting as though no one in the world could rival his skill. Virion's enthusiasm for another match was clear, but quickly ended any hope he had. She insisted there would be no rematch, and with a teasing grin, gave her grandfather a gentle pinch as a warning not to trouble Arthur any further. The elderly man responds with a gentle smile, confessing that showing leniency toward Arthur would have only left himself vulnerable to someone much younger. Meanwhile, Arthur feels a deep sense of pride, realizing just how much respect holds for him. Arthur's response clearly affects the elderly man, causing his cheerful expression to fade as he suddenly adopts a more serious demeanor. From his perspective, if Arthur genuinely regards him as a respected and noble upperclassman. Soon after, he extends an offer for the other person to join him as his student. Arthur found himself completely stunned by the surprising proposal, uncertain if the elder genuinely meant what was being suggested. The elderly man promptly acknowledges his identity, but Arthur points out that he is merely a human and expresses uncertainty about whether humans are permitted to remain in this kingdom. Assured that as long as Arthur remained his student, no one would have the courage to force him to leave. He pledged to share knowledge with Arthur that surpassed anything the most skilled mages in Sapin could provide. Although the opportunity seems appealing, Arthur refuses with courteous firmness, determined not to linger in this place when his goal is to find his parents. Upon hearing the request, the elderly man offers a new assurance, vowing to allow Arthur to reach out to his parents so they can be certain of his safety and well-being. Before providing any more details, the elderly man instructs the maids to escort so she can wash up and relax. When the two were finally by themselves, the elderly man revealed that he was aware of Arthur's struggles, specifically mentioning the intense pain Arthur had been feeling deep within the area where his mana core resided. The episodes had started to occur with increasing regularity. Arthur wondered how the elderly man possessed such extensive knowledge. Dismisses the inquiry, insisting that there's no use in discussing it. He urges Arthur to consider the true cause of his sickness instead. Before providing any further explanation, checks if Arthur has ever heard of beast wills. The phrase leaves Arthur completely puzzled, as it means nothing to him. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, memories of damaging his freshly done nails surfaced vividly. Before resuming their discussion, the elderly man presumes that Arthur must have already come across some mana beasts. He proceeds to clarify that creatures strong enough to be classified as Class A or above acquire the power to transfer their will or unique abilities to others, either to their own young or to an individual they select to form a bond with. He assures Arthur that he won't question how he came across such a formidable beast will, but cautions him that, for now, the strength inside him is causing more trouble than benefit. Arthur realized that the old man's knowledge suggested must have a beast will as well. The old man openly acknowledged the truth without hesitation. He stated that his profession was that of a beast tamer, a role he achieved by completely mastering the wild, beastly instincts within his own nature. He understood the deep longing Arthur felt to reunite with his family and make his way back home. He cautions that taking action at this moment would be extremely dangerous. The overwhelming strength of the beast coursing through Arthur proved far too much for his young, unprepared body to withstand. If no action is taken quickly, the situation will spiral out of control. The force he had gained was slowly tearing his body apart from within. Arthur stretched out and rested, beads of sweat shimmering across his face. A weighty pressure seemed to bear down on his body while he floated between moments of awareness and darkness. He gazes upon a terrifying figure that embodies all his fears and responsibilities. The pressure to meet everyone's expectations follows him relentlessly, disturbing his rest even as he dreams. The heaviness pinning him down does not come from any ghostly being. Instead, it is, sitting squarely on top of him, unintentionally making his fatigue worse. She has shown up to rouse him from sleep, eager to share the thrill of the day ahead with him. Arthur appeared to be still tired, so he summoned the shadow monster again, hoping it would let him rest for a few more minutes. As Arthur prepared for the day ahead, approached him with a question, wanting to know if her grandfather's claim about Arthur remaining with them was accurate. Arthur, however, felt uncertain about his answer. His decision to stay would be determined by the outcome of his journey with Elder Virion. Arthur made his way toward the carriage designated for his journey with the Elder, while the king and queen desperately appealed to Elder, urging him to change his mind. They argued that allowing a human to remain in their kingdom was improper and violated long-standing elven customs. The elderly man, clearly intrigued by Arthur, expressed his interest by insisting that Arthur remain with him for a while longer. Additionally, it appeared that their daughter had grown fond of him, giving them yet another reason to let him stay a little longer. In spite of the king's desperate requests, Elder remained steadfast in his beliefs. He confidently promises the royal family that Arthur will remain under his close supervision, making it clear to the entire kingdom that Arthur is being carefully monitored. Arthur's lips curled into a small smile as he watched Elder come to his defense. After climbing into the carriage, they set out on their adventure. After traveling for a considerable amount of time, Arthur began to question in his mind how much more time remained before the journey would finally end. He looked forward to meeting the enigmatic friend of the elderly man. Without warning, rested her head on Arthur's shoulder and drifted off to sleep. Waking early out of excitement had finally taken its toll on her. Being the kingdom's sole princess, was raised in an environment where she often found herself alone. She had suffered countless betrayals from both grown-ups and kids who only acted like her friends. As the years passed, she grew more withdrawn, surrounding herself with an emotional barrier to protect her heart from further pain. In just a brief period observing her interactions with Arthur, it became clear that she smiled and laughed more often than she had throughout recent years. The elderly man truly feels thankful for this and shows his appreciation. They felt thankful for the young man. Following a brief ride, the carriage gradually slows to a stop. They reached an isolated house standing alone in the vast emptiness. At this point, Arthur's interest is piqued as he wonders about the identity of the newcomer. The previous king had journeyed a long distance to this remote place just to meet his enigmatic companion. Despite his age, the man suddenly loses control, pounding on the door with every bit of strength he has and shouting loudly for the witch within to reveal herself. The woman finally appeared, her expression filled with both irritation and anger in response to bold behavior. The elderly gentleman slowly presents her to Arthur, explaining that her name is. He goes on to share that she is a longtime acquaintance and an extraordinary deviant, someone Virion believes has the ability to assist him. Though Arthur was not tall, his impeccable manners stood out. He respectfully lowered his head in greeting, showing the lady the utmost courtesy. Welcomed the group into her home as Arthur paused to consider his thoughts. Considering the reality of being an outcast, her magic, unlike the traditional 4 elemental types, resembled the unique powers his mother possessed, yet he remained uncertain about the role she would play in assisting him. Arthur tries to hide his impatience, but his curiosity grows as he wonders about his plan to help him find his parents. At last, the woman reveals that people refer to her as a diviner. Magic of this kind differs between magicians, yet her abilities are notably strong. Because of this, it was almost impossible for anyone to conceal things from her when she decided to investigate. She had already discovered that Arthur was different from others. His uniqueness was so profound that certain aspects of his existence remained hidden, even from her watchful gaze. Despite everything, she has caught fleeting visions revealing fragments of both his history and what lies ahead for him. She is also aware that his visit has nothing to do with her gift of foresight. He longed to reunite with his parents and show them that he was still alive. She tells him to tilt forward, making sure he focuses on the bowl filled with water. Once Arthur follows the instructions, the woman instantly sets her spell into motion. When Arthur finally spots his parents in the water, the chance to communicate with them will become possible, as he concentrates on forging the connection. The story transitions to focus on his parents' point of view. In that place, his affectionate parents sit together, sharing a meal. Arthur had once found great enjoyment in that activity. Without warning, Arthur's voice echoed through the air, startling everyone. The unexpected sound left them motionless, gripped by surprise. As soon as Arthur revealed that he was their son, shock overwhelmed them, rendering them completely immobile. The shock washed over them, causing their spoons to tumble from their grasp. To everyone's astonishment, Arthur confidently lets them know, through his thoughts, that he truly is their son communicating with them mentally. He couldn't go into details at the moment, but he made sure they knew he was alive and unharmed. Despite the odds, he clung to life after tumbling from the cliff, his survival hanging by a thread. He goes on to share that he is now living among the elves in the kingdom of. However, the character makes it clear that this information must remain confidential. Arthur assures the group that they should not hold themselves responsible for the events that occurred in the past. He felt a deep sense of pride in his actions, certain that if given the chance to relive those moments, he would confidently make the same decisions all over again. He shares some information about the sickness he is dealing with. As a result, he needed to remain here for an extended period to receive treatment before he would be able to go back home. He confesses that he doesn't know if an opportunity to speak with them will come again. Since only a single woman possessed the ability to assist him in forming this bond, he had no other choice but to rely on her. He brought the discussion to a close. He pleads with his father, hoping he will protect both his mother and the unborn child. During this time apart, he planned to keep up his training and let his father know that he shouldn't be shocked if his determined son managed to win a sparring match when they met again. The thoughtful video call drew to a close, leaving Arthur's father overwhelmed as he burst into uncontrollable tears. His wife does the same. The group struggles to accept the reality that Arthur has survived. The overwhelming news that their son was still alive filled them with an incredible sense of happiness and excitement. Arthur's parents held one another tightly, their faces glowing with pure joy. Tears did not fall from the eyes of parents alone. Arthur feels just as stunned by the discussion he recently shared with his parents. Despite his nerves, he gathers his courage. He informs the elderly man that he now feels prepared to face whatever the future may bring. Following their short stay in, the group made their way back to the castle at last. The king and queen stand ready, anticipating the moment their guests will arrive. Elder and step through the grand entrance of the castle. Arthur comes to an abrupt halt as the king steps forward to block his path. The king neither holds any resentment toward him nor intends to deny him passage. He hoped to make amends. The queen herself wishes to apologize for how they acted before. Both she and her companion openly demonstrate sincere remorse for the way they first treated him. Arthur, always willing to let go of past grievances, readily seeks to restore friendships. He quickly extends his hand and greets the King of France with a firm handshake. The discussion shifted to the subject of conditions. Remains uncertain whether apologies are supposed to be handled this way. In her view, if the king and queen genuinely felt regret, they would allow her to bring Arthur out and see the city, a chance she has been longing for. Since there was no objection from either the king or the queen, nothing stood in their way, and so, in time, things unfolded as they wished. Arthur and got ready to leave for the hospital. They decided to leave and discover what the city had to offer. Excitedly points out all the special things about to Arthur. Yet as they continued their stroll, Arthur, not watching where he was going, collided unexpectedly with an elf. The elf deliberately collided with him, clearly seeking a chance to insult all humans. Once the atmosphere was established, the cunning elf wasted no time in singling out Arthur with a pointed gesture. He was reminded that despite Elder Virion's kindness, he would never truly fit in here. Although Arthur is irritated by the arrogant stranger, moves forward to challenge him herself. The elf revealed his name to be and responded to his inquiries with a smug attitude, wondering aloud how she managed to stand sharing the air with someone as ordinary as Arthur. Confident in his own status as a renowned knight, went so far as to volunteer himself for the task of personally escorting. However, Arthur swiftly shifts the mood by making lighthearted jokes. Grew increasingly furious as his carefully chosen remarks struck a nerve. The thought of anyone making fun of his knighthood overwhelms this young troublemaker. Fueled by anger, hurled his glove to the ground, signaling his demand for a duel with Arthur. Arthur had always considered this man rather foolish, but now he realized the situation was even worse than he had imagined. Quickly moves ahead, her eyes narrowing in disbelief at the boldness of the knight before her. She cannot comprehend how could have the nerve to provoke Elder's own disciple to a fight. Firmly expresses that protecting his pride is non-negotiable, a principle instilled in him since childhood. Fueled by a desire to protect his reputation, he confronted Arthur, insisting that Arthur either face him in a duel or back down in embarrassment. Seeking to intensify the situation, pointed out that, among elves, whatever Arthur chose would also impact the reputation of his mentor, Elder Virion. Arthur found himself captivated by the fierce looks painted across everyone's faces, surprised by how seriously the people here treated dueling. Full of anticipation to begin, interprets Arthur's quietness as a sign that he agrees. To set events in motion, he urges Princess to preside over the duel as the official. Despite her hesitation, ultimately consented. The moment she indicates it is time, lunged ahead, determined to strike before anyone else could react. Without hesitation, the young man clenched his hand into a fist and swiftly erased everything in his path. With one powerful punch, the blow lands with such force that spit bursts from his mouth. He tumbled backward, landing several feet from where he had stood. Arthur remained standing in place, uncertain whether defeating an opponent in a duel could truly be so simple. At the same time, showed no sign of surprise at the result, as she had anticipated that events would unfold in this way. Arthur found himself questioning if his newfound strength was real or just a lucky accident, but before he could decide, took his hand and hurriedly pulled him along. As their travels resumed, Arthur found his affection for the young princess steadily deepening. The remainder of the day proved far less eventful than the earlier encounter with. The experience offered Arthur a welcome break, allowing him to momentarily set aside his more serious concerns. Arthur and sat side by side. She wonders aloud whether he feels anxious about the challenging training that awaits him. The anticipation of tomorrow's events had already started to weigh heavily on Arthur's thoughts. He remembered Elder's warning, the words sharp and unforgettable, had made it clear that the lessons ahead would challenge him greatly. He warned Arthur that he should prepare himself for the tough trials that lay in his future. The agony caused by this merging process would be nearly unbearable, comparable to the torment of sinking into a vat of scalding tar. Arthur found himself stranded in an unfamiliar country, separated from the warmth and familiarity of his loved ones. Tasks that once seemed easy now appeared overwhelmingly difficult. Virion had assured Arthur that should he withstand the challenges ahead, remarkable rewards would be waiting for him when it was all over. In the present moment, Arthur pulls himself from his thoughts and offers a confident, reassuring smile. He explains to her that he feels excitement rather than nervousness. Arthur had traveled a great distance to reach his current point in life. He eagerly anticipated further training, reuniting with his parents and becoming even stronger. The possibilities ahead filled him with excitement and curiosity. As the first season drew to a close, Arthur stood prepared to confront any obstacles that lay before him. Time seemed to race forward, with the years passing in what felt like an instant. The scene opens with who now appears older and more grown-up than before. She had arrived with the intention of waking their son. He too had changed significantly since their previous encounter. Their relationship appeared to have changed significantly, showing clear signs of growth and development between them. In the midst of their argument, the elderly man interrupts their conversation. She instructed the group to prepare themselves for the upcoming lessons. Before any excitement could begin, she shared a brief background story. The world consisted of 4 primary elements, but more advanced forms also existed. Only mages who had achieved mastery over these basic elements could wield the more complex powers of ice, gravity, lightning, and sound. These individuals are referred to as deviants. Dwarves possess the power to control earth and fire, though their connection to these elements is much stronger than that of other races. Their unique talent lies in shaping and manipulating metal, and the most accomplished dwarves can command earth and fire so well that they are able to create and direct magma. Elves are able to influence water, wind, and earth, and their skill with these elements far surpasses that of humans. Occasionally, an elf is born with the rare gift of becoming a deviant mage, granting them the extraordinary ability to command plants. Despite their abilities, elves were unable to give rise to mages capable of mastering advanced forms of water, wind, or earth. In contrast, humans possess the talent to wield any of the 4 fundamental elements. They alone possess the ability to create unusual changes within any of the elements, and could also give rise to rare powers that didn't fit into any elemental category, such as those who could emit energy or heal others. A fragile equilibrium existed among the 3 races, shaped by the size of their populations and their collective connection to elemental forces. Arthur could only guess about the variety among their mages, so he turned to his master to see if such an explanation would make sense to those listening. Leywin paused thoughtfully before offering his response. The conversation reached a standstill and appeared ready to share her thoughts. Although she realizes that the assimilation is designed to ready Arthur's body for accepting his beast will, she thinks that he would benefit more if he exercised his body like she does, combining that effort with the use of magic. Arthur grasps why she replied the way she did. During the past 3 years, he had become increasingly aware of how their racial backgrounds set them apart. Among humans, people were seen as gifted if they awakened their abilities in their early teens, but elves often experienced this milestone by the time they turned 10. However, had reached this stage even sooner, awakening when she was only 9 years old. Since that time, she had devoted herself to studying magic with a tutor, while her grandfather also taught her how to defend herself. During one of their lessons, the elderly man teased her, wondering aloud if she was upset about being the only one to suffer bruises in training. Embarrassed but honest, the girl immediately confessed that she was, in fact, a bit annoyed. Despite how exhausting the training appears, Arthur is certain that will grow into an incredible force one day. The elderly man pauses to provide more details for, clarifying that Arthur has spent the last 3 years merging his mana with every part of his body, including his bones, muscles, and organs. Unlike who is focused on physical training, Arthur's unique approach means that, when the process is finished, his physique will surpass the strength and endurance of seasoned fighters. Focus returned to Arthur. The elderly man observes that even after 3 years of his energy remains far from depleted. With this realization, he chooses to offer the other person some assistance. After this day, Arthur would finally embrace his role as a genuine beast tamer, setting himself apart from the fortunate adventurers who only saw their beast wills as simple instruments. Virion intended to awaken Arthur's mana core by channeling a significant portion of his own mana into the boy. He comforts his younger colleague, explaining that although it may get a little hot, it likely won't be uncomfortable. The moment the elderly man starts the procedure, Arthur immediately discovers through an uncomfortable experience that it is much hotter than he expected. The agony felt unbearable as waves of scorching pain surged through his body, while the radiance shining from his chest steadily intensified, glowing so fiercely that it threatened to overwhelm his vision. Suddenly, an intense surge of energy swept across the area, engulfing everything in its path. The force hurled both the elderly man and to the other side of the hallway. After the procedure comes to an end, and the elderly man hurried over to the boy, concern etched on their faces as they reached him. Fortunately, he appears unharmed, though he looks disoriented. After seeing such a frightening show of strength, the old man's curiosity grows stronger than ever. Unable to contain his questions any longer, he makes up his mind to ask Arthur where the beast came from and whether he will become its next master. The boy explains with sincerity that a female dragon was the one who gave it to him. The old man reacts with shock and disbelief at the very mention of a dragon, as if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning. A surge of exhilaration and astonishment overwhelms him. The awareness that he has been instructing an authentic dragon tamer sends his mind reeling. After some time had passed, the boy slowly awoke in his bed. The elderly man experiences a sense of relief, grateful that no serious incident has occurred. At the same time, the boy wonders whether his powers will remain concealed, even if he decides to go away. The elderly gentleman assures them that everything will work out, but then reveals surprising news. It turns out that Arthur is scheduled to leave in only 4 months. Naturally, this revelation leaves the boy deeply unsettled. Up until now, he had believed he would remain trapped in this place for an additional 2 years. Meanwhile, the elderly man continues, revealing that a tournament involving young people from all 3 kingdoms had at last been approved. The portal located in City, part of the Sapin Kingdom, was about to open, making it possible to journey between and. This explains his absence. If she had found out he was departing, she probably would have reacted wildly. At last, the moment arrived for Arthur to return to his family, even though he anticipated seeing them again. He continues to believe that 4 months is much too early. At this moment, the elderly man calmly promises that the next 4 months will be so unbearably difficult that the young man will find himself desperately wishing for them to end sooner. With his assimilation finished, he faced the prospect of even more challenging training ahead. Having finished speaking, the elderly man turns away and departs. At that exact instant, Arthur noticed his egg lying on the floor, having somehow tumbled off the couch for reasons he couldn't explain. Cracks started to appear on its surface, giving the impression that it might soon break open. Soon afterward, cracks began to appear across the surface of the shell. A small dragon suddenly emerged. The small creature begins by opening its mouth wide in a sleepy yawn. Without warning, she lost her balance and toppled to the ground. Arthur was left utterly confused, unable to grasp what had just occurred. Soon after, Arthur catches himself gazing at the adorable little one. The dragon's fondness for him became obvious to everyone. It was clear that Arthur couldn't resist the charm of the tiny creature, captivated by its overwhelming cuteness. Although the situation appeared safe at first, the dragon unexpectedly lunged forward and sank its teeth into him. The creature lets go solely because the young animal finds the taste of Arthur's sweaty, salty skin unpleasant. Arthur felt a slight sting from the bite. The burn creates a lasting scar on his arm. After the attack, the adorable child cheerfully begins to refer to him as Mama. Arthur, however, remains completely unaware of the identity of the person addressing him. Before long, he comes to understand that the presence belongs to the dragon. She was communicating with him telepathically, her thoughts echoing clearly inside his head. Arthur corrected her by pointing out that he was a boy and suggested that she should refer to him as Papa. He chooses to name her in honor of her mother. As they spent time interacting with the young child, Arthur suddenly becomes aware that the burn left by the bite is more than an ordinary wound. A strange sensation grows within him, as if the mark is forging a mysterious link between himself and the dragon. While spending a peaceful moment with, Arthur unwinds and enjoys her company. The character gradually falls asleep. He jolts awake in the middle of the night, startled by the darkness surrounding him. He glanced in every direction, scanning his surroundings. Clutched the tiny dragon so firmly in her arms that the creature let out desperate cries, clearly pleading for someone to rescue it. Appeared to have formed a strong bond with the young child. As dawn breaks, Arthur makes his way down the hallway. He observes that remains utterly captivated by the tiny animal in his possession. Meanwhile, it's obvious that does not feel the same fondness toward her. The moment arrives when the characters encounter the elderly man. Her eyes bright with excitement, shares the news with him that Arthur has recently gotten a new pet. Elder cast a curious look toward the small dragon, appearing entirely. The unusual appearance of the animal left everyone utterly confused. At this point, he firmly believes that Arthur's relentless shocks will be the end of him. In time, Arthur patiently recounts the events too, clarifying both what had occurred and the origins of. Virion explained that creatures such as typically emerge from their eggs only when surrounded by their own kind. Arthur questioned why he had chosen to hatch while he was present, and together, they concluded that it must have been because he had completely awakened just the previous day. Arthur looked at the old man with doubt, wondering aloud if it was truly important to keep the child hidden. In his opinion, hardly anyone would suspect that she possessed such extraordinary power. The elderly man nodded in agreement, yet he cautioned that there were more important matters to worry about. He pointed out that their work on reinforcing his mana core had fallen behind because of the assimilation process. Now that he had completely awakened, it became necessary for him to begin strengthening his core and mastering his newfound dragon will. Arthur wanted to know what they should do next. The old man explained that the most effective method to reach the initial level of beast will involve enhancing the strength of his mana core. You were always locked in battle. The directions now made sense to Arthur, filling him with determination to move forward. The elderly man mentioned an additional point, explaining that Arthur would benefit even further if he faced another beast tamer capable of using stages. Just then the elderly man called upon his own creature to appear. The tendrils swiftly coiled themselves around his body. He was transformed so thoroughly that he looked entirely different. Before proceeding, it is important to pause and consider the actions of the elderly man. In essence, beast tamers are a type of mage capable of utilizing special powers passed down from mana beasts. During the initial phase, called the acquire phase, a beast tamer gains the ability to tap into the natural power of their beast. Yet, the mage is able to access and make full use of their beast's special powers and traits only when they reach the second stage, known as the integrate phase. After spending many years mastering his beast will, Elder finally reached the second stage. This transformation granted him the fierce and lethal abilities of a Shadow Panther. Now strengthened by the powers of the Shadow Panther, the elderly mentor urges his student to be more vigilant, especially during moments when he approaches from behind without warning. Arthur felt a wave of unease after receiving the old man's warning. He realized that despite knowing the old man's plans, the message was clear. The old man could still catch him off guard. In a heartbeat, the elderly man disappears without a trace. Before he has a chance to make sense of what just happened, a gentle touch lands on his shoulder. Arthur spun around with remarkable speed, moving so swiftly that it caught the eye. However, when he turns around, there is nobody there. Just as Arthur begins to process what's happening, the elderly man materializes behind him once more, leaving Arthur utterly stunned by the sudden reappearance. Arthur gives up this time. The old man moved with astonishing swiftness, leaving others struggling to follow his movements, while the Shadow Panther's overwhelming presence struck fear and wonder into all who witnessed its fearsome appearance. The elderly man discloses an important flaw within the integration stage. Each time he used the ability, his body suffered significant strain. Despite witnessing the old man's swift movements, he remained in disbelief. The sheer agility was remarkable, but what unsettled him most was how could stand right behind him without him noticing a thing. It was said that Shadow Panthers had a rare power. They could control wind and sound in an instant, allowing them to move without anyone noticing. Virion signaled the end of their playful exchange by raising his sword and pointing it at Arthur. The moment hinted that the true training was just about to start. As time moved swiftly, Arthur devoted himself entirely to his training. With Virion's mentorship and his own discoveries, he succeeded in unlocking the initial stage of his dragon will. Alongside this achievement, Virion also instructed Arthur in ways to hide his beast will from the senses of other mages. Whenever Arthur is not focused on enhancing his mana core or exploring the depths of he spends his time in intense practice matches with Virion. Thanks to the effects of the assimilation process, his body has become tough enough to withstand the demanding regimen and constant training. During his free time, Arthur deliberately seeks out the simple pleasures and pure happiness that come with being young. Just as had hoped for him, he treasured these moments more deeply now, aware that his remaining time was slipping away. At last the day comes when he must leave and feels completely heartbroken. Having shared countless days side by side throughout the past few years, delivering the announcement that he would soon be leaving weighed heavily on her heart. Arthur stood prepared to depart, his belongings neatly stowed away in his bag. He carefully concealed the mark had left on him, using the feathers that had given to keep it hidden. The carriage stood prepared to transport Arthur away, and as a final farewell, the elderly man passes a pendant, decorated with the crest of house, to him. The pendant was designed to guide him safely through the forest. It became his moment to bid farewell to Arthur, yet rather than uttering any words, she just lowered her head in quiet sadness. Despite her lingering sorrow, Arthur embraces her warmly, causing her sadness to swiftly dissolve. She feels completely surrounded by the comforting heat of the hug. Tears stream down her face as she loses control of her emotions. They parted ways, offering farewells to one another. Arthur climbed into the carriage. Arthur arrived at the scene and discovered that only, along with a small group of knights, was present to accompany him on the journey. As soon as saw Arthur, he identified him right away. The boy remained completely unaware of this individual's identity. The stranger's complexion was strikingly pale. The character began to shout, bringing up the past duel with Arthur, insisting that this ordinary human had claimed victory through dishonest means. After Arthur recalls his name, he offers a courteous greeting, a gesture that gradually soothes irritation. His cheeks flushed again as his friend let slip the nickname he tried to keep secret. stood facing an ordinary human, her presence commanding attention. Even though things didn't begin smoothly. Throughout the trip, the group does their best to keep spirits high and energy vibrant. Before long, the carriage passes through the shimmering portal. The group made their way into the airborne metropolis known as City of Pulse with energy and activity. The city overflowed with crowds hailing from all walks of life. People from every career and background. The carriage came to a halt before an impressive mansion, the temporary residence of his family. Arthur stands in front of the massive doors, a sense of anxiety causing his chest to constrict. As his knuckles tapped against the door, a rush of memories from the past 3 years swept through his thoughts. He remembers the moment he tumbled down the steep hill, a frightening accident that almost cost him his life. He experienced the heartbreaking absence of a person he deeply cared about. Blood stained his hands. He endured intense and exhausting training sessions that molded him into the person he has become today. Despite everything that had come before, nothing felt as intimidating as the situation unfolding now. He swallows his nerves and waits for someone to answer the door after his knock. A maid hurried to the door in response to his knocking and swung it open. A small child, likely not yet 3 years old, stands just behind her, her lively and inquisitive eyes shining with curiosity. After what seemed like endless waiting, Alice, the boy's mother, finally appeared in view as she hurried after Young. As soon as Alice's eyes fall upon her son, she stops abruptly, unable to move. The bowl of food she had been holding suddenly fell from her grasp. In contrast, the boy. He feels a surge of emotions wash over him as he realizes that this small child is actually his sister. He paused for a moment to collect himself, then let a bright smile spread across his face. He approaches his mother and embraces her warmly, creating a deeply emotional moment between them. His mother rushes into the room and wraps her arms around him in a warm, tight embrace. The mother's tears continue to stream down her face, unable to be contained. Even the youngest child becomes distressed, tears streaming down her face as she witnesses her mother in such a state. They made sure to include in their thoughts. He was equally excited about seeing his son. The grand doors of the mansion stood ajar. He steps forward and embraces his wife, becoming part of the cheerful group hug. The family of 4 savored their touching reunion, sharing a deeply emotional moment together. The scene became so moving that tears welled up in the maid's eyes as she quietly wept nearby. After the group quieted, they overwhelmed Arthur with a flood of curious inquiries. At the same time, Young positions herself beside the others, her irritation obvious as she is overlooked and ignored. Alice observed her daughter's pout and immediately addressed it, urging her to say hello to her older brother. Understandably, the young child has yet to comprehend what it truly means to have an older sibling. After pausing briefly with uncertainty, eventually she made her way over to Arthur. Her mother softly pointed out that he was the very brother she had often described in bedtime tales. The sweet young child affectionately refers to her older sibling by the respectful title he has earned. Arthur responds with equal warmth, his demeanor reflecting genuine affection. When everyone had found their seats and the room grew quiet, Arthur began his story, starting from the very beginning and sharing it with his family. Although he had faith in their trustworthiness, he made sure to leave out a few sensitive parts as he recounted his past experiences. He described his escape from the deadly cliff fall as a fortunate mix of chance and his own body instinctively using magic as a shield. After that, he went on to narrate how he met, his days spent in the kingdom, and the period he took to heal and regain his strength. Arthur's explanation seems logical to his parents, yet finds his focus shifting to the tiny animal resting on Arthur's head. Unable to contain his curiosity, inquires about the creature. Arthur answers truthfully, recounting how he discovered a mana beast's nest where the mother was fatally wounded. Unable to help the mother, Arthur decided to look after from that moment forward. The mother, filled with worry, wonders aloud whether her son has really recovered, considering the sickness that once afflicted him. Arthur spoke with certainty, assuring her that he had recovered, attributing his earlier state to the unpredictable nature of his, which had activated prematurely. Despite his calm words, he certain details, choosing not to reveal the whole story. A sense of guilt simmered within him for hiding things from his loved ones, but he believed it was safer for them to remain unaware until he gained more power. The mention of sparks enthusiasm in his father, who eagerly asks about the current stage his son has reached. The son, however, turns the question back on his father, wanting to know about his father's own stage. Filled with pride, claimed that he had advanced to the dark orange stage 2 years earlier. They realized this accomplishment was truly something to be proud of. Arthur had never imagined that his father would manage to advance to the next stage. He firmly believed that his father had put in a great deal of effort. The man's father stands tall, allowing his self-assurance and dignity to speak for him. Responds by directing the same question toward his son. Arthur, with a note of uncertainty in his voice, explains that the color is a pale shade of red. The moment the elderly man comprehends the statement, a faint red glow appears. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. Surprise flooded his expression. After listening to his son's words, he blurted out an exclamation in disbelief. Noticing her father's reaction, became instantly interested and quickly echoed the same pair of words, mimicking him without hesitation. The mother's irritation grew as she watched the unreliable father curse openly in front of their young child. Swiftly instructs his son to join him outside, inviting him to practice sparring together in the backyard. A familiar warmth spread across Arthur's face as he watched his father behaving just as he remembered. In that moment, a sense of belonging washed over him, assuring Arthur that he had truly returned home. Without warning, a figure burst into the mansion, having just heard the news that Arthur was still alive. A family of 3 stood together, appearing to be the ones who had been looking after Arthur's relatives. Wasted no time in presenting Vincent, an old companion of his who managed the auction house, a place that was also under their ownership. Arthur, trying his best to display proper etiquette, bowed respectfully and offered a courteous greeting to both Mr. and Mrs. As rambled on, Mr. and Mrs. both observed a striking difference between Arthur and his father. For a brief instant, Vincent wonders whether Arthur could truly be related to by blood. Mrs. took the opportunity to present her daughter to Arthur, letting him know that the girl's name was Arthur, and each offer the girl a kind and welcoming reaction. Arthur's attempt to say hello is overlooked, as finds herself instantly captivated, not by him, but by the tiny animal perched on his shoulder. With the formal greetings concluded, made up their mind to go ahead with the duel that had been in the works. Upon leaving the building, the father and his son began to loosen up, extending their limbs to get ready. Mrs. insisted that her husband take a seat, leaving him with no choice but to comply. The man hesitated before doing as he was told, still trying to process the shocking revelation. He could hardly believe that a child only 8 years old had awakened and advanced through 3 stages already. In comparison, even the most talented students accepted into Cyrus Academy, who were considered geniuses despite their arrogance, were just at the dark red stage at 11 or 12 years old. At the same time, Arthur observed Vincent's suspicious attitude and felt glad that he had kept most of his abilities secret. He reminded himself that the light red stage was only the first step. With continued training of his core and by merging further with beast will, Arthur was confident that he would soon surpass everyone else. Regardless of everything else, the boy's father stood fully prepared, eager for a confrontation with his son. Unlike his opponent, Arthur stands ready, fully equipped to face the upcoming challenge. Both of them sprint toward one another with determination. Arthur stepped forward and threw the opening punch, directing it squarely at his father. Stopped his son's punch with his bare hand. Despite the odds, Arthur surprises everyone by pulling off a move so unpredictable that even his father fails to anticipate it, instantly changing the course of events. Despite the situation proves he has more than one move up his sleeve, he swiftly catches on to what his son is planning and shifts aside in time to dodge the blow meant for him. Despite the odds, Arthur successfully gains the advantage. He reaches out and seizes his father, trying to hurl him ahead. Despite the sudden movement, manages to steady himself and gracefully returns to a standing position. A brief struggle unfolds as both sides trade a series of strikes. Found himself unable to ignore how much his son's abilities had advanced. Up until now, he had restrained himself, a fact he made obvious. He cautioned Arthur that from here on out, the challenges would become much tougher. The man's hands tightened into fists. The surge of energy sparked something deep inside him, both emotionally and physically. Flames flickered to life within and around him. This unusual ability was a skill he had mastered only after advancing to the dark orange stage. Little background is necessary to grasp the clever feat just accomplished. From the moment a mage awakens, they possess unique elemental affinities, allowing them to wield certain forces more skillfully than others. Eager to discover these talents early, parents commonly invest in costly assessments by specialists to determine which magical discipline their child should pursue. In this society, possessed a natural edge, allowing them to create and control their elemental affinity from the very beginning. In contrast, possessed a quieter connection to the elements, and they could only bring those elements into the physical world once they reached a specific level of power. Since childhood, his father had pushed himself through countless battles and intense training, all without the guidance of a mentor. It was only when he reached the orange core stage that he finally managed to transform his wild bursts of mana into real flames. In Arthur's previous world, people did not possess elements at birth. Instead, mastering the elements was a conscious choice, a journey individuals embarked upon of their own free will. Talent had a significant influence on the outcome. However, because everyone could possess more than one affinity, no one was limited to a single one. Dedication and effort were also important factors that contributed greatly. For Arthur, this meant, despite arriving in this world with countless advantages, he had picked up a few clever skills of his own. Now he unleashed a hidden, crackling energy he had kept in reserve. Both competitors stood directly across from each other, fully prepared to put forth their best effort. Vincent stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape at the revelation. The knowledge that Arthur was a deviant struck him as an incredible surprise. Just moments earlier, his father had brimmed with confidence, but now that assurance had faded. After seeing what happened, it appeared that the event had a noticeable impact on them. Arthur rushed toward his father with swift determination. A lively exchange between them began, with each responding quickly to the other. They exchanged strikes back and forth, neither willing to yield. The force behind their blows grows stronger with every hit. At one moment they create a blast of such immense force. People from far-off places found themselves unable to ignore what was happening. Neither one appeared ready to back down without a fight. The battle kept growing more and more fierce, following a non-stop onslaught of powerful punches. At last managed to land a punch that struck Arthur directly in the face. Rather than feeling disheartened, Arthur becomes even more cheerful after the punch. This response is precisely what he anticipates from his father. Strikes grew more precise as he took advantage of his longer arms to keep Arthur at a distance. Despite the challenge, Arthur refused to let his opponent gain the upper hand. He swiftly crouched and delivered an uppercut so accurate that there was no possibility of it missing. Everyone who witnesses the scene stands in stunned disbelief, their mouths hanging open in shock. As one might expect, the battle had reached its conclusion. Deciding that striking his father was not needed, Arthur halted his fist before it could make contact. The father is overwhelmed with pride as he looks at his son. She pulls him close, wrapping her arms around him in a firm embrace. Arthur's ability to control lightning stood out as his most impressive and effective form of deviant affinity. Despite his efforts, the path ahead of him was still challenging, and his mastery over ice magic remained uncertain and unpredictable. He still hadn't figured out how to control sound or gravity. Arthur couldn't help but enjoy the chance to boast to his parents, even just a bit. Vincent, by contrast, is utterly drained. The events of the day have overwhelmed him, leaving him unable to cope with everything at once. As the evening approached, members of both families came together to share a meal. Remained deeply impressed by his son's remarkable abilities. Memories filled his mind of the time when Arthur, at just 3 years of age, first discovered his powers. Mrs. could hardly believe it when she learned that Arthur had truly awoken at just 3 years old. As the conversation continued, Alice added that, during that moment, Arthur had actually caused the whole house to explode. Despite all that Vincent had gone through earlier, he hadn't anticipated facing even more challenges, but now he found himself caught off guard once again. Shaking off his drunken haze, he proposed the idea of having Arthur attend academy. Despite the suggestion, Arthur appears noticeably unenthusiastic about the prospect. His father also hesitated, uncertain if this choice was the right one. To him, Arthur was still just an 8-year-old boy, and academy stood as the continent's leading school of magic. Mrs. agreed with her husband's idea, despite his slightly drunken state. She thought Arthur's remarkable abilities made him deserving of their family's financial support, so he wouldn't have to stress about paying for school. Despite everything the family had already done, Alice stood her ground and declined any further favors. Vincent explained that it would not trouble him, mentioning his frequent business dealings with the renowned director of academy. He now has the opportunity to address her himself. At that moment, the man finally breaks his silence. He appears frustrated that others are planning his future and making choices on his behalf, all without seeking his opinion. As the night grew later, everyone began preparing to go to bed. As the night grew quiet, they prepared to drift off to sleep. Arthur's parents share their deep gratitude for his safe return, their relief evident in their expressions. His parents felt immense happiness as they witnessed their son, now matured and flourishing. The revelation that their child possessed unusual abilities and might one day rank among the most powerful mages was astonishing news beyond anything they had imagined. His mother recognized this as well, but she appeared somewhat downcast as she reflected on how Arthur, having grown up so much, was no longer able to give her good-night kisses. He noticed the sincere desperation in his mother's eyes as she begged. Arthur finally gives in, leaning over to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. At that moment, the parents chose to leave. Paused once more, turning his attention back to his son. He gently advises Arthur to forgive Vincent's earlier excitement, reassuring him that Vincent means them no harm. The story then shifts to an earlier moment, recalling when Vincent proposed that Arthur consider enrolling at the academy. Arthur explained that he had only just rejoined his family that day and wanted to be with them for a while before making any decisions about leaving again to enroll at the academy. Upon saying that, Arthur exited the dining room with a courteous demeanor. Later, Arthur made his way down the hallway toward his room. Startled him unexpectedly. She notices that he is walking the wrong way and gestures for him to follow her to a more comfortable spot where they can have a conversation. After a period of quiet conversation, the group finally reached the area where the servants lived. It soon became clear that it had formed a strong rapport with the staff. The servants courteously offer them seats. While she is there, takes pleasure in eating some of the food. Her upbeat mood led too. Even the servants found it hard not to grin. A maid confided in Arthur, explaining that lady frequently slipped into the servants' quarters whenever she was under stress. At that instant, Arthur becomes aware of something he had previously overlooked. The family was known for their genuine kindness. At that moment, Arthur reacts to his parents as expected. He eased their concerns by explaining that he bore no ill will toward the family. He notices and appreciates the warmth and sincerity that the family shows. The following morning dawned, bringing with it new possibilities for the group. Arthur was roused from his sleep by his small companion. The small creature appears enthusiastic about what the day might bring, and its anticipation only grows as she notices its lively energy. Out of nowhere, Arthur's thoughts drifted unexpectedly too. He shakes off his sadness almost instantly as an unpleasant smell reaches his nose, snapping him back to reality. Apparently, Arthur would not be the only person getting a shower that day. The moment they neared the bathtub, who smelled unpleasant, shrank back in fear as she caught sight of the water. After some time had passed, the two of them had finished washing up. As they completed getting ready, there was a knock at the door. Arthur's younger sister appeared, bright and cheerful, ready to wish her older brother a good morning. It seemed their mother had arranged a shopping trip for both siblings, hoping the outing would help them grow closer and understand one another better. The younger child could hardly contain her joy, already brimming with anticipation at the idea of sharing the day with her older brother. They hurried down the hallway, eager to reach the dining hall and join their family for breakfast. After some time, the group arrives at a lively marketplace filled with merchants enthusiastically selling their wares to the crowd moving through the busy streets. Arthur felt a sense of wonder as he experienced city firsthand for the very first time. The bustling marketplace brimmed with a diverse array of fascinating goods. A certain store draws his gaze. Inside, crystal spheres gleam beside the preserved heads of strange creatures. Arthur, filled with curiosity, turns to his mother and wonders aloud about the type of shop they are approaching. Mrs. wastes no time in clarifying that the crystal balls are actually called beast cores. She goes on to describe how these magical orbs are taken from mana beasts and serve to boost a person's abilities. Still, she makes sure to mention that the power gained from these cores can differ a lot, depending on the kind and origin of the mana beast. Buying beast cores always carried risk since their prices could reach into the hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Yet there was always the chance that a fortunate buyer could discover a beast well hidden inside. Hearing the amount of gold being spent left Arthur utterly speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. Mrs. went on to explain that her auction house often acquired a good supply of beast cores as well as young mana beasts. She encourages Arthur to examine them more closely whenever he has the opportunity. Arthur responds with a warm grin, clearly eager to accept both her kindness and the chance she presents. At that moment, enthusiastically nudged Arthur ahead, filled with anticipation to reveal a spot she had been looking forward to sharing with him since their first meeting. Before long, they reached the destination she had been thinking of, which reveals itself to be a barber shop. Arthur hesitated about whether he actually needed a haircut, yet his mother remained firm, declaring that it was well past time. To her, the state of his hair looked terrible and desperately in need of attention. The barber stood out with his eccentric personality, as if he had drawn inspiration from watching an abundance of bizarre adventure. He became noticeably more excited than usual whenever Arthur's delicate attractiveness was mentioned. Arthur felt a wave of pure terror wash over him, as if his soul were desperately trying to flee from his own body. After finishing his haircut, he finally reached the much-anticipated moment when the new look would be revealed. Arthur made his entrance to the sound of an imaginary drum roll, revealing a completely new appearance that was even more attractive than before. Even Young showed her excitement by giving her brother's new haircut her wholehearted approval. Once their brief visit to the barber shop ended, the pair made their way back into the lively, crowded marketplace. as they made their way over a certain bridge. Arthur's attention is caught by an unusual scene unfolding in the marketplace below. Amidst the bustling crowd, he observes a cluster of boys taunting and ridiculing another person. Wastes no time bringing him up to speed, clarifying that the boys in question attend academy. She mentions that putting on the academy uniform is seen as a significant mark of prestige. Arthur can easily sense, even from a distance, that these students have arrogant attitudes. From afar, it was clear just how arrogant the group appeared. Seemed to agree with this observation, pointing out that because these students were given special treatment, almost as if they were royalty, they believed they had the right to behave however they wanted. The two mothers quickly reach the pair, and the moment Alice inquires about their conversation, Arthur dashed forward with the energy and enthusiasm of a young puppy, unable to hold back his excitement. No one could quite explain why Arthur had become so animated all of a sudden, but the change brought a smile to his mother's face. She felt a quiet joy just watching her son behave like any ordinary boy once more. Mrs. experienced a sense of relief as she watched him behave playfully, a welcome change after the intense incidents of the night before that continued to linger in her memory. After some time, the group steps into a store brimming with various foods. The shop displayed an extensive collection of powerful weapons and sturdy armor. As Arthur eagerly examined every corner and shelf, his excitement was clear. The shop owner arrives and gently informs the boy that this spot isn't suitable for someone his age. With a polite tone, the owner encourages him to head out. Nearby, a smug and wealthy young man lingers, clearly convinced of his own importance. He couldn't help but point out to Arthur that these items were not suitable playthings for someone his age. The arrogant man boldly rested his hand on Arthur's shoulder, yet, without giving it a moment's hesitation, he tossed it aside, making it clear he had no regard for someone as arrogant as that. After delivering a pointed remark, Arthur started to leave, but the man, unable to handle the embarrassment of being outdone by someone younger, tried to recover his pride by responding. Before the arrogant man had a chance to boast about his status or wealth, Mrs. entered the shop, her presence instantly deflating the arrogance of the man inside. She immediately identified him as a member of the Branch family. Without mincing words, she firmly warned him that his family's right to participate in the auction house would be revoked if he continued his behavior. The moment the man registered the threat, his legs gave out beneath him, and he dropped to his knees, pleading desperately with the fear of a cornered animal. Following the incident at the shop, the group resumes exploring the town. Arthur shows his appreciation to the woman through a grateful gesture. She responds by admitting that her greater fear was how Arthur might react toward the man. At the same time, a suspicious man watched the family closely from a distance. His gaze settled especially on the small dragon among them. At last, morning light spread across the city of. After finishing their shopping spree, the group made their way back to their mansion. Upon entering, their eyes immediately fall upon the very first sight before them. The father of Vincent and Arthur sat alongside them. Vincent appeared to have been anticipating Arthur's arrival, since he had arranged for a particular guest eager to be introduced to him. The founder and director of Academy appears before them. She expresses sincere delight at meeting Arthur face to face, recalling all the praise Vincent has given the young boy. Before moving ahead, the narrator paused to highlight the esteemed reputation of the institution. Academy stands as the most prestigious institution, welcoming only those young mages who are both gifted and well-connected enough to be admitted. The place served as a launching pad for renowned intellectuals, respected guild affiliates, influential leaders, elite royal guards, and formidable military figures. Throughout history, every individual who left a lasting mark on the world had some connection to Academy. The school's reputation soared above all others, making it a legendary institution. No other academy across the continent could hope to rival its immense prestige. At the very center of everything stood the director of the academy. Arthur was meeting her face to face for the very first time. He finds himself unable to look away from her, his gaze fixed for several long seconds. The wordless exchange between them grows so tense that those watching start to shift uncomfortably, feeling the weight of the moment. At last, the older woman ends the quiet moment by reaching out her hand in a friendly gesture, offering Arthur a heartfelt and genuine welcome. Arthur, meanwhile, simply gazed at her outstretched hand, utterly uncertain of what he was supposed to do next. The correct response eluded him. Was he expected to kiss her hand or just shake it? Confusion clouded his thoughts as he hesitated, unsure of the right move. After a moment's pause, he finally chose to shake her hand. His mother intervened without hesitation, pressing her son's head down in exasperation as she offered an apology for his disrespectful actions. She informs the director that Arthur has recently come back home and remains unfamiliar with proper etiquette. Despite everything, the woman appears to possess an unusually calm and easygoing demeanor. She showed no sign of annoyance. Instead, she was quick to apologize for arriving without warning. She confessed that she found it impossible to turn down a request from Vincent, especially after everything he had done for Academy. At the same time, attention turns to. She lingered silently at the rear of the room, her downcast expression making her unhappiness obvious. It appeared that she disliked the spotlight focused on Arthur, or maybe she just didn't want him departing for the Academy under these circumstances. The scene transitions to an elderly woman who shares an interesting fact. She rarely visits someone's home to meet a possible pupil. However, Vincent had caught her attention by claiming that a rare genius was presently residing under his roof. She then faces Mrs., asking her to guide them to a clear area where she can observe the boy's abilities. While all this unfolds, Arthur attempts to slip away, claiming that he needs something to eat. However, his mother quickly puts a stop to his plan, refusing to let him leave. In time, Vincent and Mrs. guided their honored visitor through the mansion, leading the way to the elegantly paved courtyard. Arthur's honesty became clear when his empty stomach growled, and the disappointment on his face deepened as he realized that a meal was still far out of reach. Young, feeling just as hungry, reluctantly trailed behind her father, her expression mirroring his disappointment over the entire situation. At that instant, the elderly woman caught sight of the small child. She found the Manhwa beast extremely cute and wondered aloud if it belonged to his father as a contracted creature. Arthur promptly explains that is his companion, having emerged from her egg only recently. The elderly woman listens with great interest. In her experience, nobles usually buy Manhwa beasts to make contracts with them, but she admits that she has never encountered a creature quite like. Arthur goes on to describe how his mother was a creature resembling a wolf with scales and tiny wings. He recalls finding her nest when she was badly wounded and near death, having fought fiercely to defend her egg. Arthur reflects on the situation, believing that pure chance led him to discover them at that moment. Although appears unconvinced, she decides to keep her reservations to herself. After a few minutes spent making their way along the hallway, at last the group reached the grand courtyard. Once they stepped outdoors, eyes held a spark of anticipation, wondering whether Arthur would truly match the glowing reviews Vincent had given or if his reputation was exaggerated. She recalled that Vincent had told her Arthur possessed the abilities of an, but he had intentionally left out the specifics, hoping to surprise her. The scene shifts to inner musings while she studies Arthur intently. She observes that his expression remains calm, untouched by worry or fear. Uncertain, debates whether his steady demeanor comes from genuine self-assurance or if it stems from sheer arrogance. Arthur, meanwhile, seemed completely unfazed by what was happening around him. His mind fixated on just one thing, dinner. All he could think about was satisfying his intense craving for grilled fish, pushing every other concern aside. At the same time, Vincent appeared pleased with himself, certain that would be amazed when Arthur demonstrated his abilities with fire and lightning magic. He also felt reassured, knowing that wouldn't have another chance to accidentally set the courtyard on fire like before. Before Arthur could proceed, expressed her concern, wondering aloud if he truly intended to face the situation without so much as a weapon for protection. Arthur observed and noted with a calm demeanor that she clearly had no plans to draw the wand resting at her waist. To match her stance, he decided not to use any weapons himself, hesitated briefly, coming to the realization that Arthur's assessment was accurate. Her surprising reply causes her to break into a small smile. At that moment, the group chose to start the match. While Arthur trained under Virion, he was the first to reveal the fierce strength of fire and the flexible qualities of water, abilities from his original world that now appeared as real elements in this new place. Following that moment, the martial arts skills he had mastered in his past life, those rooted in the elements of earth and wind, reached their peak as well. He manipulated both the energy inside himself and the surrounding mana, blending them skillfully to produce the specific outcome he wanted. In contrast to counters, follow these essential steps to create an attack using elemental energy. Naturally, his previous experience set certain boundaries for him, when he combined spells of fire and earth. Arthur stomped on the ground with such force that the earth broke apart beneath him, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. Vincent had anticipated that Arthur might astonish the crowd, yet witnessing the spectacle firsthand still shook him deeply. Amidst the crowd frozen in surprise, only Arthur's confident sister and truly beam with excitement as they watch him command the stage. With his following kick, he launches every bit of shattered debris into the air. The wreckage flew toward the woman. The woman's lips curved into a pleased smile as she realized the boy truly impressed her. She reacts with lightning speed, shielding herself from every piece of flying debris. Arthur steadies his nerves, preparing for what comes next. A powerful explosion erupted from the earth beneath him, launching him ahead with tremendous force. He pushes past the invisible wall of air that envelops her. He raises his hand and swings it toward her face, trying to hit her. He responds with ease, skillfully turning aside the challenge. With a sudden surge of energy, she unleashed her power and sent him flying backward. Arthur responds without hesitation. He combined spells of earth and wind to create a levitating stone, which lifted him off the ground and held his weight. Force kept him from wandering without direction. Despite all the hours spent training with Virion, he still struggled to cast earth and wind spells at the same time, clenching his teeth in frustration at his lack of progress. He found this technique much harder to master than his abilities with fire and water. He lunges toward her for another attack. She skillfully summoned a gust of wind, forcing him to retreat without any difficulty. He was kept at a distance, unable to approach, not to mention having any chance of inflicting actual harm. Surrounded by gusts that whipped and twisted through the air, she stood at the center of the storm. She began reciting a strange incantation. A cluster of 3 or 4 swirling tornadoes began to form. Arthur, on the other hand, remains unfazed and quickly formulates a strategy. He gathers swirling wind around his hand, making it rotate in reverse to the tornado's spin. The moment his winds collided with theirs, the tornadoes vanished without a trace. Despite his daring action, he ended up with several painful cuts and bruises as a result. Arthur manages to achieve the goal he had been working toward. After putting in considerable effort, he finally receives praise from the elderly woman, solely due to his hard work. She finds herself truly amazed by how skillful and precise he is. She thinks he sometimes overestimates his skills when confronting challengers directly. Still, the way he handles both magic and fighting is truly impressive. As the last part of his examination approached, an additional obstacle awaited him. She swiftly cast a spell over him, then explained that he needed to do nothing more than remain awake. Whatever actions she took made it seem as if his mind was being torn in two. The technique she employed was, in truth, sound magic, an unmistakable sign of her deviant nature. Even though agony racks his body, Arthur pushes himself to endure the trial. Once it concludes, the woman beams with delight, proclaiming that he has succeeded beyond expectations. Noting Arthur's impressive talent with wind magic, she confesses to herself that she feels drawn to the idea of becoming his personal instructor. The father remained puzzled, unable to recall when Arthur had also mastered earth and wind magic. The lady is surprised when Arthur brings up his well. She realizes that Arthur might have the ability to control even more elements than she had thought. Vincent, taken aback, hurried to clarify that Arthur had demonstrated both fire and lightning magic only the day before. He had led the boy to the paved courtyard since Arthur had accidentally set part of the lawn on fire. The elderly woman is left speechless upon discovering that the young boy possesses the extraordinary ability to command at least 3 elements, all perfectly stable and without any sign of abnormality. Arthur, on the other hand, wastes no time setting the record straight, revealing that he has the ability to control all 4 elements. To prove his point, he skillfully summons a stream of water before their eyes. The woman pulls back in complete confusion and quickly steps in to steady her. Observing this intense reaction, the young girl wonders aloud about her brother's strength. Her mother remains silent, offering no reply. Let out a gentle laugh, acknowledging his impressive strength and expressing her belief that he would become even more powerful as time went on. Once the room grows quiet, Arthur admits to his family that he has been hiding his abilities from them. A wave of guilt presses on him when he notices the deep concern etched on his mother's face. Understanding that her child has concealed the truth, his mother silently wishes that honesty will guide their family from now on. Although Arthur longs to reassure her, he understands that making such a promise would be impossible for him. After everyone finishes apologizing, made up her mind to create a challenge for herself. The character requested a confidential discussion with the young man. She surrounds herself and the other person with a shimmering bubble that seems to block out all noise. No noise was able to pass through, either entering or escaping. Once they were certain no one else could listen in, the elderly woman comforted him, letting him know it was safe to share his thoughts openly. Left with no alternatives, Arthur reluctantly starts to offer an explanation. He explained that the reason he demonstrated his abilities to her was because she had 2 things he required, her authority and her connections. He asked her to watch over his family until he gained enough strength to protect them on his own. In return, he would enroll in her academy and regard her as someone who had supported him in a significant way. felt a rare stir of emotion, but it wasn't the kind she typically experienced. Witnessing this bold youngster make such a presumptuous request struck her as nearly comical. Even the king and queen would hesitate before suggesting such an unfair arrangement. Still, Arthur appeared convinced that she would agree simply to form a connection with someone so young. Despite the comparison to Sapin's rulers, he simply offered a confident smile, clearly recognizing the immense potential and worth he possessed. Even though his end of the bargain can't be fulfilled until he sets foot in her academy, he remains sure of his advantage. Arthur had once vowed to a significant person that he would make the most of his life, and he felt that enrolling in academy at a typical age would allow him to keep that promise. Felt uneasy hearing this news again. The idea of waiting 3 years for his arrival made her anxious. She urged him to share his plans for the time they would be apart. Arthur wasted no time before sharing his thoughts, confidently announcing his intention to pursue a life as an adventurer. Arthur's parents pull him aside when they want to speak with him alone. They completely opposed his suggestion. His mother's anguish overwhelmed her as she sharply scolded him. The pain of believing him lost for so many years, only to hear that he intended to risk his life once more, was too much for her heart to handle. The mere idea of him facing danger again was unbearable for her. Tears welled up in the young girl's eyes as she struggled to cope with her mother's sudden display of anger. Approached, attempting to soothe her nerves, and proposed that they give Arthur a chance to explain his point of view. Despite his pleas, his mother refuses to back down and keeps scolding him harshly. He wondered how it was possible for him to even think about that, especially after all the struggles they had faced together to reach this moment. In time, her feelings become too much for her to handle. Troubled by anxiety and hurt, her mind becomes tangled, leaving her unable to tell the difference between good and bad. At that moment, Arthur breaks the silence. He addresses the group with a steady, determined tone, letting them know he has no intention of going anywhere for a while. Instead, he shares that he's eager to stay home and spend the next few months together with everyone. Although he has only recently come back, his time of more than 3 years in the Elven Kingdom has made him feel distant from Sapin and the rest of. He longs to feel the same excitement and adventure his parents once knew during their own journeys. For him, it isn't merely about chasing danger. It's about embracing life fully, learning about his world, and pushing himself to become stronger, things he believes he can't achieve while sheltered at home. Arthur's father nodded in agreement, fully grasping his son's perspective. He reflected on his own youth, recalling how, as a newly awakened teenager, he too had longed for excitement and adventure. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, Arthur understands that Alice's worries are completely justified. The path of an adventurer, no matter how well-equipped or skilled, remains filled with peril and uncertainty. Arthur then proposes the idea of appointing a guard or overseer to watch over the situation. He could travel alongside him on his adventures. Alice, however, still harbored doubts. At that moment, surprises his wife by agreeing to Arthur's proposal. Without hesitation, she whirls around to face her husband, her hands gripping him tightly as her irritation boils over. She finds it unimaginable that he would contemplate such an idea, and the thought of him actually accepting it leaves her even more astonished. She refused to allow her son to walk away once more, especially after finally having him return to her. As the atmosphere calmed, Arthur reassured everyone that his absence wouldn't last a full 3 years. He mentioned his plans to return every few months or possibly even sooner whenever his missions allowed. Despite everything, Alice still harbors doubts and feels uncertain about what steps to take next. At that instant, walks over to her brother. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled to bear the idea of his impending departure. When Arthur noticed his younger sister in tears, a wave of panic washed over him. To reassure her, he hurriedly explained that they would still see each other often and he wouldn't be away for long periods. Despite everything, Alice remained firm in her refusal to agree. She insisted on knowing his reasons, pressing him for an explanation. She wondered aloud what could possibly motivate him to choose the life of an adventurer at this moment, especially so soon after coming back. In her view, it seemed much more reasonable for her son to finish his education before embarking on dangerous journeys as an adventurer. Arthur points out that, if he started school at this moment, he would be noticeably younger than his classmates. He reveals his desire to belong and form friendships, though he worries the large difference in age could make connecting with others more difficult. His mother, clearly concerned, immediately reassured him that returning to school could wait. She offered to assist with his training personally and planned to include in the process as well. Arthur seemed receptive to the suggestion, yet he desired something beyond mere training. He feels eager to put his newly acquired abilities to the test in real-life situations, craving the thrill of genuine combat. He seeks the freedom of an unrestricted setting, hoping to push his limits and find the challenge he desires. although he keeps these thoughts to himself and never shares them with their parents. A new day begins as morning light fills the sky. The whole family assembled around the dining table, with the family joining them for the meal. While they enjoyed their meal, the air buzzed with cheerful chatter and animated discussion. At one moment, Arthur wonders aloud about the day's intentions of the group, curious about what everyone intends to do. Mrs. explained that she and Alice had several tasks to complete in town as they got ready for an upcoming event at the auction house. She mentioned that Anne would be accompanying them and let Arthur know he was invited to come along if he wished. Arthur, on the other hand, chooses to remain behind that day. Noticing this, Vincent calls for the group's attention and asks if anyone has reached a decision regarding Arthur's proposal. Alice then explains that she has allowed him to pursue a life as an adventurer, but only if he follows specific rules she has set. Father presents the guidelines in the following manner. Arthur needed to follow 3 important rules. He would have to wait until his birthday, which was still 3 months away, before he could proceed. Whenever he went on missions, a guard would always need to accompany him. Lastly, he was required to return home for a visit at least once every 2 months. Arthur's father believes that his son has the intelligence to handle everything else by himself. Vincent understood the logic supporting the choice, yet he brought up a significant concern. There appeared to be no one with the ability to protect Arthur, based on what had been observed so far, leaving the question of who might become his guard unanswered. At the same time, the young girl entertains herself by acting like a, carefully placing 2 forks atop her head to resemble the creature's horns. Watching her playful imitation sparks an unexpected thought in mind. A broad smile spread across his face as he shared the news that the twin horns would soon return from their dungeon journey. He had just gotten a letter from the Adventurers Guild letting him know they were expected back in about 2 months. They decided that one of them should go with Arthur to protect him, and the suggestion was so sensible that Alice immediately gave her approval. Hearing about the twin horns filled Arthur with excitement, since he had been looking forward to seeing them again for a long time. Years before, the twin horns had played a vital role in bringing him safely back to his loved ones. Now, the prospect of reuniting with familiar faces like Jasmine brought a wave of excitement. Helen and Adam found themselves reunited at last, and Adam felt a surge of anticipation as he looked forward to what would come next. Arthur made his way to Vincent's office, intending to address a specific issue with him. At the same time, the women were enjoying a day of shopping together. As they spent time together outside, her companion began to quarrel. Was older than Mrs. disapproves of her daughter's behavior, frowning as she notices the way the older girl mocks the younger one. She gently taps the girl on the head. Lost her temper and retorted with frustration, accusing of always being preoccupied with thoughts of her brother. After days of pent-up emotions, she releases the frustration that has been building inside her. She acknowledges her discomfort with the way everyone is focusing on Arthur, feeling a surge of jealousy rise within her. She felt envious of Arthur, who had already surpassed most adults as a mage, while she had not even discovered her own powers. Beneath the surface, a strong desire burned within her to become a mage as well. Noticing how troubled the girl looked, Alice moved closer to offer comfort. With a soft voice, she assured that measuring herself against Arthur would only steal her happiness, and urged her to remember that everyone develops in their own time, promising this moment would arrive too. Despite Alice's comforting words, remained unsettled and wondered aloud about the secret behind Arthur's impressive strength. Even Alice found herself at a loss when faced with the question, openly admitting her uncertainty. She went on to clarify that, other than the basic sword lessons provided, they had little involvement in developing his skills. Mrs. was taken aback by the news. Although she recognized Arthur's remarkable talent, the thought that he had attained such an impressive level of ability on his own without any official instruction seemed nearly impossible to believe. She firmly believes that important details are being left out and urges Alice to reveal the truth. Alice went on to reveal that Arthur was definitely keeping secrets from them. She acknowledged that she and her husband, despite being his parents, didn't completely grasp what he was hiding. Mrs. suggests that Alice should simply question Arthur herself, mother to son, about the source of his newfound strength during his absence and his impressive sword skills that appeared even before the incident with the bandits. She believes that both and Alice are eager to uncover the real story. Naturally, Alice, being a caring mother, longs to understand every secret her son is keeping, and wonders why he still hasn't confided in them. She believes that being a good parent means providing him with support and patience, allowing him to share his feelings when he feels comfortable. Having decided to put their concerns on hold, the group continued with their tasks. They moved together along the lively, crowded streets. From afar, a mysterious person watches them closely, hidden in the shadows. Character observed the way they moved with careful attention. In a dimly lit alleyway, a suspicious-looking man approached another figure lurking in the shadows. Mysterious figure, shrouded in secrecy, gave instructions to his associate to pass along a message to Lord. The Mana Beast had not accompanied the party that day. He also explained that their efforts to follow the group had been hindered by a mage from Academy acting as their protector. Despite the setback, he mentioned that the young boy, presumed to be the Mana Beast's master, was anticipated to make an appearance at the upcoming 10th anniversary celebration at the auction house. The second suspicious man assured the group that Lord would be immediately. They realized the upcoming auction would offer them the perfect chance to make their move. At the same time, Vincent takes a seat across from Arthur. A person sits with a composed demeanor, but their presence clearly commands respect. Arthur's confident stance and commanding presence set him apart from those around him. Vincent senses an overwhelming authority in the room, almost as though he is before royalty. In reality, Vincent finds himself more anxious facing Arthur than he ever was before the King of Sapen. He observes that Arthur's attitude has changed drastically. The easygoing, cheerful boy from earlier has vanished. Instead, Arthur now carries himself with a commanding presence, revealing what Vincent suspects is his real personality. Vincent steadied himself by pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. He offered Arthur a courteous greeting, expressing that he was glad for the opportunity to have a conversation with him. Arthur begins speaking first, offering an explanation for why he appeared so unexpectedly. He approached Vincent to seek assistance in gathering several important items. He needed a cloak that offered protection and ideally had a hood, a sword that matched his build and could be handled easily, and a mask designed to disguise his voice. Vincent confidently explained that obtaining a cloak would be simple. However, he noted that creating a mask capable of changing someone's voice would take a skilled artificer, most likely one who specialized in sound magic or divination. Vincent came to a halt, his mind swirling with doubts. The anniversary event had already overwhelmed him with responsibilities, so he wondered why he was making special arrangements for this young boy. Despite his misgivings, Vincent realized he couldn't turn down Arthur's plea. There was something compelling about Arthur that made it impossible for Vincent to say no. Arthur felt a deep sense of gratitude for all that Vincent had done for him. Lacking the funds to thank Vincent with money, he considered alternative ways to show his appreciation. Despite Arthur's efforts, Vincent firmly declined any gesture of repayment. He shares that Arthur's father has been a tremendous support since their partnership began. Because of, and the way he has trained their security team, incidents of theft and fighting in the auction house have dropped to an all-time low. Despite everything, the boy remains determined to give something back. He has stumbled upon a new technique that could speed up his sister's awakening. Since he plans to help his sister with this method, he realizes he can assist as well. This breakthrough is a discovery he made not long ago. Vincent was taken aback since he and his wife possessed no magical abilities. Despite this, Arthur spoke with certainty, promising that he could guide their daughter to unlock her powers and one day enroll at Academy. Later on, Arthur dedicates time to refining his mastery over the beast will. Although he tried his best, he managed to hold on to it for only a brief moment before it vanished. A sense of frustration slowly takes hold of him, making him believe that everything he does is simply not enough. No matter if it was in his previous existence or the life he lives now. He understands that gaining strength is the only way to keep his loved ones safe. He begins to recall moments from a previous existence. He experienced the pain of losing someone who meant a great deal to him. Unable to intervene, the character could do nothing to prevent what was happening. He made a promise to himself that he would become stronger. His actions were driven not by a desire for vengeance, but by his determination to protect the people he cared about most. Arthur made his way back down the stairs. He comes across his mother, who has recently come back from running her errands. Her expression shows frustration, as she believes he is only pretending to offer assistance with her magical awakening. Mrs. Frustration matched her annoyance, her expression tightening at the suggestion that Arthur could be behind some sort of prank. Meanwhile, Arthur emphasized his sincerity, insisting he would never treat such a serious matter as a joke. He recalled for everyone that he had reached an agreement with Mr. As time passed, everyone found a place to relax and make themselves comfortable. Arthur found himself seated between his two sisters, prepared to reveal a surprising talent that none of them had anticipated. He started to explain that the most effective way to sense mana was by taking slow, deep breaths in a steady, measured rhythm. He put effort into making his explanation easy to understand while getting ready to show how the technique worked. Arthur begins by teaching the group how to take their first breaths using a unique technique. He shuts his eyes to show the correct way to do it. Both women immediately attempted to go after him. Achieving proper breathing posed numerous challenges for them. However, as soon as he prepares everything for the performance, Arthur resolved to test whether his idea was successful. He cautioned the others that they might notice a slight warmth spreading through their bodies, but encouraged them to keep following his breathing instructions. While continuing their steady breathing, they noticed tiny objects gradually appearing before them. Arthur instructed the group to concentrate on collecting all the white sparks in one place. The tiny lights were considered friends, and their happiness depended on being brought together. Once the training session ended, the trio found themselves completely worn out. Vincent wondered about many things, especially how this approach could assist his daughter in becoming a mage. Arthur assured him that, although the process would span several years, would be able to awaken as a mage without difficulty if Vincent could support them during the initial months of her training. Before he manages to get his words out, Mrs. abruptly wraps her arms around him in a firm embrace. As powerful emotions well up inside her, tears stream down her face as she reflects on her feelings. Arthur had unlocked a world of possibilities for their daughter, possibilities that her parents, who lacked magical abilities, could never provide. Vincent also finds himself swept up by the intensity of the moment, his emotions weighing heavily upon him. From then onward, Arthur settles into a steady routine. Each day starts with his regular training sessions. He then assists his sister, and as they move nearer to their awakening, despite his eagerness to become more powerful, he always takes care to include everyone in his company. He realized that chances like this would become rare in the days ahead. 2 months passed, and the long-awaited moment for the twin horns to appear had finally come. Arthur waited nervously by the door, anticipation clear in his stance as he looked forward to their arrival. As someone knocked on the door, he hurries over and flings the door wide open. Suddenly crashed into the scene without warning. She pulled him close, her arms encircling him in a firm embrace. He was present too. He appeared even larger than when Arthur had seen him before. Even though towered over most with his large frame, his gentle nature remained unchanged, and seeing Arthur again filled him with a wave of bittersweet memories that tugged at his emotions. Adam, on the other hand, remains his usual lively and upbeat self, radiating an equally vibrant energy. Helen, by contrast, nearly choked in response to his behavior. She couldn't help but admire how much more attractive Arthur had grown since the last time they saw each other. Jasmine was one of the quiet individuals. She also moved closer and wrapped Arthur in a firm embrace. Tears streamed down her face while she repeatedly begged for his forgiveness, blaming herself for failing to keep him safe in the past. As time passed, the whole group assembled, prepared to face whatever the day would bring. After getting ready, the men made their way downstairs, and soon after, when the entire group gathers by the exit door, they get ready to head out to the auction house. The group exited the mansion and settled into the waiting carriages. Cars and buses sped along the lively city roads, weaving through the constant movement of urban life. While the two of them sat side by side, Arthur started to recount the story of his return, explaining the events of his journey and describing all the circumstances that brought him back to the group. Adam sincerely apologized to Arthur for the hardships he faced following the fall from the cliff. They felt relief knowing that Arthur had managed to forge a connection. Even experienced explorers and high-ranking aristocrats seldom manage to accomplish such a feat. Without warning, the carriage comes to an abrupt stop, its wheels grinding noisily against the road. 2 attendants moved ahead, greeting the group and guiding them onward. Arthur stood in amazement as he laid eyes on the auction house for the very first time, overwhelmed by its grandeur. Nobles and adventurers from all around had looked forward to the grand celebration marking 10 years since the auction house first opened its doors. The event would be more than just a celebration. It was also an opportunity for visitors to look around and possibly make a purchase. Artifacts of immense value, hidden and protected for years, were finally brought out and watched over in preparation for this special occasion. Arthur couldn't help but feel a sense of awe when he first saw the grandeur of the place. While the building's exterior was impressive, the interior proved to be just as remarkable. Vincent turned to the group, emphasizing the importance of the day and urging everyone to focus and work together to avoid any errors. Steps forward with authority, organizing the soldiers and directing each one to their designated position. Arthur entered the grand auditorium ahead of the crowd, accompanied by Mrs. and Alice. The building stretched out with such enormity that over 10,000 people could easily find room inside. Arthur had once ruled as king and resided among the royals of the kingdom. Even someone as experienced as he was couldn't help but be amazed by the sight before him. Mrs. wanted to know what Arthur thought about the auction house. He replies by saying that referring to it as merely a house does not do it justice. encourages Arthur to be patient, hinting that the private viewing rooms upstairs will be worth the wait. He was about to feel an even greater sense of amazement. Just as everyone had anticipated, the private viewing room impresses with its stunning grandeur. The place features a bar where a bartender stands prepared to offer guests tasty beverages, and pressed their faces close to the glass, trying to catch a glimpse of what was happening inside. People had already begun to gather. The area is alive with activity, filled with people moving about. Without warning, a servant entered the room and let Mrs. know that the important guests had just arrived and would be there shortly. The family members stand with respectful postures. The knights carefully guided the honored visitors into the building. The visitors were revealed to be the royal family themselves: King Blaine Glider, Queen Priscilla Glider, Prince Glider, and Princess Glider. The sight of the other guests came into view. The king questioned Vincent about the reason he needed to share the room with the others. In response, Vincent promptly explained to the monarch that these people were his relatives. He clarified that he had brought them along because he recalled the king's direct request to meet his family. Vincent presented his wife to everyone and then gestured proudly to his daughter. He proceeded to present Alice, who was married to his good friend, and their 2 children, Arthur and. The king appeared relaxed and cheerful as he invited Alice and her children to rise, expressing that anyone close to Vincent was welcome among his own friends. He reminded everyone that they had gathered to celebrate a decade since the founding of this remarkable place and to partake in the festivities honoring the. Queen Glider's attention is drawn unexpectedly to the small mana beast that Arthur now possesses. Arthur promptly informs the queen that only emerged a few months prior, presenting her as his companion. The king himself noticed this development and promptly wondered aloud whether the mana beast might be his bond. Arthur confidently affirmed that the creature did, in fact, belong to him. The king appeared especially charmed by the small creature, going so far as to tickle her playfully. Observing her calm demeanor, he realized that Arthur was quite lucky to have her, since most young beasts were notoriously difficult to control, but this one behaved with surprising compliance. Arthur promptly explained that he could speak to the beast through thoughts, making their relationship more of an understanding between equals than a matter of simple control. At that moment, an elderly man with a suspicious demeanor caught the crowd's focus by asking whether Arthur was suggesting he shared an equal contract with the mana beast. Arthur paused for a moment, then confirmed it, explaining that had been the one to start the contract. The elderly man swiftly places his hand atop Arthur's, seeking to determine the nature of the connection Arthur possesses. Before the suspicious old man could carry out his plan, the king intervened, pointing out that it was inappropriate to examine someone's pet at that moment and in that setting. The man, losing his balance, nearly trips and quickly offers a sincere apology. In an effort to ease the uneasy atmosphere, Mrs. hurriedly interrupted to inform the king that the event was about to begin and politely asked him to sit down. Suspicion began to grow that the elderly man could be the mastermind controlling the group of hooded figures who had been secretly following Arthur and his relatives for a long while. The renowned auction had officially begun, drawing the attention of an eager crowd. The event's host greeted the distinguished guests, signaling the start of the occasion everyone had been waiting for. It was their opportunity to acquire the most elusive treasures for their collection. Filled with excitement greater than before, the guests erupted into joyful cheers as they celebrated together. The crowd burst into cheers, their hands coming together in a lively round of applause, swept up by the excitement in the air. Before the event could officially begin, the host directed everyone in the audience to face toward the south. The royal family, revered as the most significant individuals in the land of, received special recognition. The audience shows them the honor and recognition they rightfully deserve. The ceremony drew to a close as the final honors were presented. The host turns his attention to the individual responsible for bringing the whole event to life. Vincent announced himself as Arthur, prompting the rest of the group to applaud his introduction. The moment brings back memories of the days when he ruled as king. He pushes the memories aside, refusing to dwell on what has already happened. Despite not yet experiencing his growth spurt, the boy was already contemplating becoming king once more. Arthur successfully finds a way to smuggle in some alcohol. No one noticed what was happening because was preoccupied with. Ahead of him, his mother stands engaged in conversation with the queen. As he studied the wand in her hand, he immediately recognized her as a magician. He still had not detected her presence, indicating that the woman was deliberately using a concealment artifact to remain hidden. He wondered if her strength was so great that it was completely beyond his ability to detect. As she studied him closely, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Arthur found it odd that none of the older women truly caught his interest in a romantic way. Although they were nearly the same age, he passed away. He suspects that his mother's age group may have played a role in what happened. At the same time, Arthur realizes he feels no attraction toward anyone younger than himself. He found himself in an unusual predicament and believed that his chances at romance were completely destroyed, at least for now. Arthur's concentration breaks when the man approaches, already aware of Arthur's desire to buy a quality sword. Vincent presented the young man with an incredible opportunity, encouraging him to bid on the sword and even promising to handle all the expenses himself. The short sword about to be showcased was crafted by a renowned master smith, and it possessed remarkable features. When a small amount of mana was channeled into the sword, faint sparks of electricity began to dance along its blade. The enhanced edge increased the weapon's ability to slice through targets and also emitted a paralyzing effect that incapacitated anyone struck. Arthur's curiosity reached its height just as the bidding started up at a rapid pace. With such a powerful weapon on display, most of the guests became fiercely competitive, continually increasing their bids until the price soared past 50 gold coins. The value of the currency could be compared to that of a present-day house, as a single gold coin would be sufficient to buy one. Even families with modest means could get by comfortably on just a handful of copper coins. The starting price for this costly sword alone could support a household for 250 years. Vincent, channeling the energy of a tech billionaire's eccentric heir, casually questioned the boy about his opinion of the weapon. Arthur admitted his admiration for the blade, though he confessed that he preferred something less flashy and distinctive. Vincent had anticipated that the boy would respond in exactly that manner. He believes the boy has the right to pick a different option. All of Arthur's other requested items had been prepared ahead of time. He felt a surge of excitement as he hoped the voice-changing mask would be included among them. Vincent carried himself with the confidence of someone who believed he could retrieve any artifact from anywhere on the globe. Moving with determination, he managed to obtain exactly what the child had requested. Arthur felt an unmatched joy, his spirits soaring higher than ever before. Meanwhile, Vincent, displaying the caution of a mature adult, reminded the younger boy to handle the item with care. If anything went wrong, Vincent knew he would be the one facing his family's disapproval. Ultimately, Vincent's judgment turned out to be right. The sword paled in value next to the even rarer treasures that appeared afterward. Even the king couldn't help but feel intrigued by certain weapons and beast core present. He had offered exceptionally large sums and successfully acquired an A-class beast core. However, he had not yet awakened its abilities, so he remained uncertain whether the core possessed a beast will. Arthur reached upward, attempting to shake off his lingering sluggishness. He looks around in bewilderment, noticing that is nowhere to be seen. He turns to her for an answer, but she appears just as uncertain as he is. He begins examining the furniture, searching for any clues about where she might have disappeared. Without warning, he notices the adorable creature let out a frightened hiss, reacting as though someone is menacing it. Known for his unpleasant appearance, was making an attempt to. He was determined to lay his filthy hands on her. Began to cry, her face filled with terror. Arthur witnessed the scene unfold, and like any devoted pet owner watching their companion being mistreated, he was filled with the urge to lash out at the offender. However, he managed to restrain himself, reminding his temper that the culprit was a mage of the royal court. He quietly summoned to stand beside him and got ready to depart. Rather than accepting humility, remarked that someone of humble origins had no right to own such a remarkable creature. Arthur pauses, uncertain, and tries to make sure he heard correctly. A dark, unsettling grin spread across their face. The sinister mage acknowledged with satisfaction that the creature would soon be obeying her commands. The boy's anger surged, his eyes flashing with a deadly glare that dared the mage to repeat his words. Once more the cycle began. The events that led up to this moment were worth reviewing before moving forward. Vincent felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing he hadn't been able to find something the boy would truly enjoy. Arthur seemed interested only in finding a decent sword, leaving the owner of the auction house to question whether anything suitable might be hidden away in their storage rooms. His train of thought is suddenly interrupted when the king appears. Vincent felt satisfied after adding the A-class beast core to his collection. He believed that as long as the beast's spirit remained strong, everything would work out well for him. Bringing joy to the king with such a modest event gave Vincent a sense of accomplishment. The tone of their discussion shifts abruptly, becoming ominous and unsettling. Vincent became aware of an intense bloodlust, so overwhelming that the force overwhelms him, causing him to collapse to the ground. The sudden threat prompts the royal knights to leap into action, their senses instantly sharpened by the danger in their midst. Driven by a sudden sense of urgency, the king draws his sword. The character insists that the hidden assailants show themselves immediately. The royal mage lay sprawled on the floor, gripped by fear at the thought of incurring Arthur's anger. Vincent remains confused about the events that have taken place. The whole auction house bursts into confusion and disorder. After thoroughly investigating each room, the knights came up empty-handed, uncovering nothing out of the ordinary. Arthur's father instructs the group to look upstairs, and after some time passes, both the royal family and Arthur's relatives remained quietly seated, with a heavy silence filling the space between them. He reached out with his mind to connect with his familiar, silently assessing how it was doing. The knights announced that they have recently apprehended someone who had broken in. Arthur felt a chill run down his spine in response to the king's usual manner. He felt relieved that an unexpected intruder had disrupted everything, conveniently shifting attention away from Arthur's own embarrassing situation. Openly ridiculed the royal mage, amused by how flustered he became over a mere level 1 intruder. Embarrassed, the royal mage quickly tried to cover up his reaction by claiming he had simply slipped. She paused to study the boy for a moment, then shifted her gaze and walked away. The auction house returned to its usual activities as anticipation built for the unveiling of the evening's last item. The mist faded away, exposing a newborn lion from a world just beginning. The spectacle left the guests awestruck, as this particular mana beast, cared for with exceptional attention, held the promise of one day evolving into an esteemed A-class creature. Arthur felt frustrated, realizing the mage seemed to care only about and showed no concern for any of the other mana beasts. The host announced the impressive starting bid, setting it at a hefty 500 gold coins. The group decided to increase the amount by $5.50. 600. The number could reach as high as 800. At last, the king came forward and presented an offer of 1,000 gold coins, a sum twice as large as the initial bid. Naturally, the guests give up on bidding, fully aware that their fortunes are no match for the king's immense wealth. Vincent offered his congratulations and inquired about what he intended to do with his new pet. Since nurturing it demanded the expertise of a legendary beast tamer, he chose not to take on the responsibility of raising the pet himself. The king instructed to look after the unusual creature. Steps forward, determined to make his father proud by giving his absolute best. Arthur witnessed as her mother playfully joked with the child, prompting him to consider a kind gesture. The belief persisted that the royal family acted just like any ordinary family. Vincent announced that the auction was finished, his mind already drifting to how the king might react to the treasures he'd acquired. Meanwhile, the king had no intention of being patient and was ready to collect his newly won valuables alongside Vincent. Vincent intends to guide him along the path. Without warning, the royal mage unexpectedly put forth a new request, which he leaned in close to his master, quietly sharing his words. Following that moment, he fixes a piercing look on the boy, making it clear that trouble is once again brewing in his mind. Vincent leads the group down a corridor and brings them into the chamber that holds the king's belongings. He took advantage of the situation by giving Arthur the opportunity to select a quality sword, noticing the boy's fascination with the weapon. The king speculated about whether he intended to begin training with a sword. Noticing that shared this interest, the king hoped that the two might have a chance to practice together in a friendly duel one day. Opposed the suggestion, ridiculing the boy by calling him an ordinary commoner. Meanwhile, Arthur expressed gratitude for the king's kindness and maintained a respectful, modest demeanor before the royal family. The boy's father appears on the scene. She was taken aback when she realized the king was present too. Upon discovering that he himself had apprehended the intruder, the king expressed his approval by praising Captain's efforts. The king discovers that Arthur is actually the son of. He introduces as a trusted royal guard who has aided the king's family on numerous occasions over the years. Now hopes to be compensated with his sights set specifically on the boy's familiar as his reward. Arthur felt a deep sense of dread as the announcement echoed in his mind, fully aware of the direction this conversation was taking. The king announces that surrendering Arthur's creature would benefit the entire realm. Instantly recognized the trouble reflected in his son's expression. He attempts to step in and support the boy. The king has made arrangements to reward them generously and is also willing to find a skilled mage to break the bond that connects the two. Expresses regret as he submits his resignation. Insisted that his son was responsible for making his own choices, refusing to get involved on the boy's behalf. Clearly, if there were a prize for best father, wouldn't be winning it. At that moment, the king shifted his attention toward the young man, who was known to have a son. Her eyes reflected a deep sense of frustration. Attempted to light a fire, but his master intervened before he could succeed. He welcomed the child and extended the identical proposal, keeping his composure throughout the interaction. Arthur put forth his greatest effort to answer the king in a manner he believed was fitting. As he expressed his gratitude to the king, the boy politely declined the offer, explaining that no sword, no matter how magnificent, could ever replace his beloved companion. Clearly, this young man deserved the title of Pet Owner of the Year. The mage attempts to interrupt, but the king swiftly silences him. Desperate, the mage offers a rare world lion cub in trade causing to react with clear irritation. Arthur once again declined, offering an apology for his earlier lack of clarity. He remained unwavering in his choice to look after, determined not to change his mind under any circumstances. Upon hearing these words, annoyance flickered across the king's face. He believed he had acted generously, making his request with patience and courtesy. The boy still refused to move, prompting the king to repeat his request, but this time he added a stern warning to Arthur, letting him know that his patience was wearing thin. Struggling to keep his temper in check, Arthur responds to the king by posing his own question. With courage and a surprising edge, he inquires about the cost placed on the lives of the king's children. He continues by thinking that, despite being turned down 3 times, the king's stubborn pride remains unmoved. This, he realizes, is the reason behind the king's pressing question. He wonders what amount of money could possibly justify giving up even one of his children. Tension fills the air, and a heavy silence settles over the scene. Signaled the knight, urging him to take action without delay. The royal knight, filled with rage, charged forward with his sword raised, determined to strike down the boy who had dared to insult the royal family. Arthur noticed the dense gathering of mana within the knight's sword, and instantly understood that the knight intended to strike with lethal force. He managed to stay composed by controlling his own mana. Both attacks missed him as he skillfully dodged out of the way. The action caused the knight to lose his footing and stumble. He reached out and seized the knight's clenched hand. He channels all of his energy into a powerful upward punch. The blow rendered the knight unconscious in an instant, leaving even the royal mage who had commanded his death stunned by the outcome. Stopped hesitating and took matters into his own hands, fully prepared to face whatever consequences awaited him. He understood that his abilities with Arthur surpassed even those of top-tier magical creatures, fueling his intense desire and determination to claim the bond for himself. Gathering energy as he aimed to unleash a powerful beam attack. Arthur faced imminent danger, but just as the threat closed in, his family arrived swiftly to protect him. Without warning, an event occurs that causes time itself to freeze. A sudden chill swept through the crowd, leaving everyone around them motionless with shock. The mage stood bewildered, unable to understand where his powerful attack had disappeared. A single boy's call resonated through the space, drawing his focus. He considered his attempts futile, knowing that any magic relying on ambient mana would have no effect on him. With determination burning in his eyes, he fixed with a steely glare before pulling the trigger and firing at him. In a flash, he materializes beside his own body. The royal mage's arrogance had been cleverly turned into a weapon that worked against him. A single action could shatter his leg. The intense pain forced him to cry out in distress. He desperately calls out for assistance, bewildered by the sight of everyone around him standing motionless. Arthur's presence surrounded him, filling the silence with warmth and comfort, as if nothing else existed but the sound of Arthur's voice and the strength of his arms. The boy delivers a chilling message, making it clear that help is out of reach for him. Shaken to his core, the miserable mage pleaded desperately for mercy, longing to be allowed to serve as the kingdom's official. Arthur rises to his feet, nodding in agreement to what he just said. He utters just 3 words, a sharp reminder to the mage that he should remember his lowly position, much like a scolded dog. They decided to revisit the uppercut that had happened earlier. To everyone's astonishment, the king himself could hardly believe that an ordinary child had managed to defeat a skilled royal guard. He found himself questioning whether his own security might have erred. A short moment later, Arthur's body lay sprawled on the ground in another spot. Heart raced as anxiety suddenly hurt. The situation became even harsher whenever she and the others faced it together. Others began to realize. Bastian's leg bent at an unnatural angle. Tears and sweat streamed down the man's face as he desperately pleaded for someone to save him, his expression filled with terror. The sight of him in this condition filled the king with fear. The queen immediately instructed the guards to examine his condition. Some time passed after her command. Leaned over his son's motionless form to see if he was all right. The boy's mother is overcome with anxiety. She puts all her effort into channeling her healing magic. After struggling for a while, the character comes to the conclusion that there is no solution and decides to stop trying. Vincent's relatives gather around him, their tears flowing as they witness the depth of the boy's sorrow. Arthur's awareness began to slip away. After some time had passed, the surroundings pulled them back to the real world. He awakens on a bed, his head throbbing with pain. He questioned how he had ended up in this place again. He recalled with anguish the time he had used static void to inflict torment on. However, it ended up confusing his mind. He owed his use of the ability entirely to, because of her, he could briefly slip free from the flow of time. This extraordinary power belonged to him alone, a gift inherited as a legacy tamer. At that moment, there was a price to pay. He had spent many years rigorously training to reach this point. Despite efforts to control the power, the user remained unable to maintain it for longer than a few seconds before being overwhelmed by intense, agonizing aftereffects. He exceeded the allotted time and faced serious repercussions. It was also his first attempt at using the ability on someone else. He found himself burdened with yet another problem. He lay on the bed, relieved that losing consciousness had been the most serious thing to happen. The door swung open and peeked inside, her curiosity about her master clear in her eager expression. The boy's mother reacts with surprise when she discovers that her son has finally regained consciousness. She wrapped her arms around him, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as the doctor's words put her worries to rest. He had slept for 8 hours and found himself waking up far later than he had planned. The boy's reaction fills him with disappointment, which causes his mother to break down in tears once more. A sudden, intense pain shot through him, causing his mother to jump in alarm. Rather than mentioning his discomfort, Arthur shifted the focus by inquiring about what had happened after he lost consciousness. The royal family had already departed ahead of schedule. In their absence, they appointed the king's envoy to handle discussions with the boy's father. Arthur's curiosity got the better of him, and he felt compelled to find out what was happening. He assures his mother that he is perfectly fine and encourages her to take a break and rest. He instructs to remain by her side. Arthur made his way down the stairs, listening to recount the story of how his son had almost lost his life. The boy suddenly cuts into their conversation. The commotion prompted his father to hurry over and help him. He explains that the king's envoy has arrived to offer them some gold coins as compensation for the minor trouble they started. It was clear that cared little for royal matters, always choosing his family's well-being above all else. The king's envoy introduced the boy as Jasper and revealed a small pouch filled with gold coins. Faced with these circumstances, Arthur decides that pretending to be an innocent victim is the wisest choice. He offered a respectful greeting to the man and soon discovered through Jasper that the 2 guards who had assaulted the boy were immediately suspended. Remained upset, believing the king's actions could never make up for the unfair treatment he had endured. The tension between Jasper and grew stronger as a serious disagreement simmered between them. Arthur took it upon himself to settle the situation. He acknowledged that his behavior had crossed the line and assured everyone that he was unharmed, insisting there was no reason for the conflict to continue. Looking uneasy, the boy nervously asks about the royal mage who suffered a severe knee injury. Not even was spared from the king's anger, as he too faced suspension from his position. Arthur wanted to know if anyone had managed to discover the cause of his injured leg. In response, the representative explains that, according to the mage, the boy was responsible for causing the injury. Stood stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening, and reacted with anger. Meanwhile, Jasper revealed that there had been no trust in. Instead, suspicion had fallen on the knight who had gathered mana and disrupted the mage's magic. Although it seemed complicated, this was exactly the outcome Arthur had been hoping to find. As the meeting came to an end, Jasper departed, taking the pouch of gold with him and leaving the family behind. Showed no interest in getting involved and left the responsibility of managing the coins to his son. Given what had happened before, it was his own life that had been at risk. Arthur felt grateful for his father's kindness and soon drifted off to sleep. Just before departing, he offers the boy a compliment, expressing admiration for the impressive uppercut the boy delivered. The story revealed an incredible fact. This man managed to earn the title of Father of the Year not once but twice, leaving everyone amazed by his accomplishment. Arthur tucked the bag of coins into a drawer and he felt a sense of relief wash over him, grateful that everything had settled peacefully before any trouble could start. The scene brought back memories of how restricted he had felt as a child, simply watching life unfold around him. Despite any challenges, he eagerly anticipates the exciting opportunities that await him on his journey to becoming an adventurer. Arthur examined the mask he had obtained, designed to change his voice, and believed it would finally grant him a measure of freedom. He sat with his friends around a table in a lively bar, sought feedback regarding the proposal he had presented. The red-haired boy, known for his wild hair, felt annoyed about being put in charge of watching over Arthur. Due to his terrible attitude, he was convinced that Arthur could easily end his life. Everyone seemed to support the viewpoint he expressed. Lips curved into a smile. Admits that he initially thought either or Helen would step in to look after his son. The modest parents prepared to express their gratitude by offering a reward for the challenges faced. Expressed confidence to his friend, emphasizing that everyone considered each other family and would gladly support Arthur as he grew and improved. Helen also supported the plan, and none of them expected any payment, particularly because their previous raid had already provided them with ample funds. Another individual lifted their hand, signaling their willingness to volunteer. The event took place so unexpectedly that no one saw it coming. The individual in question was Jasmine, a girl who typically loathed any assignment involving escorting others. The group found it unexpected that she agreed to join without hesitation. They came to the conclusion that Arthur was responsible. Helen insisted that Jasmine was the best choice to look after the boy. Specialized in spells that affected wide areas and were most effective against crowds, which meant he would not be very useful in this situation. When it came to defending or protecting others, she knew those skills were not her strongest abilities. The boy's mother wondered aloud whether Jasmine genuinely felt comfortable with the suggestion. She simply gives a casual thumbs up, acting as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Red-haired individual acknowledges that Jasmine should take the lead, recognizing her as the soul in their group with a connection to the elements. With her unique abilities, she stands out as the ideal protector for someone like him. Although had hoped to escort the boy himself, he concedes that it wouldn't be appropriate for him to do so this time. Sensing his disappointment, reassures and encourages him to anticipate another opportunity in the future. Arthur experienced a sense of security whenever he traveled alongside Jasmine. The scene shifted ahead to the moment when the boy's family arrived at Vincent's home for a visit. Focused on her meditation, following the methods Arthur had taught her, showing she was learning to depend on herself rather than relying solely on his guidance. Arthur is convinced that too could awaken once she turns 7 or older, as long as she learns to meditate. He secretly wished that she would remain asleep a bit longer, knowing that if she woke up too early, it would draw unwanted attention. Filled with anticipation, the boy approached his father and expressed his desire to go to the auction house, hoping to finally choose a sword. Arthur's mother chooses to prepare dinner during their absence. Inside the auction house, Vincent and his wife had thrown themselves into their tasks, only to notice the pair stepping through the entrance. Arthur faced them for the first time since the incident, and as expected, they were prepared with a series of questions for him. The boy handled the situation with composure, letting everyone know through his actions that he was performing at his best. Although they appeared quite unhappy with how the king managed the situation, Vincent silently wished that something terrible would befall the guards who intervened and stirred up chaos. Too felt exactly as Vincent did. Arthur shifts his attention, choosing to steer the conversation away from its current course. He concentrates instead on the task of acquiring a new sword, a goal he deems important to accomplish before facing his upcoming application test. Vincent happily offered to guide him, although both of them ended up blocking the path. She encourages the boy to explore the area freely and discover anything that catches his interest. Arthur began to carefully examine the storage room, taking note of every detail as he searched the area. There were countless areas filled with relics scattered everywhere. The place resembled a paradise straight out of an adventurer's fantasies. At first, the boy's excitement is obvious, overflowing before he can hold it back. Within mere moments, his earlier thrill faded away, replaced entirely by a heavy sense of letdown. He had experimented with countless swords, yet none ever felt instinctive in his hands. He discarded yet another sword, reflecting that the increasing presence of in this world was likely the cause. Most of the swords and oversized weapons in the shop were far too big for the boy to use. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find a weapon that suited him. The boy curiously explored the area until he stumbled upon Batman's, amazed by the unexpected discovery. He attempted to mimic Lee's moves with the but by the end, a sense of increased foolishness settled in. His curiosity seemed piqued as she carefully looked through her surroundings. She eagerly pulls out a scabbard, her face lighting up with anticipation at the sight of her companion. He was given the chance to test out this blade. Arthur felt an unexpected sense of delight, realizing he had never imagined that his weapon would turn out to be a simple stick. He rested his hand on what everyone referred to as the stick. She immediately felt surprise when she realized the unexpected weight of the object. At that moment, he realized the object in his hand was not a simple stick but a gleaming sword. Arthur attempts to draw the sword from its sheath, but his efforts prove unsuccessful. This leads him to question whether activating its effects depends on the use of mana. He attempts to remove it, but his efforts prove unsuccessful. Eager to further explore his hypothesis, he attempted to summon a spark of electricity, curious to see whether it would respond to his connection with the elements. Ultimately, he was defeated by nothing more than a simple wooden sword, unable to figure out how to wield it properly. Arthur found himself unable to uncover any new information, feeling stuck and uncertain about what to do next until he suddenly noticed the band wrapped around his arm. He makes the choice to place his newfound. After considering the theory, the character reached for the blade once more. He called upon his abilities. At last, the boy succeeded in unlocking the weapon. The blade glows with an enchanting shade of teal, radiating a sense of magic. The boy became completely absorbed, his eyes fixed intently. He discovered that he was able to wield the weapon with impressive skill, gracefully moving it through the air in every direction. He had reached a stage where the blade no longer seemed like a weapon of battle to him. Despite his determination, he realizes that, given his present condition, the weapon's weight is more than he can handle effectively. The boy offered an apology to Vincent. With precise skill, someone attempts a shot by slicing straight through the barrel. This demonstrated that the sword not only possessed the sharpness needed, but also fit perfectly in his grasp. Arthur leaned in, examining the blade with careful attention. Upon closer inspection, she notices several letters carved into the surface. The inscription spells out Dawn's Ballad, a phrase that leaves her just as puzzled as it appears. Without warning, a surge of electricity shocks the boy, leaving his hand injured. He tries to comfort his small companion by saying everything is fine, yet inside, he remains puzzled and unable to understand the sword's unusual response. Moments later, the sword's bloodstains disappeared without a trace. He reaches down and retrieves the blade once more. He was surprised to discover just how light it was in his hands. The weapon had the remarkable ability to change its weight and balance, automatically adapting to suit whoever was using it. Arthur decided to give it a try himself and found that he could swing perfectly, experiencing no difficulties at all. The sword's blade and grip had both been reduced in size, carefully crafted to suit the boy's smaller frame. In his previous life, he had wielded countless priceless swords, yet none of them matched the harmony he now experienced with this particular weapon. Arthur himself aimed another strike at the barrel, determined to give it one more try. With one swift and accurate motion, the blade sliced through effortlessly, leaving a sharp, clean edge. This time, rather than being crushed by the heavy forces before, the barrel is cleanly cut in half. It was uncommon for master artificers to craft wands that could form a connection with their wielder. Such a weapon would adapt itself to suit the user's requirements, making it easier to control mana more effectively. Unexpectedly, the boy discovered that the sword could also form a unique bond with its wielder, much like the item he was familiar with. This revelation led him to wonder about the person who had used the sword before him. At that moment, the boy's father and Vincent appeared, looking around for him. As the evening grew later, they began to feel the urge to go home. Arthur hurried toward their own sword, grabbing a different blade along the way. He felt a surge of happiness knowing that had chosen the perfect weapon for him. Arthur's father couldn't hide his admiration when he saw that Arthur had managed to find something that suited him. Arthur expressed his satisfaction, declaring the weapon to be an ideal fit for his needs. Vincent felt indifferent, noticing that the boy had picked an ordinary sword, one so plain it would likely remain unsold at any market stall. Sliding the blade back into its scabbard, carefully examined the weapon, handling it to become familiar with its weight and balance. Vincent wanted to know what the other person thought. Highlights how the weapon's poor balance causes significant problems. Simultaneously, he considers this to be the ideal weapon for the boy. He handed the blade back to his son, his gaze shifting to the stick fastened to the boy's belt as he raised a curious eyebrow. Despite Arthur's efforts to remain calm, everything had gone completely wrong. He calmly explains to the others that he found the stick useful for practicing. Vincent feels a jolt of surprise, realizing it's the first time he has ever seen this particular object left out in the open. He examined the cane closely, then turned to his assistant, wondering if there were any records available. James responded by mentioning that a merchant had once sold the item, sharing a tale about an eccentric elderly man. The group brought in several inspectors to examine the weapon, yet each one determined it was nothing more than an ordinary cane. Uncertain, they considered whether they ought to call in a master artificer for a more thorough inspection. Arthur worried that he might be crossing a line and expressed his concern. In response, the guy gazed at him with the most pleading, innocent eyes, his pet dragon by his side, making the look even more irresistible. Vincent found himself unable to hold on to the cane any longer and handed it back without resistance. The protagonist accomplished the mission with remarkable success and secretly gained possession of a unique blade unknown to everyone else. Season have returned once again. Arthur's birthday arrives with thunderous excitement, and there's something about him that sets him apart from ordinary men. He expressed his gratitude to the group for their constant support. It amazes them how fast he has already turned 9 years old. Vincent had unveiled the highest quality treatment available for the situation. The young boy sat surrounded by attentive waiters, each one skillfully delivering plates of food to everyone nearby. The group gathered around a single table, coming together to honor the happy event. Everyone's mouths began to water at the sight of the delicious food laid out before them. The narrator warned the reader not to consume the pixels displayed on the screen. They ended up with plenty of wonderful memories together. On that particular day, the moments were captured and preserved in striking images, ensuring that everyone could look back and recall them vividly. The red-haired outcast stood outside, heavily intoxicated, loudly sharing some embarrassing tale about his pants catching on fire. Feeling deeply, quickly hides his face with his hands. Jasmine was the next to speak, using the opportunity to mock Adam by bringing up the embarrassing incident when he had been so frightened in the dungeon that he wet himself. He believed that even someone as tough as Batman wouldn't be able to give him a hard time over that story. His tale set off a wave of laughter throughout the entire party, drawing even more smiles from everyone present. Among those present were Arthur and the beloved tiny reptile. Once the dinner party concluded, the moment arrived for everyone to open the gifts. And Alice spent time getting a unique present ready for a young boy, making sure it would be something special for him. Arthur gestured for his adorable younger sister to join him as he prepared to unwrap the present. He opened the lid and discovered a unique glove inside. The gloves had been crafted through the effort of hunting monsters, then enhanced by embedding magical gems onto them. Each of the 3 gems granted a single-use healing ability that could be activated in times of need. Arthur, eager to prepare himself for upcoming missions, would find this to be the ideal present. He wraps his arms around his parents, showing deep affection and warmth. Vincent's gift was the next to be introduced. The man offers the boy an enchanted set of rings. His wife struck him hard, furious that he had taunted the child without reason. Vincent had dropped to his knees in front of a 9-year-old, which made it understandable why she felt concerned. One of the rings had been intended for Arthur, and the other was meant for his mother. The ring served as a warning device, alerting Alice whenever Arthur's mana fell to a dangerously low level. It was exactly the sort of artifact that suited someone like Alice, who often found herself overly concerned about her son's well-being. She wraps her arms around her close friend, expressing gratitude for the thoughtful present they received. The boy views the ring with mixed feelings, recognizing that it could ease his family's concerns about him. However, they always felt on edge, never knowing when the ring might suddenly activate. Adam and Jasmine stepped forward as a team, both determined to outshine the previous gifts with their own. The group tried to keep up with Vincent's reasoning, fully aware of the incredible strength he possessed. Family found something that everyone could enjoy together. Jazz noticed a sound transmission scroll, recognizing that it came with a hefty price tag. Without warning, someone lashed out with a swift kick, blaming the fool for spoiling the atmosphere. Returning to his explanation, the red-haired individual clarified how the scroll worked. He described that it enabled one-way communication, making it a perfect match for use with the rings. The process called for channeling mana into the scroll before leaving behind a recorded message, which was the sole necessity. As soon as Alice received the message, she was allowed to send a single reply. Once Arthur got her response, the scrolls would mysteriously disappear without a trace. Many people might not realize how much phones have improved daily life, but Arthur faced countless challenges just to send a single message. Arthur's application test was scheduled for the following day. His father feels a surge of excitement, eager to see what his son will achieve, while his mother's main concern is his well-being, caring little about his rank or social standing as long as he remains safe. With tears brimming in her eyes, she leans in and presses a gentle kiss to his lips. His parents' deep affection fills him with such warmth that he feels compelled to assure them he will come back. As the celebration drew to a close, the group gathered their things and made their way out together. Arthur found his gaze drawn to Jasmine, who stood out from the crowd as she offered a friendly wave. He told them farewell just as he had promised. That night, no matter how hard he tried to fall asleep, he remained fully awake. He finally understood how priceless his family was to him. Surrounded by those who cherished and stood by him no matter the circumstances, the boy felt a deep desire to protect this family and dedicate all his efforts to their happiness. This devotion became the driving force behind his determination to grow, pushing him to surpass even the strength he had once possessed as a king. The next day, Arthur struggles as he faces a difficult situation. Stubbornly resisted every attempt to get her into the bath. The small dragon behaved much like the narrator's pet cat, throwing a fit whenever things didn't go its way. Arthur feels a surge of irritation as he realizes she is pushing him away with her mana, a reaction many could understand. He summoned all his strength, channeling his own mana, and forcefully pulled her into the tub despite her protests. His eyes shimmered with tears, and an overwhelming sense of emotion filled the moment. A deep sense of betrayal washes over her as she lowers herself into the bathtub. Arthur watches closely as she drops into her seat. Once he finished his bath, he prepared himself to leave. Despite her small size, the eyes burned with anger, making it clear just how furious she was. His parents beam with pride as they watch their son don attire that makes him resemble an esteemed adventurer. Expressed his confidence in his son's abilities, cautioning him against becoming too self-assured. He reassured Arthur that Jasmine would be there to support him whenever challenges arose. Hearing this, Arthur gave his word that he would rely on her help when needed. Feels the deepest sorrow of all, her heart heavy at the thought of her brother's impending departure. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded desperately with her brother, begging him not to leave. Alice found the scene too overwhelming to look at, so she averted her gaze. Alice tried to reassure, promising that their return would not take long. Despite Alice's efforts, remained firm and unwilling to be consoled, her determination as unyielding as ever. The boy knelt down, entrusting with a crucial responsibility while he was away. He asked her to keep his parents safe during his absence. She wraps her arms around him in a gentle embrace, tears streaming down her face as she weeps uncontrollably. She explains to him the results of her training, mentioning that she is now able to notice the small lights he had described before. Kelly stands ready to defend their parents on his behalf. Meanwhile, Arthur thinks back on the past, realizing that he has missed out on much of his sister's life. Even though leaving is painful for him, he chooses to go so he can grow stronger and help his family even more. Alice wrapped her arms around him, her face filled with concern, and reassured him that everything would turn out fine, hoping to ease his worries. The touching scene ended as Alice gently reminded her son that he should never take off the ring. As Arthur's hand closes around the door handle, his parents bid him farewell, expressing unwavering encouragement and pride in their son as he prepares to depart. As soon as the door shuts, Alice begins to weep uncontrollably. Outside, Jasmine stood in anticipation, keeping an eye out for the boy. She wasn't alone, another girl, also named Jasmine, waited beside her, both of them hoping the boy would arrive soon. She wanted to know if he was finally ready. Arthur slipped on his voice-changing mask, completing his signature appearance, and from that moment the true journey was set in motion. Upon reaching the Adventurers Guild, they found themselves greeted by many individuals were actively searching for those skilled in conjuring and augmenting abilities. Felt drained of energy, even though the trip was still ahead of her. Studied the creature closely, noticing that its appearance had changed since the last time she saw it. The boy reveals that possesses the ability to change how she looks, though only to a limited degree. At the moment, she has taken on the form of a black lizard rather than appearing as a dragon. The path led to the receptionist's desk where the woman greeted the group as they entered the guild hall. Heather looks as if she is about to say something, but Jack interrupts her before she gets the chance. Jasmine simply places a note on the desk with a firm gesture. She conveyed her desire to support the boy as he attempted his rank examination. The receptionist pressed a button, then left her office. She takes the initiative and moves ahead of the others. There was a series of examinations scheduled for that day. Sponsors, however, were given special treatment and allowed to move ahead of others, avoiding any delays. The group trails after her as she leads them into a different room. He notices a group of people watching him closely. Instructed him to focus on keeping pace for the time being. The group stepped into another hallway where Jasmine, recognized as an A-rank adventurer, formally stated her wish to undertake a rank assessment. The man had learned enough about Jasmine and felt prepared to make arrangements for her. She inquired about her father, yet it was clear that Jasmine held little fondness for him. Presented himself as the manager overseeing the branch and began to explain his role. She explained that applying typically involved an inspection, followed by a hands-on test. Despite the usual process, the man decided to bypass the standard procedures for the boy, thanks to Jasmine's unique request as an A-rank adventurer, aiming to simplify things for him. Arthur watched her closely, curious if the reputation of the family truly held such influence. Now that the additional challenges had been removed, Arthur's final task was to participate in a practice duel against one of the examiners. Assess the boy, concluding that he possessed the qualities of either a combatant or someone who could enhance abilities. Normally, he paid little attention to the names of others, but his curiosity about Arthur grew due to the boy's relationship with Jasmine. Although he rarely cared to learn who people were, this time was different because of that special connection. He recalled noticing the symbol etched onto his mask. The shape brought to his mind the image of a half-note resting on a sheet of music. At that moment, he offered his name as note and extended his hand for it to shake. Both of them experienced an immediate, shared response when they first made contact. The individual assessed their opponent, recognizing their impressive combat abilities. Now that everything had been decided, the branch master instructed Mary to take charge and escort the boy to the examination room. Before leaving, he cast a quick glance in his direction. While they walked together, the boy realized something important. He understood the heavy responsibility carried by the family, and this new knowledge made him question whether Jasmine's decision to join him was influenced by that burden. At the same moment, he noticed that she seemed irritated whenever her father was brought up. At this point, her intentions remained a mystery. Mary guided both individuals along the path that would take them to the floor designated for the upcoming examination. As the boy stepped into the testing hall, he raised his hand to shield his eyes from a dazzling flash of light. An examiner skillfully avoided a series of persistent attacks from a determined warrior. Arthur watched as a group of intellectuals argued fiercely nearby. The young man believed he was living inside a comic book, so he loudly declared his moves just before making any attacks. Even the child feels a bit embarrassed for him. Since typically recite incantations, Arthur assumes that must also call out the names of their moves. Despite that, it seemed foolish to go to such lengths for basic techniques. Egghead noticed his spear had been thrown aside, and he realized his hand was gone. He found himself unexpectedly caught up in the battle. The examiner's irritation was obvious, and the examiner insulted his skills, claiming that even elderly women could handle his weapon more skillfully than he did. With those harsh words, the examiner completely shattered the man's confidence. He analyzed his own fighting style, noting that his balance between physical power and magical enhancement was off, and realizing that his attacks were so obvious that even a novice could avoid them. Despite being well into his 30s, the man began to complain with the petulance of a youngster. He was just a system clone who believed that doing 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats would make him strong enough. The examiner, clearly fed up with the individual, decides to make a recommendation. He suggests assigning the boy to E-class. Simultaneously, he admits that One Punch Man possesses an affinity for fire within this comic. He waved the note in front of his face. It is revealed that he has been assigned to D-class rather than the very lowest tier. Egghead turned away, his shoulders slumping with disappointment, as the scene continued without him. The next contestant was called forward to walk onto the stage. Struggled so much with climbing a set of stairs that fighting monsters seemed completely out of reach for her. She fell hard, landing flat on her face and drawing. Laughter filled the room from all sides. A certain girl believed she belonged in E-class because she couldn't walk properly. Arthur stood at a distance, quietly watching the young boy. Right away, it became clear to everyone that he ranked among the more powerful individuals present. Began to feel her self-assurance return. She boldly announced her name, making sure everyone could hear. Her expertise lay in summoning water, though. The atmosphere quickly grows uncomfortable when the examiners point out that they are already familiar with her. She is instructed to select a weapon, and someone reassures her that she will be safe if she happens to get injured. Arthur, deep in thought, considers how attain their specialties once they advance beyond the orange stage. Unlike the foolish idea of trying to control all 4 elements like some legendary figure, they dedicate themselves to mastering a single element to its fullest potential. The boy remembered hearing stories about certain who could master 2 specializations at once, a rare skill that required even tougher tests to accurately measure their real power. The professional stood in anticipation, watching and encouraging her to demonstrate the full extent of her abilities. She praised the effort as she moved her wand gracefully through the air. The spell was cast, causing water to gather and form a protective barrier around it. She found herself standing beside a stretch of water. Jasmine explained to that faced certain drawbacks, especially since they lacked the skill with mana reinforcement that possessed. Because of this weakness, typically chose to defend themselves first whenever a battle began. The examiner retaliates by casting her own spell made of mud. Its view was completely obscured by the walls of her watery enclosure. The situation resembled a turn-based fight, and its turn had arrived. She summoned the release of the mud spell, unleashing its power into the air. She comes across another spell that manipulates water. The beam twisted in a perfect spiral. The attack was directed toward but the quickly moved out of the way. With barely any exertion, the task was accomplished. The next phase of her assault proved to be more intriguing than simply confronting her target head-on. The spiral burst apart at her command, its force swallowing her whole. A dense mist rolled across the stage, enveloping everything in its path. This allowed to adjust her strategy and prepare a more powerful offensive move. She launches a rapid series of water blasts at her rival, yet, as the mist finally cleared, no one was anywhere in sight. The skilled magician had already materialized quietly from behind. She struck with her staff. Even though did not win, she found herself admiring the girl's remarkable mastery of her element. The girl's sole mistake was not preparing an additional defense for herself. Everything else had been skillfully executed. This performance secured her a spot in C-class among others her age. Arthur considers this to be highly praiseworthy. Elijah Knight was supposed to be next, yet something seemed off. The problem concerned the name they had provided. Without conducting any assessment, the distinguished examiner assigns the candidate a B-class rank. Arthur found the situation so startling that he nearly lost his composure. At last she catches sight of a boy with glasses. They were discussing that very same child. His name was announced, calling him forward. The very same overconfident youngster boldly demanded to be assigned to the rank right away. Feeling irritated by the boy's behavior, she decides to pay him no mind and instead notices that his skills focus on fire magic. Achieving a light orange color by the age of 11 was something no one had ever seen before, making Arthur truly exceptional. Arthur eagerly anticipates the upcoming competition, but considers him conceited yet. She appeared relaxed and unconcerned, showing little interest in what was happening. Believing the moment has arrived, they prepare to start. He initiates the examination. Immediately used his staff to summon a fiery circle encircling the area. He forcefully brings the staff down, striking it against the earth. He summoned a gigantic fire guardian to aid him in the fight. The examiner observed the boy's abilities and felt a sense of admiration, recognizing that his skill was fitting for someone from such a distinguished family. The flame guardian shifted its position, hovering above the examiner as events unfolded. Quietly murmurs a magical spell. The examiner felt a sense of admiration upon discovering that the boy was a suitable candidate. Simultaneously, it became clear that the boy truly possessed the qualities needed for the role. At the same time, she feels delighted to give him a lesson in humility that he will remember going forward. Using his power over the ground, he summons sharp spears of earth, directing them outward in an attempt to block and disperse the spreading fire. The examiner's reaction was ideal, since the flame guardian would soon fade away once its access to oxygen was blocked. Despite the ongoing conflict, believes the fight has already been decided in his favor. No one could recall an incident where an examiner had suffered a serious injury during the testing trials. He felt pleased to choose her as the initial example for everyone else. The boy's statement made it clear that the exam manages to block every one of his opponent's fiery attacks. Cast a spell designed to drive something away. A series of fiery bursts erupted around her, threatening to engulf her completely. He narrowly avoids the wrath directed at him. She reached out from behind, attempting to seize him with a hand formed from earth. Attempts to evade the attack, yet another hand emerges unexpectedly from his blind side and seizes him. Concentrated all his efforts on breaking the enchantment. He steadies himself, preparing for the collision. The examiner skillfully halted his boastful assault, using a sturdy shield of stone to deflect each blow with ease. The trial concludes as collapses onto the floor. The examiner shared her opinion, noting that his natural ability gave him access to an extraordinary amount of mana. At the very moment it seemed might finally gain a sense of humility, something unexpected happened. The defiant child launched another assault against her, determined not to allow the test to conclude just yet. becomes completely surrounded by blazing fire, leaving him powerless to react. He quickly moved in and intercepted the attack, clearing it away with swift precision. His anger flared when a different examiner disrupted his test. They calmly explained that had broken the rules by casting an unexpected spell after the exam had finished. Fueled by anger, the boy scorned the who had intervened, stopping his fire beams and bringing his test to a halt. Felt a strong sense of injustice, believing that the last attack was crucial to his carefully crafted strategy. He grew tired of the boy's nonsense and signaled to reveal the outcome. She recalls her assessment of his remarkable self-discipline, noting that although his inexperience stands out as his sole flaw, his abilities still easily qualify him for placement in the B-class category. Made his way back to the stands, his frustration clearly evident after what had happened. Egghead attempts to praise the boy for achieving an outstanding result. Despite being surrounded by others, grows uneasy, convinced that their laughter is at his expense. He remains seated in the room, voicing his worries aloud. He was merely a nuisance, quietly wishing that his father would arrive to save him when the moment of need appeared again. Arthur's name appeared next on the candidates list, introduced to everyone under the title of Note. He wishes him good fortune as they. The boy made his way down the rows of seats, a question forming in his mind. He wondered about the best way to confront and who had spent years honing his skills. As this thought crossed his mind, the boy carefully observed the man's movements, searching for flaws in his technique wherever a small gap appeared. The season stood before him, embodying both power and experience. He discovers that Arthur, too, is participating in the test with unique accommodations. There is no information given about his history. He prepared his sword, intending to gauge the young opponent's skills, when suddenly everything changed. Without warning, he finds himself crushed beneath an unmatched force radiating from the figure moving closer to him. The sensation was so intense that it sent a tremor through his entire body. Before the match had a chance to start, he signals for the fight to come to an end. He preferred that George not be the one to challenge this individual's abilities. Instead, George steps forward and offers to conduct the test on his own. The character cannot hide their surprise upon realizing that the branch head has chosen to evaluate the candidate personally. They struggle to understand why someone as influential and skilled as the branch head would bother assessing an ordinary examinee. George goes so far as to express regret for how reluctant he was at first. Reassures him, explaining that there is no intention to doubt the skills, as the sponsor is simply fulfilling a duty by overseeing the test, though curiosity plays a part as well. Arthur considered how he felt about the recent change. He leveled his sword at the boy, a silent display of his exceptional skill. Considered one of the most respected masters in Sapin and recognized as a double A-class adventurer, this man left no weaknesses exposed and radiated a fierce intent that anyone could sense. It became clear that never meant for this challenge to be routine. Arthur's excitement grows stronger than it has ever been before. He silently wishes the boy won't let this test bring him down. The boy gives a silent nod as he accepts the tally. Charged forward with a force that shook the ground. Arthur found himself tangled up, unable to react fast enough to match the blinding speed of his opponent. The boy skillfully blocks the incoming sword strike, then quickly shifts his position, making clever use of the terrain beneath him. He lunged forward, swinging his blade in an attempt to strike his opponent. Arthur moved swiftly, rolling and ducking to evade the oncoming attacks. Whenever Arthur attempts to strike, disappears, only to reappear behind him in a swift, unexpected attack. He catches his foe off guard by dodging the incoming blow, swiftly ducking beneath it, and immediately countering with a new move. A counterattack erupted with such intensity that it startled the branch head, leaving them momentarily taken aback. He steps back to observe the young boy, carefully evaluating the impressive skill the child displays. They dove back into the fray, meeting Arthur as their swords collided with a sharp clang. Arthur challenged his opponent, his voice steady amid the chaos. The attack swept through the air but moved quickly to avoid it. Hand brushed lightly across the boy's cheek. Darting forward from behind, the attacker struck Arthur using the handle of his sword. As the fierce battle continued, Arthur gradually became aware of the weaknesses, putting him at a disadvantage. Because his build and strength were less than those of his rival, he found himself at a disadvantage. He now felt far more anxious and tense compared to how confident he had been in his prime. Continues his assault without pause, launching attack after attack against his opponent. Arthur found his thoughts occupied by the vulnerabilities of his own body when faced with a skilled opponent who wielded remarkable mastery over mana. Spotting an opportunity, Arthur prepared to strike. He charged forward, slicing the air with his weapon. both. Their swords clashed and glanced off each other as the fighters stepped back, putting space between them once more. He noticed an opportunity as they separated. Although he possessed considerable skill, his present form quivered with uncertainty brought on by inexperience. He chose to push himself further by channeling mana throughout his body. At that exact instant, Arthur felt an overwhelming urge throughout his entire body, urging him to take action as he stood confronted. He found himself facing this incarnation of his. The only thing their body managed to do was trigger the instinct to escape, causing them to run. With no other choices left, he acted in the only way he could. Arthur's swift movements continued to surprise who found himself amazed each time his strikes failed to land. The bullets traveled at such incredible speed that there was no way he could avoid them. All he could do was hope for a slim chance to survive. He was only able to keep up in this battle because he could anticipate where they would move next. The only hope Arthur has lies in closing the gap that separates him from his rival. Displaying impressive agility, the character evaded wind bullets by rolling, lunging, leaping, and darting out of their path. At last he moved close enough to begin his attack. He unleashed a furious attack of his own. The examiners watched in amazement as the boy skillfully controlled the fire, leaving them speechless. He sliced through blasts of wind, and in doing so, exposed his own power to control fire for everyone to see. Blades met in a fierce collision, each embodying a different element in the intense struggle. Both forces met head-on, neither one having the upper hand. I believe the result of this match was obvious since the adventurer held a AA rank and possessed magical abilities that every dreamed of mastering. Yet even now, while standing before someone who is only an examinee, he discovers He begins to feel a growing sense of anxiety as he realizes he may not succeed. In total disbelief, anger erupted, and he unleashed powerful gusts of wind that completely overpowered the boy. Jasmine grew concerned for him, startled by the strength of the attack. Ranch Head, overcome by fury, relentlessly went after Arthur, refusing to allow him any opportunity to touch the ground. The young boy. He narrowly avoided the furious attack and rejoined the battle, bringing his sword down in a powerful arc. Victory was almost within his grasp, yet the decisive strike slipped away from him. The boy is taken aback by the lightning-fast casting, barely having time to react before a wind bullet hurtles straight for his head. It was solely because Arthur lost his balance and slipped that he managed to do it. Character narrowly avoided the deadly strike. At that moment, as he lay defeated, the branch master swooped down, sword in hand. Arthur swiftly moved out of the way, narrowly avoiding the oncoming threat and gaining the upper hand. He kept himself apart from everyone else. He became aware that he was being pressured with no way out to show just how powerful he truly was. No longer interested in holding back, he commits himself fully to the challenge ahead. He had already demonstrated the piston stamp to the branch master, but the upcoming spell stood as a true work of art, designed to complement the earlier assault perfectly. Piston Stamp surged forward with explosive energy, closing the distance to stand mere inches from the man's face, prepared to take action. He prepared to deliver the final strike to defeat his adversary. At that instant, realized he had made a serious mistake. In any ordinary circumstance, Arthur would have taught him a lesson on the spot. However, the other boy's arrogant outburst and stubborn refusal to admit loss made Arthur choose to take the high road. A sudden burst of wind pressure erupted from him, strong enough for others nearby to sense it. Even those sitting in the stands were included. The masked warrior steadied himself, his gaze locking onto the adversary before him. His feet rose above the ground. The winds completely surrounded him, swallowing him up within their powerful embrace. Attempts to leap forward in an effort to save him. Arthur no longer cared about restraining himself. He and the narrator had grown apart. The character reflected inwardly on the differences between lightning magic that came from outside sources and the kind that originated within oneself. According to the book, mastering internal lightning is a challenge far beyond the abilities of most ordinary mages. However, he feels a deep sense of opposition at this point. Arthur infused his whole body with a surge of crackling lightning magic. He believes that his superhuman reflexes will allow him to avoid any obstacle that comes his way. Ready to end the battle while empowered by his heightened abilities, Arthur is caught off guard when his opponent unexpectedly lets something loose, leading to a sudden shift in the confrontation. He found himself confused by the events that had just occurred. He slid his sword back into its sheath while Apollo looked on. For pushing the testing too far. The boy had managed to stay clear of the smoke, which explained his actions. They recognized why the boy was eager to keep a lower rank, realizing that he had deliberately hidden his true skills until the battle was almost over. Arthur shared the same goal, searching for the right assessment. Considered Arthur's abilities and, even with a conservative estimate, ranked him no lower than B rank. The other candidates stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the boy's incredible strength. Burned with intense anger, his face flushed and fists clenched, while Elijah watched him with a look of admiration and awe. Questioned within himself whether he truly accepted how things had turned out. Despite any uncertainties, the boy seemed unharmed. He gives a nod, signaling his approval. In response, Aroy acknowledges him. Jasmine, moving with urgency, rushed over to see how the boy named George was doing. He announced that the examination was over and instructed everyone to pick up their cards at the desk. Arthur responded. He could be seen walking away, and after some time had passed. The branch master sat in his office, deep in contemplation, his mind occupied by pressing matters. One could witness an unmatched resolve shining in the boy's gaze, so intense that it was unmistakable. At this point, the situation began to make him uneasy. The examiners requested an urgent meeting with their leader to understand the situation. Instructing them firmly, the person asked for the door to be closed tightly. Both individuals responded to the command. And George struggled to understand how 3 fearsome B-ranked candidates had appeared that day. Their loud protests were abruptly silenced when intervened, bringing their attention back to the presence of the powerful contenders. 6 months earlier in City, the events that had unfolded remained fresh in their memories. That moment marked a significant turning point. It was the era when the inaugural competition among the 3 races commenced. Nods in agreement, sharing that he had just learned about the recent change in the guild's rules that now allow elves and dwarves to join. He has a data book containing information about today's selected examinees rested in George's hands. Curious about the candidates, someone wondered whether each of the 3 came from a separate race. Came to the conclusion that was actually a half-elf, and from his own observations he suspected the boy had once been an elf slave as well. His family, too, carried a notorious reputation for how poorly they raised the mages within their home. Nonetheless, the boy stood out from others of his kind, possessing the rare ability to command fire magic even though he was born an elf. At just 8 years old, he discovered his powers and chose the life of an adventurer, hoping to grow stronger through real battles. Although the family used beast cores and elixirs to help him improve, their efforts eventually reached a limit. Then, something unexpected happened. That left Elijah Knight a figure even more enigmatic than. Nobody knew where he came from, though it was certain he had spent much of his early life with the dwarves. The records clearly stated that he had been dispatched from the kingdom of to serve as their envoy among the humans. However, wondered aloud, curious about the reason he had been allowed into B class without taking the entrance exam. It was revealed that Elijah had only just awakened, yet someone highly respected had already praised his abilities. Even with his recent emergence, his powers were acknowledged with great confidence. His curiosity grew as he wondered about the boy's mysterious abilities. At last, for the individual concealed behind a mask, there existed. There was no information available about him, except for the boy had ties to the family, making it clear he was not an envoy for either the elves or the dwarves. Felt genuine satisfaction watching Jasmine introduce such a promising talent for sponsorship. Hearing the mention of the family, renowned for producing some of the strongest fire mages, leaves him completely at a loss for words. He believed that it offered a logical reason for his ability to use fire magic. The branch master planned to reveal this information to everyone in the near future, but for the moment, he chose to keep it private. At this point, he firmly cautions the others against talking about the matter until the official announcement is released. Both the examiners depart but remained deep in contemplation, his mind occupied with memories of his battle against the mysterious masked. She was certain that George's judgment missed the mark entirely. The true source of the boy's strength was not his magic, but his remarkable skill with the sword. His impressive abilities stemmed from this talent alone. The boy appeared uncomfortable within his own skin. As he matured, it became clear that handling him would only become more troublesome. She felt glad that in addition to dwarves and elves, a human student now had the opportunity to grow powerful as well. He felt a surge of excitement as he looked forward to the new age. Meanwhile, in another place, an elf appeared. A thoughtful golden-haired girl found herself lost in memories of Arthur when she suddenly noticed another girl's presence. The scene offers a brief look at the connection between the boy and his pet. She felt genuinely relieved knowing that he was back with his loved ones and receiving the kindness he deserved. Meanwhile, she couldn't hide her envy toward and felt that he was treating the other girl with far too much kindness. She behaves intensely, driven by her desire to be the only friend Arthur has. Although she refers to the other girl as a friend, her actions reveal a deeper possessiveness. She fell onto her bed, filled with regret about her actions. She often worried that he hadn't enjoyed himself when they spent time together. Still, it frustrated her how he always acted as if she were still a child. Despite this, the way she looked after him over the years had brought happiness in its own way. A moment of yearning was suddenly interrupted when an elder struck the door. Her grandfather, often called the old man with the pillow, burst into her room without so much as a knock, cutting her off mid-sentence, but this time felt different. A man stood outside prepared to agree to a marriage proposal from Arthur. He made an attempt to. The intent was to calm the young child with some light-hearted amusement. There was a chance that she could enroll in the same school Arthur attended. Joy and excitement welled up inside her, overwhelming with the thought that she might attend the same school. The idea alone seemed almost more than she could bear. The mother explained that her grandfather was well acquainted with the guild's director, who happened to be searching for an elemental talented in all 4 branches of magic. However, the task of enrolling in school proved to be rather complex. The group drew attention to the upcoming continental tournament and felt motivated by the opportunity to participate. Negotiations had begun to allow members of their species to receive training alongside humans at the academy. The director brought up that Arthur would be enrolled for 3 years. This meant that by the time he joined the school, she would have already achieved senior status over him. Julia's parents encouraged her to put in her best effort during training, reminding her of the importance of the task ahead. Their goal was to join the ranks of those who would shape the future. Jazz shifted the focus to Arthur's perspective. He wonders whether he is managing well. Roy's mind wandered back to the moments of the battle, the events playing over in his thoughts. He took pleasure in recalling each part of the confrontation. The person appreciated it deeply and found themselves filled with curiosity. The story questioned whether the leader of the guild might have some kind of relationship with Jasmine, the mysterious black. The girl with the distinctive hair felt reluctant to confess the truth. Her father holds a strong bond with the guild and is among those he knows personally. Without warning, the woman at the front desk announces that it is Note's turn. As Arthur continued on his way, the remaining candidates found themselves questioning whether the boy was truly as young as he appeared. The account of his recent duel had at last arrived, and the boy received an adventurer's card as a token of congratulations and reached out to take it. He picks up the card and notices something unexpected. He could feel the support of his new fans as they cheered him on. Believed the others were wasting time with their jokes and wished they would focus on their training instead. Jasmine. She revealed her own card to him, making it clear that he was now counted among the adventurers. The boy begins to feel a sense of pride in himself as some time passes. Choosing the name Note as his new identity, he escaped the ordinary routines that most commoners faced, simultaneously. At the same time, the battle with the branch head taught him several important lessons. He had devoted countless hours to studying how magic worked in this world. Reflecting on his efforts, he realized he had become quite skilled. His determination flows through him, guiding his every action. Afterward, he refined his mastery of multiple elemental powers. Ever since he had come to this place, his fascination with his abilities had grown so strong that he started to ignore everything else. He focused on honing the skill that set him apart from everyone else during earlier times in his life. In his past life, his attention was consumed solely by perfecting basic skills. However, in this new world, he discovered that boundaries no longer held him back. This situation left him uncertain, forcing him to choose between improving his magical abilities or focusing on mastering the sword. The boy. His train of thought comes to an abrupt halt when he accidentally collides with Elijah Knight, the same student who managed to secure a rank B without demonstrating his skills in combat was the subject of Elijah's question. The person behaved in a dismissive manner, believing that everything was fine. The newcomer becomes part of the small group, silently questioning whether. Arthur sensed that, as a B ranker, there was an important aspect he had yet to experience. He challenges by bringing up his attitude and responds by pointing out his own nature. She warns the boy not to let their shared class make him overly confident. Even within the group, a hierarchy existed. He severely misjudged Arthur's skills and ranked him at the lowest level. As he departed, he still considered Arthur to be a decent person. As made his way out, he intentionally collided with him, making the situation even worse. She saw him as nothing more than a typical background character, offering nothing original or interesting to the story. To Elijah, the boy vanished so quickly that he seemed almost like Batman. Arthur turned to Jasmine, wondering if they ought to collect his first quest from the board. She paused to consider. Despite recognizing his abilities, Jasmine believes that spending time on such a task is pointless. Determined to pursue a different approach, she devises an alternative plan and takes action. He guided him toward a gateway that opened into the beast glades, which demanded. Both adventurers displayed their permits to the guards, with Arthur leading the way. They had already organized all their luggage, allowing them to walk straight in without any worries. With complete confidence, they stepped into the portal. It was time. Upon entering, they found themselves greeted by the breathtaking sights of Nature Beast Glade, where the beauty of the natural world unfolded before their eyes. The calmness of the surroundings felt unusual to him, yet the tranquility made sense since they were still within the well-traveled region at the foot of the mountains. It is revealed that adventurers of lower rank often visit this place to complete basic training exercises and collect resources for minor quests. Monsters of lower ranks often produced fluids that proved valuable in crafting potions and elixirs, leading to an endless demand for these creatures through various quests. The boy was completely overpowered by a skunk during their encounter. Stepped aside and continued forward. He spotted a creature that resembled a fox and sprang away from her position. Looked at his body. Desiring to devour the creature, someone begins to pursue the fleeing beast. Jasmine, unfazed by the situation, casually mentions that the concentration of mana is higher in this region, making occurrences like this fairly typical. Their bond feels more natural now, and she encourages him to keep going. Jasmine urged the group to move quickly, knowing the journey to their first stop would last an entire day and extend into the night. She increased her physical abilities, silently wishing the boy could match her pace. He felt a rare emotion and questioned whether this was similar to what parents felt when they watched their children head off to school. He had. The little baby brought countless cherished memories into their lives. Saying farewell, even just for a short time, proved to be difficult. They wished for safety during their absence, knowing it might take some time. Arthur eventually succumbs to fatigue and falls to the ground, unable to continue any longer. If had not shared her mana rotation technique, no one would have been able to keep up with Jasmine's remarkable endurance. She found herself genuinely surprised by the boy's strength, which exceeded her expectations. She urged the group to pause often and rest well between their efforts. Carefully, she positioned the sticks and then borrowed the child's fire powers to ignite them. By nighttime, Jasmine grew concerned about its well-being. Meanwhile, Arthur stayed connected to his bond and reassured everyone that nothing major had occurred so far. Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief. It made sense that his connection felt trapped within the confines of their room. For this reason, Now they were truly enjoying themselves. For a while, everything felt light and carefree. Time moves forward until Arthur finally gathers the courage to voice a question that has been on his mind. He is curious about the reasons behind Jasmine's choice to become an adventurer, watching her closely. The boy observed her quiet response. He questioned whether he might have revealed more than he intended. In reaction, she confesses that her true motivation was the urge to break free from her family. Arthur's assumption seemed logical, and this only increased the seriousness of the situation. Meanwhile, Jasmine. He could tell right away that she had already given herself away through her reaction. The flame house plays a significant role in the large-scale war being waged against the elves. The house had a reputation for nurturing exceptional mages of every kind, and its mastery over fire stood unmatched by any rival. Many people claim that fire stands above all other elements in terms of strength. Jasmine gained her abilities before anyone else, which led everyone to expect great things from her. Because of this, Jasmine felt a deep sense of pride in herself. The test results showed that she had no ability to control the fire attribute, and from that moment, her family started to treat her as inferior. She manipulated the wind with her magic, her expression marked by clear disappointment. Nearby, the boy absorbed the book's contents, mirroring her mood. He lets out a furious roar, unable to accept how limited their viewpoint is. To him, relying solely on the elements to build a hierarchy among mages seems completely irrational. After all, no single element stands out as the ultimate choice in every situation, since each one serves its own unique purpose. He understood this. The response a moment ago lingered in the air. Jasmine burst out laughing at Might. He felt a flush of embarrassment, while Jasmine remained unaffected. It was surprising to see him lose his calm, especially since he was usually so collected. He noticed this and assumed it was due to experiences from his previous life. Then, one day, something changed. At that time, he struggled with a significant weakness. His pool, which worked much like the world's mana core, was far less powerful than that of most people. He had been forced to push through and survive in his former world, and this was exactly how he had handled things. The world operated by different rules, where people were born with control over the elements. Jasmine, despite being at the dark yellow core at her young age, found herself rejected by her own family because of it. She was left feeling unwanted among those who should have cared for her. Jasmine had never felt the same joy or warmth from others as he had. She shook her head, insisting that she had only been a victim in the situation. People constantly sought methods to make themselves seem better than others, and she had come to terms with this reality as part of being human, at this particular instant. At that moment, the boy noticed Jasmine's smile, a rare softness replacing her usual distant demeanor. For the first time, she seemed fragile and real to him. The chick. The stick burst into flames, prompting her to act quickly. Reaching out, she took hold of Arthur's hand so she could draw upon his strength. He used his water magic afterward. After extinguishing the flame, they chose to rest, preparing themselves to lie down once more. Jasmine initiates the discussion, her emotions clearly visible as She was overwhelmed with guilt for taking on the role of guardian, knowing she stood apart from everyone else. She was unlike. She believed herself to be kind-hearted, even though she lacked the warmth and expertise that made others so easy to approach. She should not take on responsibility without thinking about how Arthur feels. Jasmine's unexpected tenderness caught him off guard. To bring his attention back, she cast a gentle wind spell. He made a conscious effort to avoid teasing her. He disagrees with her viewpoint, convinced that volunteering was her decision. He feels grateful that she isn't afraid to speak up and set things right, something he needs more than ever at this moment. At that moment, a new smile spread across her face, her expression brightening. The boy. He suggests that they should get some rest for the night. Jasmine had been awake for some time, experiencing an odd sensation. When she spoke with the boy, it felt strange, almost as though she was not addressing a child at all. The boy, however, remained silent. She receives no reply and figures he must have fallen asleep already. However, from Arthur's point of view, he did hear what she said but found himself unable to answer honestly. The next day arrives. Arthur soon joined the group as he approached. He found himself trapped in the most terrifying experience of his life, witnessing. Appeared completely out of place, almost otherworldly, prompting someone to push her aside. It soon became clear that the creature before them was not. Instead, it was a hideous monster named Jasmine. She awoke before the boy and offered him a morning greeting, acknowledging Arthur's presence. He felt annoyed that she hadn't roused him earlier so he could assist with the chores. Jasmine had fulfilled her responsibilities, but he had already lost consciousness. Regardless, events continued to unfold. She believes it would be wise for them to have a meal at this moment. Arthur comes to the conclusion that inviting to join him for food would be a good plan. What truly frustrates him is, amusingly, she had managed to track down and capture the same unattractive creature she had encountered before, ensuring she had something to eat. She manages well independently, yet they still choose to include her. Jasmine finished her breakfast and prepared to leave. She revealed that her reason for bringing Arthur to this location was to challenge him in battle, something Arthur had never anticipated. He felt a strong desire to. He decided to challenge his opponent, hoping this would help address the weaknesses in his own fighting stance. Although his body failed to respond as it should, she noticed the change. During his confrontation with Arthur, observed some impressive strength. She agreed with the previous statement and wondered aloud what was being referred to. They intended to direct their attention toward that particular subject. Jasmine unsheathed her sword, stating her intention to assess his strength before assigning any missions. She instructed him to channel his mana exclusively into his weapon. Arthur began to read. Only in January were speeches dedicated to the sword given. Jasmine surprised him by insisting that he fight with his actual sword. The boy was. Jasmine realized the truth by observing his personality and practical use of equipment, leaving him shocked that she had discovered it. Reacting quickly, he reached out and grabbed. The stick is picked up and the character moves after Jack. Jasmine took the initiative. Finally, the boy draws his sword, catching her completely off guard. He moves into. Unsure of how to challenge her, he hesitates, prompting her to react. Although they shared similarities on the surface, the two fighters differed in fundamental ways. The combatants stood prepared for battle, as anticipation filled the air. It had been a long while since Arthur had engaged in combat without relying on mana reinforcement. The battle The scene opens with him displaying a forceful attitude toward Jasmine. She intercepts his strike using both of her blades and immediately counters. Each strike was met with careful analysis and thoughtful evaluation. The character lunges ahead with a thrusting motion, a move that serves a dual purpose. She managed to skillfully avoid the attack. The battle continued. Experience had validated the worries he carried from his last battle. He found he could endure. Arthur struggled to match Jasmine's relentless barrage of attacks. He moved back to create some space between them, but suddenly, he noticed that she was moving forward once more, her weapon poised for another attack. Arthur soon realized that focusing solely on magic had been a mistake. He was suddenly forced to defend himself with all his skill as a swordsman, finding no chance to attack. Jasmine took advantage of this aspect of his personality more than ever before he encountered. He struggled to manage without the aid of magic, pushing himself so far that fatigue almost overwhelmed him. By the end, it seemed that the magic he wielded had turned into something he depended on, almost like a crutch he couldn't do without. Arthur could not go on in his weary condition. The match was surrendered, and as a result, Jasmine delivered her decision. She placed great importance on. He observed his techniques, noticing that each movement appeared abrupt and awkward. He receives compliments for his natural ability at the same time. Arthur noticed that she was restraining herself significantly, which further supported her earlier judgment about his abilities. Jasmine thinks that his strength has only increased as he's gained experience during his teenage years. On the other hand, Arthur is unwilling to wait for that much time to pass. Jasmine believed that the purpose of his training was to improve his swordsmanship without relying on mana. The boy must be out of his mind if he believes he can make it through dungeons without using mana. He asserts with confidence that closing the gap will take him just 2 years. 2 years passed swiftly after the boy made his bold announcement. During a guild meeting, members began to discuss rumors about it. Several well-known masked swordsmen moved around in a cautious circle. Among them, one man stood out. He, the rumor, recalling how his friend had once joined forces with him, the sword. Jasmine set out on her journey accompanied by the boy named Jasmine. All she knew about him, based on what her acquaintance had shared, was that he lacked any magical abilities, yet something about him remained uncertain. Not a single person is prepared to accept those statements as true. Many people believed that the masked swordsman possessed the powers of N. In their eyes, every individual in the world seemed remarkable. Rumors had spread about the man who managed to conquer dungeons by himself. The idea fascinated everyone. Even those who had reached the rank of B-class found themselves facing tremendous difficulty with this task. For that reason, no one dared to attempt it lightly. It would be easy for anyone to assume the boy was just a normal swordsman who lacked any magical abilities. Jasmine's presence at his side suggested he had received significant help, a realization that was clear to everyone. Many began to doubt the masked swordsman's abilities, convinced that the stories circulating were actually connected to Jasmine, the brute. The intoxicated brute believed he could challenge the masked swordsman whenever he pleased. Still, Arthur's identity as Note had suddenly gained significant attention, turning into a major topic of interest. Various stories began circulating as a result. There were discussions about his role as Jasmine's personal apprentice, although it was widely agreed that the podcast covering it was of poor quality. Any chance of that happening appeared impossible as well. The group remembered how the boy had been assigned to B-class right from the start and had only just been promoted to a class not long ago. The situation weighed heavily on their minds. After watching him handle his drinks, the guys assumed he had reached a class status from all his practice. This NPC. He felt a deep sense of regret over remaining a C-class adventurer, unable to advance for 3 long years. He could see why Turman, known for his strength, felt so annoyed as he. He was considered a B-class as well. Many struggled to come to terms with the presence of the masked swordsman, unable to face their own shortcomings. The situation fascinated him. The door swung open, allowing a lone warrior to enter the room. At that moment, it felt just like the change of a shift. The very person they had been discussing appeared before them, a masked swordsman standing there in person, arriving at the perfect moment. He discards his current drink and begins making a new one. He felt a surge of happiness as he admired his blade. Everyone had been fixated on the newcomer, eager to see if the much-talked-about short individual could endure the challenge of Turman's outlast. He noticed his friends expressing their worries, but he focused all his attention on calming Arthur, the boy simply. He was disregarded as she strode past him. He acted as if the other person did not exist, which stirred up strong emotions. The brute was provoked until he finally lashed out with a heavy swing. From Terman's hidden angle, he attempted to deliver a decisive, potentially fatal blow. The attack ended, leaving him engulfed in disappointment because he had failed to hit his target. The young man considered that the masked swordsman might have evaded the attack. His eyes remained fixed on the door. Terman received a piercing, unfriendly look that instantly irritated him. The brute grew even more agitated. The battle continued as he channeled wind magic into his sword, his thoughts racing. This time, Arthur sensed that things would not unfold as they had before. He effortlessly avoided every one of his opponent's attacks, moving as if it required no effort at all. Alone. In a sudden burst of anger, Arthur swings his weapon and chops off the man's fingers in one swift motion. He sobbed uncontrollably, terror and pain overwhelming him. Through his tears, his gaze suddenly landed on the figure before him. A ghostly face appeared, filling the air with a heavy, almost suffocating tension. The intensity of it all threatened to consume everything. The swordsman, having lost patience with the man's outburst, calmly settles into his chair. His very presence causes the others to shrink back in fear. Meanwhile, Arthur quietly wishes he could prove himself as a true man. He signaled for the waitress to bring him a bag of food supplies, and soon she returned with a sack, which he accepted. He remembers his purpose for coming and returns to Jasmine, who is left feeling curious. He had taken his time, carefully making his decision. Choosing not to reveal the real story, he shifts the blame onto the waitress, but Jasmine notices the blood on his mask and senses that something serious has happened. Arthur remains in the hospital, and he has no intention of leaving anytime soon. He raised his mask to reveal his identity, making it clear that he was indeed the person everyone suspected. He had not inflicted any permanent harm on the person he targeted. Later that same day, Arthur made up his mind too. He begins composing a sincere letter to his parents, letting them know about his upcoming journey into the dungeon. In his message, he expresses regret for not visiting them recently and briefly refers to the previous 2 years without going into detail. Despite everything, his eagerness shines through. Excitement surrounding spreads rapidly, and everyone's hopes begin to soar. Vincent preferred to treat his daughter gently, wishing for Lily too. She decided to practice by herself for some time before making her way to the academy. Meanwhile, the boy at last. She finds it odd to realize that soon she will outrank him. He mentions his determination to grow even more powerful than before, recalling the previous time he issued a challenge. He defeated his father in a contest of arm wrestling. The boy had just advanced beyond the pale orange stage, while Jasmine remained seated on the floor. Meanwhile, she continued to support him, offering valuable guidance and sharing her knowledge about wind magic as he trained. During this period, he guides her through various techniques, allowing both of them to gain new skills from one another. True to his word, this journey will mark his final adventure before he begins his academic life. With this, he brings his school days to a close. The letter contained a heartfelt admission of love. Once it was finished, Arthur mentions that the letter is going to be sent out shortly, addressing Jasmine. He feels relieved, believing a letter is much safer for his family than having them wait near a perilous dungeon. Meanwhile, Jasmine inquires further. She inquired whether the small companion would be joining them that day, but Arthur responded by saying he would not. Had been using only her mind to communicate lately. Her intelligence had increased, and she now expressed her thoughts with much more detail. She preferred to keep her distance from him until she felt completely prepared. She still fails to understand the underlying message. The girl with black hair begins to believe that her companion hopes to grow stronger before they both begin school. With this thought in mind, once she feels calm, she draws their attention back to the task at hand, stressing the importance of their mission. They move forward, searching for their own place. She found herself trapped with this bothersome group, feeling less than thrilled about it. The troublesome child who previously irritated their group came to mind, the source of their ongoing conflict. The burly man with the mustache appeared to be in charge of the group and was eager to welcome the newcomers to his party. His distinctive mustache made him easily recognizable. The sight of the masked swordsman in his full splendor left a strong impression. His presence felt truly remarkable. Reginald Bastian, recognized as a warrior of the class rank, made a statement. Had certain skills that everyone already knew about, so there was no need to explain them. In addition to those abilities, there was also Creole served as their primary protector, utilizing expertise in water manipulation. Another individual was present as well. Within their team, Elijah stood out as an A-class warrior, known for his command over Earth-based abilities. Alongside him was Oliver, a representative from the United States. He established himself as an A-class mage, making sure everyone recognized his expertise within that distinguished rank. He specialized in healing magic, but it seemed, based on appearances, that he spoke with a tone that came across as conceited. After that, there was Samantha Tempest, an attractive young woman recognized as an A-class with a talent for manipulating water, shared abilities similar to those of her peers. She had come across countless stories about the masked swordsman and wished that he would be the one to protect her. His name was Langley. Brandon, often seen as the group's Prince Charming, had recently. He had advanced to the double A class. The person chosen to guide the group through today's dungeon raid stood ready to take the lead. Invited Jasmine and her companion to share their names. Jasmine made sure to include her friend in the introduction. He held the title of a double A class with a particular expertise in manipulating wind.